Primordial God-King. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 626, The Emperor's Death. This attack seemed to make Emperor Shi sober up a little. Looking at the teasing expression, he seemed a little stunned. Qin Wentian, has he realized the true meaning of martial arts? Soon, Emperor Shi's expression became ferocious, the wind howled, and the murderous aura was overwhelming. He must kill Qin Wentian before Qin Wentian became familiar with the true meaning of martial arts. Buzz, buzz! A hurricane swept through the holy war arena, and the green light turned into a number of extremely terrifying blue rock beasts, tearing towards Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian stepped out. This time, his steps were more powerful, as if the void trembled, but his body seemed to be more nimble. It was the use of power that became more perfect. However, Emperor Shi had a heavy and terrible pressure on his body. Qin Wentian slapped out the sky-breaking palm print, which was able to crush Emperor Shi's attack head-on. True meaning? Although I know that it is a return to the original, my application of true meaning is not as good as Wu-Tang. Knowing is one thing, but applying it yourself is another. Qin Wentian's heart was as clear as a mirror, and he kept colliding with Emperor Shi in the void, opening and closing, and violent airflow swept the world. While Qin Wentian was fighting, he was also familiar with the feeling of the true meaning of power. After fighting for a while, Qin Wentian's attack was no longer so fierce, but he seemed to be more handy to deal with Emperor Shi. After a collision, the two bodies separated, and Emperor Shi's face had become extremely hideous. Qin Wentian stretched out his hand, and a mortal weapon Fangbian Huoji appeared in his hand. Without the divine weapon, ordinary weapons were obviously not within the limit. The blood was still roaring, and Qin Wentian's body was like an immortal demon. Holding the Fangbian Huoji, he was domineering. A terrifying light shone from the Fangbian Huoji. Emperor Shi attacked Qin Wentian again. A Qingpeng claw tore through the heaven and earth with overwhelming power. But before Qin Wentian's claws could fully explode, the Fangbian Huoji in his hand suddenly burst out and struck the claws. With a loud bang, the claws were directly broken apart in just a moment. Emperor Shi's face was grim. He spun around Qin Wentian at an extremely fast speed, with a continuous dazzling light. He attacked without noticing, but Qin Wentian just stood there, even closing his eyes. He struck again and again with the Fangbian Huoji. No matter how fast Emperor Shi's attack was, he could easily break it. Qin Wentian has comprehended the true meaning of martial arts. He has comprehended the true meaning of martial arts at the 7th level of Xiangang. He is really abnormal. Is he using Emperor Shi to refine his true meaning? Although Emperor Shi seems to be taking the initiative, he can't threaten Qin Wentian at all. Qin Wentian is completely using him to familiarize himself with the true meaning to attack. Many people were shocked, and those old generation of celestial beings were shocked. Qin Wentian's comprehension was too terrible. In the blink of an eye, it seemed that he was about to surpass the primary stage of the true meaning and make the true meaning mature. After a long time of attack, Emperor Shi went a little crazy. His expression was ferocious and he attacked frantically, but Qin Wentian didn't have any anger. He responded to him slowly, giving Emperor Shi the feeling that Qin Wentian was using him to practice. This made Emperor Shi feel humiliated, naked humiliation. In fact, although Qin Wentian is making progress, he is not as powerful as everyone imagines. He is now using the power of the true meaning of martial arts, but he has not yet been able to integrate it into other attack abilities. It is obviously unrealistic to say that he can crush Emperor Shi directly after just understanding it, but as he slowly improves, he seems to find that he is getting more and more handy. True meaning, return to nature, do whatever you want, absolute control. Qin Wentian's feeling of true meaning is getting stronger and stronger. The true meaning of martial arts is actually a kind of control, do whatever you want, absolutely powerful control. Like Wu-Tang's axe true meaning, he chopped down with an axe, as if his opponent was a piece of wood, and it broke into pieces with one chop. His true meaning of force is the use of force, and this kind of control should be stronger. After understanding the will of martial arts, my perception seems to be even more powerful, especially the perception of force, as if I can easily mobilize all the forces around me, and can sense every ray of power in the opponent's attack magic. Qin Wentian is constantly familiar with this control. The reason why he can easily resolve every attack of Emperor Shi comes from his stronger perception, the perception of Emperor Shi's attack. Just like this moment, when Qin Wentian's Fangbian Huoji gathered terrifying power and landed on the opponent's palm print, he seemed to be able to sense every ray of power in the opponent's palm print attack, and then poured the power of his attack into it, shattering it all, giving people a feeling of ease. I believe that when Wu Tang's axe chopped down, he also felt the same way. Emperor Shi finally stopped his attack, and saw his body suspended in the air, looking coldly at the person in front of him. He couldn't fight anymore. He had already felt that Qin Wentian's use of the true meaning of martial arts was getting stronger and stronger. "Aren't you going to kill me?" Qin Wentian looked at Emperor Shi. Emperor Shi's face was livid, and he said coldly, "Truce. Truce." Qin Wentian was stunned for a moment, and then showed a strange look. "You said to fight, and now you want to truce. This Emperor Shi, isn't it too funny? What do you want?" Emperor Shi's voice was cold. Qin Wentian sneered and said nothing. He took a few steps towards Emperor Shi with his Fangbian Huoji in hand. The brilliant light on his body flowed crazily, and the Yuan Fu in his body roared. His body seemed to be covered with a layer of star armor, and there were rays of talisman light flowing. At this moment, Qin Wentian was really as majestic as an immortal or a demon. Many figures of Qin Wentian appeared at the same time. It was the phantom clone technique. These figures stepped forward at the same time, and this step seemed to step on Emperor Shi's heart. "I want to kill you," Qin Wentian said coldly, and took another step. Then, many figures rushed out at the same time and appeared directly in front of Emperor Shi. Many Fangbian Huoji burst out. Each Fangbian Huoji seemed to have the power to destroy the world. That sense of power seemed to be exerted to the extreme, and the suffocating pressure rushed towards Emperor Shi. A terrifying bloodlight appeared on Emperor Shi's body, and it seemed that a breath from the ancient King Peng burst out from his body. Then, a real fierce-spurred King Peng rushed forward, carrying a blazing talisman light and an unstoppable force, as if it was a blow in despair. Countless Fangbian Huoji directly pierced King Peng's body, causing King Peng's body to explode and decompose directly. At this moment, Emperor Shi's body also transformed into many phantom clones. He shouted loudly, like the king of fierce birds. Countless fierce birds surrounded him and protected him to resist the attack. At the same time, Emperor Shi's body was retreating, trying to distance himself from Qin Wentian. Not good. Emperor Shi suddenly felt that there was a strong destructive force attacking from the front. He used all his attacks to resist, but he saw Qin Wentian's third eye staring at him. At this moment, Qin Wentian's figure seemed to appear behind Emperor Shi, holding a Fangbian Huoji and trying to insert it into his body. This is impossible. Emperor Shi's eyes suddenly became a little blurry, and he found that Qin Wentian's shadow was all around him. Who is real? Who is fake? At this moment, his mind was in a state of confusion and he fell into Qin Wentian's dream. He no longer had the ability to distinguish between truth and falsehood. Puff. A Fangbian Huoji directly pierced into the center of Emperor Shi's brow. The Fangbian Huoji that appeared from the void was facing Emperor Shi's direction. While he was distinguishing between the real and the fake, the real killing move was in the void. The moment the Fangbian Huoji pierced into Emperor Shi's brow, it directly destroyed everything in his head. Emperor Shi stopped thinking instantly and died on the spot. The other people in the Holy War Arena looked at this scene, and their hearts trembled fiercely. Looking at the dead figure, they seemed to be unable to believe their eyes. Although when the two set the battle rules and only one person could walk out, it was destined that one person would leave his life here, but when they really saw Emperor Shi die here, they still couldn't believe that this really happened. Not only them, but also people from the outside world. Who are these two people? One is a young man who has recently risen and is famous in the Huangji Holy Land. He ranks first in the ancient monument of the immortal martial realm, and his aura is catching up with Gu Lilfan. One is Emperor Shi, one of the 8 prodigies who suppressed the era. Although they knew that one of them would die, the impact on them when it really happened was huge, causing silence outside the Holy War Arena. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Qin Wentian. The handsome and strange young man made a stunning debut and rose to fame in the royal Holy Land with his peerless grace. If the immortal martial world was a test of potential, then now, he killed Emperor Shi in front of everyone in the Holy War Arena. No one could deny that his rise was unstoppable. The 8 geniuses of the suppression era could not stop him from moving forward. Emperor Shi came here to hunt Qin Wentian and even prepared a powerful trump card for himself, But he became the first person to die, as if to prove Qin Wentian's words again. Every time he fought Emperor Shi, he was so arrogant, but he would suffer in the end. This time he finally lost his life. As one of the geniuses of the suppression era, after the brief glory of the royal Holy Land, another more outstanding peerless demon stepped on his body and continued to move forward. In this generation, Qin Wentian became the first person to kill the prodigy of the suppressed era. This means that Qin Wentian is more outstanding than the so-called prodigy of the suppressed era, and he may become the only one of this young generation. The D family is one of the 7 major families. At this moment, they are sitting in the stands with red eyes and murderous intent. The 2 prodigies of the D family both died at the hands of the same person. Shi is dead. At this moment, they are all unable to accept this cruel fact. Not far from the D family are the people of the Divine Weapon Academy. Yu, Shenjing and others are a little confused, their hearts beating non-stop, looking at the figure of peerless elegance. He actually killed Shi. P.S. Shi is finally dead, witnessing the rise of Qin Wentian. On Monday, I ask for monthly tickets and recommendation tickets. Chapter 627 Strong. In the holy battle arena, Qin Wentian swept his halberd across, pointing directly at Liu Lan. When Liu Lan saw Emperor Shi fall, his heart trembled. Now seeing Qin Wentian's halberd pointed at him, his face looked a little ugly. Defeating and killing are completely different concepts. Everyone here has a strong trump card. Unless the gap is relatively large, it can be killed. When Liu Lan, fought Qin Wentian before, he had an advantage, but he couldn't kill him. Now, Qin Wentian, who was originally in a weak situation, realized the true meaning of martial arts and forcibly killed Emperor Shi. This means that Qin Wentian, who has realized the true meaning of martial arts, is very dangerous and may threaten his life. The people from the Purple Thunder sect outside also looked a little unhappy. They arranged for Liu Lan to go in because they wanted to get rid of the rising Qin Wentian. Liu Lan, who is at the peak of the 9th level of Xiangang, controlled the true meaning of thunder. In their opinion, there was no suspense in killing Qin Wentian. However, the fact was not as they thought. Qin Wentian's extraordinary understanding allowed him to comprehend the true meaning in the holy war arena. He was at a disadvantage and instantly had a stronger fighting power than Liu Lan. Come out. Qin Wentian pointed at Liu Lan and said. Liu Lan, like Emperor Shi, made an agreement with Qin Wentian that only one of them could walk out alive. It was originally to restrain Qin Wentian and escape, but now, it became a cocoon for himself. There was no point in admitting defeat. Either he died or Qin Wentian died. We have also comprehended the true meaning of martial arts, so why should we be afraid? Liu Lan said to himself, as if to encourage himself and suppress the fear that was born in his heart because of the fall of Emperor Shi. At his level, he was unwilling to die, but the 8 great Xianjiao Emperor Shi of the suppression era died in front of him, which made him understand from the bottom of his heart that this was a real battle of death. How could Qin Wentian let go of someone who wanted his life? Liu Lan, bathed in the lightning, stepped out, but seemed to have lost some momentum. He no longer had the wildness and tyranny when he first fought with Qin Wentian. Obviously, he was not so confident in his own strength. The two stood opposite each other, and the void was filled with the power of thunder and lightning, but it also brought a strong pressure. The thunder was aimed at Qin Wentian, and the pressure was aimed at Liu Lan, making him feel that there was an omnipresent force oppressing him, which made him very uncomfortable. The star soul bloomed. At this moment, Liu Lan dared not hold back anymore. The power of thunder seemed to be stronger. He held a thunder sword in his hand and slashed it directly. A flash of lightning streaked across the sky and killed Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian had already moved the moment Liu Lan drew his sword. He could sense every ray of power in this space. When Liu Lan moved, he could sense that Fang Tianhuoji stabbed out. This strike was extremely accurate. The terrifying power it brought when it whistled out was frightening. Bang! The tip of Fang Tianhuoji hit the lightning directly, shattering it and turning it into dust. What a terrible comprehension. Qin Wentian has completely defeated Liu Lan in the application of the true meaning of martial arts. Many people understood that he had just realized the true meaning and his comprehension surpassed Liu Lan. There was no other explanation except talent. Golden wings appeared behind Qin Wentian. He was wearing golden rock armor, his wings flashing, and his whole body turned into a stream of light, and the void was full of afterimages. Puff! Fang Tianhuoji thrust out, heading straight for Liu Lan's head. Before the halberd arrived, the extremely terrifying force had already descended, giving Liu Lan a strange feeling, as if endless force, every ray of force between heaven and earth, gathered at the tip of Fang Bianhuaji. As long as he was hit, he would die. No matter which part was hit, this force could crush all life in the body in an instant. The wind howled, Liu Lan's body retreated, the thunder on his body gathered madly, and a ball of light containing terrifying thunder power blasted towards Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian's body flashed and moved in an instant, and the golden rock's wings drew a gorgeous arc, and turned in an instant. At the same time, a strong pressure pressed madly on Liu Lan, affecting the opponent's speed. Kill! Liu Lan shouted angrily, and the lightning sword slashed. The speed of the thunderbolt attack was extremely fast, violent, and destructive. Qin Wentian raised his hand and used the star-picking palm. The palm of his left hand was shining brightly, as if a divine essence burst out and hit the thunderbolt attack, then exploded in the void. Buzz! Another shadow passed in front of Liu Lan's eyes. Liu Lan kept attacking, but Qin Wentian collided with him every time. This repeated process gave him a huge pressure, chasing him and flashing wildly, until the whole world seemed to have a golden shadow. Liu Lan is at a disadvantage in this kind of battle. Each of his attacks is a thunder attack with astonishing destructive power, which consumes a lot of energy. However, Qin Wentian's response is often a Fang Bianhuaji attack. Most of his attack power is in the true meaning of martial arts, and the star energy consumed is far less than Liu Lan's. And Liu Lan's mentality is a little unstable. If this continues, Liu Lan is afraid that he will be in trouble. Someone whispered outside the holy war arena. At this time, Liu Lan once again launched a destructive attack on Qin Wentian. Just when he thought Qin Wentian would retreat with one blow, many phantoms of Qin Wentian appeared there, raising their palms to destroy everything and crush the void. At the same time, a Fang Bianhuaji rapidly expanded in Liu Lan's pupils. Liu Lan's heart trembled violently, and his hands suddenly closed together, and he actually held Qin Wentian's Fang Bianhuaji in his palms. The terrifying thunder-cutting power made his palms sharper than a blade. The thunder light cut the Fang Bianhuaji and actually cut it directly. Looking for death? Qin Wentian spat out 2 words, and he put down the Fang Bianhuaji directly, and slapped out with both palms. In an instant, the sword energy filled the sky, sweeping everything, and a wisp of sword prints with amazing destructive power penetrated everything and shot towards Liu Lan. At such a close distance, Liu Lan undoubtedly relied on the destructive power of the true meaning of thunder. He was not afraid of a head-on collision with Qin Wentian, so the moment his palms closed, the destructive thunder and sword power burst out crazily and killed Qin Wentian. But at the same time, Qin Wentian slapped out countless sword prints in his palms, densely packed, and each sword print contained a terrifying destructive power, directly destroying everything. The crowd saw a flash of sword light, blood blooming from Liu Lan's body, and thousands of swords pierced through his body. Liu Lan's body, which was suspended in the void, trembled, and his eyes stared at Qin Wentian with a resentful look. He was a peak figure of Xiangang who had comprehended the true meaning of martial arts and had already stepped into the realm of celestial phenomena, but today, he perished on the holy war stage. Where did the sword seal come from? The people outside trembled slightly. At that moment, so many terrifying sword seals burst out. It is conceivable how dangerous it would be to get close to Qin Wentian. Impossible. In the direction of the Divine Weapon Academy, Wang Yunfei's face was pale. Even the senior figures of the Divine Weapon Academy were a little horrified. Those sword seals were just like what Qin Wentian did in the Divine Weapon Academy. With one step, a powerful fourth-order divine pattern came out. These sword seals gave them the feeling that they were powerful fourth-order killing divine patterns. This means that Qin Wentian's attack just now burst out hundreds of fourth-order divine patterns. How terrifying it is. How could Liu Lan not die at such a close distance? The second one. Everyone was a little numb. The first one killed was the 8 great prodigies who suppressed the era, and the second one was Liu Lan who comprehended the true meaning of martial arts. At this moment, the faces of the people in the Purple Thunder sect were flushed. Seeing countless eyes shooting towards the stands where they were on pins and needles. This time, not only did they lose Liu Lan, but they also lost face. Why did Liu Lan kill Qin Wentian and agree to a life and death battle with Qin Wentian? The Purple Thunder sect was undoubtedly behind it, but now Liu Lan died at the hands of Qin Wentian. This slap in the face was really loud. Many people have already ridiculed the Purple Thunder sect. In your country, Yi Kongfen died and several celestial powerhouses were destroyed. Now they are humiliating themselves. I am afraid that the Purple Thunder sect, as one of the 9 major sects, will be notorious in the future. After Qin Wentian killed Liu Lan, he returned to his stone platform and sat down quite calmly. Among the 9 people, 2 of the Xianjiao of the suppression era were eliminated, Emperor Xian and Dongyue Hanji and Broken Arm. Including Liu Lan, 3 people have been eliminated, leaving only 6 people. In fact, at this time, the crowd had already understood that although Li Tian and Qi Lian were also the prodigies of the suppression era, if they could not comprehend the true meaning of martial arts, it would be impossible for them to compete with Qin Wentian and Wu Tang. The prince of the ancient Golden Country was also inferior. Fan Miao still didn't know whether she had hidden her strength. But soon everyone saw that when Qi Lian challenged Fan Miao, she was easily defeated by Fan Miao. Fan Miao showed a kind of true power, the true meaning of sound waves. From the beginning of the battle, Qi Lian had no ability to fight back. The opponent was at a higher level than her, had comprehended the true meaning of martial arts, and was also a prodigy of the suppression era. There was no way to fight. After this battle, some people felt that Fan Miao was the strongest among the 9. Li Tian glanced at the 4 people in front of him, feeling a little depressed, and said, "There is no point in staying. When I comprehend the true meaning of martial arts, I will have a chance to fight you again." I admit defeat. The Holy War stage opened, letting Qi Lian and Li Tian leave. Although the 2 were defeated, no one denied their strength. As the pride of the era of suppression, once they comprehend the true meaning, they will immediately become extremely terrifying. In a blink of an eye, there were only 4 people left on the holy battle stage that had fought for a whole day yesterday without any result. Qin Wentian, Wu Tang, Fan Miao, and the prince of the ancient Golden Country. Among the 4 people, the strongest should be Fan Miao, and the weakest may be the prince of the ancient Golden Country, Qin Wentian and Wu Tang. It's hard to say. This is the view of most people. Fan Miao and Wu Tang are in the same realm and have the true meaning of martial arts. Fan Miao is most likely the strongest of the 4. How about a competition? Wu Tang looked at Qin Wentian and said. He admired Qin Wentian. A person who was still unknown before the opening of the immortal martial realm rose in the Huangji Holy Land in just a few months and reached such a height. Such a person is indeed worthy of respect. Therefore, although he wanted to compete with Qin Wentian, he did not have any malice. "I will fight you again when I recover to my peak." Qin Wentian responded, as if to show respect for Wu Tang. "Well, okay, your realm is already low. Wait until you recover to your peak state, then we'll give it a try." Wu Tang smiled and did not insist. Qin Wentian closed his eyes again. Chapter 628 I'm going to disappoint you. The Holy War arena became quiet. In the end, none of the 4 people were in a hurry to fight. They closed their eyes and practiced. After some time, the prince of the ancient Golden Country challenged Fan Miao, and the stone platform where the 2 were located appeared in the middle of the Holy War arena. The brilliant golden light shone and danced in the void. It was sharp and dazzling. These golden lights were like thin pieces of gold, gathering on his body, making him wear a layer of armor, and then dancing in front of his palm. Suddenly, a golden spear appeared, and a terrible sharp aura spread out with him as the center. At this moment, the prince wearing golden armor seemed to be cast from gold, with unparalleled defense and unbreakable. Seeing his strength at this moment, the crowd couldn't help but doubt, is he really the weakest among the 4? The true meaning of the martial arts of gold is very powerful, whether it is attack or defense. SHH, SHH. The harsh sound resounded directly in the opponent's eardrum. The ears of the prince of the ancient Golden Country were directly covered and barred by gold. Fan Miao controlled the true meaning of the sound wave martial arts, which was a rare true meaning. Sound waves could disturb people's minds and even kill people with sound waves. Fan Miao just stood there quietly, but the crowd saw that the prince of the ancient Golden Country frowned and looked very uncomfortable. He couldn't close his 6 senses, so how could he stop the pervasive sound waves from invading? The extremely harsh sound kept ringing in his mind. This sound was weird and unpleasant, and could drive people crazy. Sound waves can be invisible, and people can't even feel that Fan Miao is attacking. There was no other sound in the eardrum of the prince of the ancient Golden Country. His mood became impetuous and his perception became fragile. Although he closed his ears, he was still disturbed. The only thing he could do was to attack, otherwise he would be driven crazy. Qin Wentian opened his eyes at some point, watching the battle. The prince of the ancient golden country attacked, and the golden spears came out to kill. In an instant, rows of attacking golden spears appeared and attacked Fan Maoyu, indestructible. Fan Maoyu finally took her steps, and saw her waving her jade hand, and many musical notes appeared in the void. Each strand of musical note trembled and suddenly hit, madly bombarding the attacking spears. The sound of collision continued to be heard, and the crisp sound of clanging continued, and the attacking spears were shattered. Fan Maoyu swung her palm forward, and in an instant, it seemed that an invisible sound wave swept out, as if it had woven a large musical net, covering the prince of the ancient golden country. A sharp light flashed in Qin Wentian's eyes, and the power of sound waves was invisible and difficult to capture. The indestructible golden spear in the hands of the prince of the ancient golden country violently struck out. Although it shattered many musical notes, the invisible net still covered his body. Bang, bang, bang. The body of the golden ancient country's prince was completely wrapped in gold, but the golden shell was riddled with holes. Although the attack power of Fan Maoyu's musical notes was not as strong as tangible attacks, it was still terrifyingly strong. If it weren't for the golden ancient country's super strong defense, he would have easily died in Fan Maoyu's hands. Although the two had not yet exploded their full strength, the outcome of the battle was foreseeable. When the golden ancient country's prince continued to release his monstrous offensive ability, Fan Maoyu kept adjusting and getting stronger. In the end, the golden ancient country's prince had no choice but to admit defeat. After witnessing this duel, Qin Wentian wondered what would happen if he faced Fan Maoyu. The opponent's control over the true meaning of sound waves was not weaker than his true meaning of power. In a battle between the two, his chances of winning would be very small, and he would most likely lose. The golden ancient country's prince was out, and there were only 3 people left in the holy battle arena. Qin Wentian, Wu Tang, and Fan Maoyu. Wu Tang. Qin Wentian suddenly spoke. Wu Tang looked at him, and the two stood up. I really want to see whether my axe's true meaning is stronger or your power's true meaning is stronger. Wu Tang said to Qin Wentian. Then let's fight with our true meanings first. Qin Wentian responded, and a Fangbian Huaji appeared in his hand. Okay. Wu Tang took out an axe, and the two walked towards each other at the same time. Suddenly, they both attacked at the same time. Wu Tang chopped down with an axe, still so ordinary, seemingly a plain blow, but the momentum was as if he was chopping a tree and could split it easily. Qin Wentian's Fangbian Huaji hit the axe directly. At that moment, Qin Wentian felt a direct force from the axe, as if it penetrated his Fangbian Huaji, penetrated into his body, and split him into 2 parts. In just a moment, Qin Wentian loosened his hand holding the Fangbian Huaji. With a click, the Fangbian Huaji split in the middle, and was extremely neatly divided into 2 parts. The cut was smooth, as if it had really been cut by an axe. Of course, when Qin Wentian's Fangbian Huaji was broken, Wu Tang's axe also split directly. At the moment of the collision, Wu Tang felt an all-pervasive force that directly penetrated into every particle of the axe in his hand and wanted to penetrate into his body. If he didn't let go, I'm afraid his body would be destroyed by this force. The collision between the two seemed simple, but only they knew the danger. Awesome. Wu Tang really admired Qin Wentian. Not long after he realized the true meaning, he was able to reach such a realm. Come again. Wu Tang said with a smile. This time he used the star energy to gather his axe. The two rushed towards each other again and began to collide. They fought with their own martial arts true meaning. Martial arts true meaning, true, control. Qin Wentian did not stop comprehending while fighting. He only fought with a true meaning. In the end, no one could do anything to the other. You and I will stop fighting first. I will go to experience the true meaning of sound waves. Wu Tang seemed to be a little excited about the battle and was preparing for the next battle with Fan Maoyu. Yes. Qin Wentian nodded, then retreated to the stone platform, closed his eyes again and thought quietly. The situation in the Holy War Arena made the people outside speechless. At this moment, the atmosphere inside was not as tense as before. Wu Tang was more like a martial arts fanatic. He wanted to constantly try to experience different true meanings of power, rather than to prove anything. In this respect, he and Qin Wentian were somewhat similar. However, when Wu Tang and Fan Maoyu were fighting, Wu Tang was disturbed by the true meaning of the sound wave, and felt very aggrieved. He even fought with true fire. The two of them were no longer limited to fighting with true meaning, but a complete war broke out, which excited the crowd again. This battle was the strongest battle between the two. Fan Mao's strength was so powerful that it was terrifying, and Wu Tang once again exceeded everyone's imagination. In addition to the true meaning of martial arts, he also integrated the true meaning into his magical powers, and the power he exerted was extremely amazing. The two fought wildly for half an hour, and the battle was still going on. So strong. The crowd was really shocked. At this time, Wu Tang seemed to have transformed into an ancient god of war. His axe skills were so powerful that he could create the world. He even condensed the phantom of the god of war to increase his fighting power. Too strong, has Wu Tang suppressed Fan Mao. There was excitement in the eyes of the crowd. They finally understood why Wu Tang only fought with Qin Wentian with his true intention, and did not fight with Qin Wentian with his full strength. Wu Tang did not want to bully Qin Wentian, who was not as good as him in realm. Qin Wentian could not stop Wu Tang, who truly exploded with his strength. Wu Tang, is he the first person in this holy war arena battle? It's really shocking. Although Wu Tang is powerful, his previous fame is far less than that of the Xianjiao who suppressed the era. Wu Tang knocked Fan Mao away, making the crowd's hearts throb. You are very strong, but you are still a little bit short. Admit defeat. Wu Tang looked at Fan Mao and said. Warring States Wu Tang, everyone in the Royal Holy Land underestimated you, but today, you are still doomed to fail. Fan Mao's voice was calm. Wu Tang looked at the other party with some doubts, and then he felt another terrible power. Wu Tang felt it carefully, and then he was stunned. However, Wu Tang was not an ordinary person. He quickly recovered as usual. He just smiled bitterly and said, since you have already comprehended the true meaning of two martial arts, it is not unfair for me to lose this battle. I admit defeat. Wu Tang, you are a late bloomer. You have used all kinds of power to the peak of your ability. You are so steady and solid. In the future, when you enter the celestial realm, it will surely be an extraordinary celestial realm. Fan Mao felt a sense of mutual admiration. Do you know Wu Mu? Wu Tang looked at Fan Mao and then laughed. If it weren't for the guidance of Senior Wu Mu, although I am already very strong, I still can't defeat you under the circumstance of using the same true meaning of martial arts. With that, Wu Tang left the holy war arena very calmly. He had been calm for many years and was guided by Wu Mu, the master of the immortal martial realm. Only then did he explode in one day and become famous on the holy war arena. Although he was defeated, everyone present understood that Wu Tang's name would probably be known by many people soon. He was able to suppress Fan Mao under the circumstance of using the same true meaning of martial arts. Needless to say, he was so powerful. The strongest person is still Fan Mao after all. She actually mastered two kinds of martial arts. The crowd sighed in their hearts. The duel on the holy war stage was finally coming to an end. Fan Mao was worthy of being one of the 8 geniuses who suppressed the era. Fan Mao looked at the last person on the holy war stage besides her, the person she admired the most. When he defeated her in the battle of the ancient monument of the immortal martial realm, he once told her that the times were changing, which made her feel infinitely sad that the genius was replaced by others. Qin Wentian seemed to feel Fan Mao's gaze. He opened his eyes and smiled at Fan Mao. Although the times are changing, I don't want to be abandoned by the times too early. At least, you want to rise up by stepping on me, but I'm afraid it won't be so fast. In this battle of the holy war stage, your record is enough to be proud of. Fan Mao said slowly to Qin Wentian, but today, this place still belongs to me. Qin Wentian looked at Fan Mao, smiled, and said indifferently, I'm afraid I'm going to disappoint you. Chapter 629, Order of the Imperial Holy Sect. Qin Wentian's calm voice made Fan Mao startled. She looked at him in surprise. Qin Wentian looked calm, his eyes were as calm as still water, and he seemed to have a faint smile. You have understood again. Fan Mao said in surprise. In such a short time, Qin Wentian understood two true meanings? Fan Mao couldn't believe it. If it was just one true meaning, it might be a sudden enlightenment. Many geniuses would encounter such a situation, including her own understanding of the second true meaning of martial arts in a sudden enlightenment. But to understand two true meanings in succession was a bit too amazing. Moreover, even if Qin Wentian really understood two true meanings, it was just the same as her. As for her realm, it was the peak of the 9th level of Xiangang, which was definitely much stronger than Di Shi Li Ulan and others. What was the basis for the confidence in Qin Wentian's calm tone? Qin Wentian didn't answer, which meant that he had acquiesced. Fan Maoyu suppressed her shock and looked at Qin Wentian and said, "Even if you have comprehended the true meaning of the two martial arts, I am the same. You may not be able to defeat me here. Try it." Qin Wentian said to Fan Maoyu. "Okay, be careful." Fan Maoyu nodded, a solemn look flashing on her beautiful face. As soon as she finished speaking, wisps of water mist spread out. Soon, the entire holy war stage was wrapped in water mist. Qin Wentian's vision was blocked and he couldn't see Fan Maoyu standing opposite her. The true meaning of water. Qin Wentian's perception spread out, but at this moment, a wisp of piercing whistling sound made his heart tremble violently. He wanted to seal his ears, but the invisible sound wave directly invaded his mind. When the sound entered another level, the interference ability to people was super strong. If an ordinary person heard this kind of sound wave, he would instantly lose his composure and roll on the ground, and he couldn't bear it at all. Even Qin Wentian, his perception was directly restricted. At this moment, he felt extremely upset. What's more terrifying is that at this time, he is like a blind man, unable to see, hear, and his perception is blocked. He has become a completely blind man. No wonder Wu Teng gave up directly. Qin Wentian thought to himself. If it were just two true meanings, Wu Teng might fight, but the combination of these two true meanings is enough to make Wu Teng despair, and there is no need to fight at all. Force. Qin Wentian still controlled his own perception to feel the existence of force, and at the same time, he bloomed his martial art's true meaning. Strands of sound wave runes came towards him to kill him. Qin Wentian slapped his palm and the sword seal directly tore it apart. The terrifying ice spear poured down like a waterfall, killing the waterfall. Qin Wentian held the Fangbian Huoji, and the demonic aura was terrifying. He raised his hand and struck out angrily. With a loud bang, the ice waterfall was directly torn and shattered. Fan Maoyu showed a surprised look outside. Her sound wave true meaning could not completely block Qin Wentian's perception. With his control over the true meaning of power, he could still detect where the attack occurred and even judge how strong the attack was. However, Fan Maoyu still had a confident smile in her eyes, confident in her own strength. In this situation, even if Qin Wentian's perception was not completely blocked, he was like a blind person. She was already invincible. He could block her controlled true meaning attack, but if she launched a close attack with a true meaning supernatural power, how long could Qin Wentian hold on? Thinking of this, Fan Maoyu's figure flashed and rushed into the fog. Qin Wentian was blind, but she was not. She could sense everything that happened inside. The talisman light in her palm was surging, and Fan Maoyu rushed into the water mist in an instant. A wisp of icy coldness filled the entire space, making people shudder. She saw that Qin Wentian's body seemed to be frozen. The talisman light in her hand suddenly turned into an ice spear, which burst out. There was a terrible rumbling sound in front of her, like a glacier bursting. Bang! Qin Wentian's body seemed to be hit directly. The ice spear pierced into Qin Wentian's body, and blood flowed out. Qin Wentian stared at her with a resentful look. This scene made Fan Maoyu stunned. Qin Wentian was killed so easily by her? This is impossible. Fan Maoyu herself didn't believe it was true. She didn't have any killing thoughts towards Qin Wentian. Although she was a little jealous of his talent, she didn't want Qin Wentian to die because of jealousy. However, the scene in front of her was so clear. Qin Wentian really fell. The true meaning of dreams. Fan Maoyu's expression changed slightly, and her body retreated instantly. However, she soon discovered that behind her, two more figures of Qin Wentian appeared, staring at her with a fierce look. With a wave of her palm, the sound waves of killing came out, and the two figures were killed, and blood flowed out, as if it was real. Dream. Fan Maoyu's face was not very good. She had never imagined what the true meaning of dreams was, but today she learned that dreams are in reality. Perhaps as long as Qin Wentian restrains the true meaning of dreams, everything will be restored in an instant, and those Qin Wentians who were killed will no longer exist. She fell into the dream that Qin Wentian created for her, a dream embedded in reality. Fan Maoyu kept retreating, and the figures of Qin Wentian kept appearing and being killed by her. When she retreated a long way, she found that the dead Qin Wentians moved and walked towards her. This scene made Fan Maoyu stunned. In the dream, Qin Wentian was the master of the dream. Unless she could break Qin Wentian's dream, she would be trapped in it. A look of struggle flashed in her eyes, and Fan Maoyu said, "You win." After Fan Maoyu finished speaking, Qin Wentian's figures disappeared in an instant. At this moment, Fan Maoyu found that she had retreated so far, but she didn't move at all. She was in the position where she just stepped into the mist, which meant that she had fallen into the dream from here. Fan Maoyu was covered in cold sweat and felt chilly. Can the dream's true meaning forcibly change others' consciousness? She thought she was moving and was in Qin Wentian's dream, but she was shocked to find that this was also her dream. All the power disappeared, and Qin Wentian's figure emerged. Fan Maoyu knew where Qin Wentian's confidence came from. The slightly rare dream's true meaning had such a terrifying control. Fan Maoyu finally understood why she couldn't break free, because she didn't know what state she was in, and thought she was moving. How could she break free? Unless someone attacked her and touched her nerves, she would be able to notice and then break free from the true meaning of the dream. Lost? You are right, the times are changing, you are already a brand new era. I hope you can continue to grow until you become a legend. Fan Maoyu quickly adjusted from the failure and smiled at Qin Wentian. You are also very strong. If you control other true meanings, it will be difficult to defeat you. Qin Wentian said seriously. Fan Maoyu's true meaning cooperated, interrupting people's vision and perception, and could make people blind. The two talked like friends, but the people outside had a huge wave in their hearts. Qin Wentian actually won, and he became the only winner today. Including powerful beings like Wu Teng, they all admitted defeat in front of Fan Maoyu, but Qin Wentian made Fan Maoyu admit defeat. As one of the Xianjiao who suppressed the era, Fan Maoyu has the 9th level of Xiangang and controls 2 martial arts. Even such people cannot defeat Qin Wentian. There are really too few people who can defeat Qin Wentian at the Xiangang level. You don't have to be modest. You are only at the 7th level of Xiangang. It is hard to imagine how terrifying you will be when you enter the 9th level of Xiangang. You control 4 martial arts, plus powerful magical attacks and various means. I believe that even the strong men of Xiangxiang can fight across the realm. When Fan Maoyu was speaking, the light curtain of the Holy War Arena opened. The two smiled at each other and stepped out. Lost. Maybe he is still a little far from the invincible Xiangang of the Royal Holy Land, but I believe he will reach that level. Fan Maoyu smiled and said to everyone. There can only be one person in the Royal Holy Land who is truly invincible. If Qin Wentian can get it now, Fan Maoyu knows that it is not realistic. There are also strong people who have comprehended the true meaning of the 4 martial arts. Qin Wentian may not be able to defeat such a person now, but he will definitely be able to do so in the future. Fan Maoyu said and walked out of the Holy War Arena. The eyes of others were focused on Qin Wentian. Who dared to think that Qin Wentian, who was at the 7th level of Xiangang, could make it to the end in this battle? As Fan Maoyu said, the times are changing. Looking at the figure of the peerless elegance, many people are looking forward to his future. Some people are looking forward to it, some people are giving instructions, but there are also people who resent it and wish Qin Wentian dead. For example, the people of the Great Shang Dynasty, the Di family, and the Purple Thunder sect all hoped that Qin Wentian would fall in the Holy War Arena, but they died. Qin Wentian not only did not die, but also became even more powerful and more dazzling. Qin Wentian, the Sword sect, has produced another peerless figure. The crowd thought in their hearts, just in recent years, first Lin Shui was famous all over the world, then Lin Shui Ji Fixa became famous, and now there is another Qin Wentian. It is really a terrifying sect. At this time, there was a breath in the void, and then the crowd saw a figure stepping in the air above everyone's head. This person was extremely majestic, his eyes were like lightning, and his whole body was full of powerful meaning. He swept his eyes across everyone, his eyes like sharp swords that seemed to be able to pierce people's hearts. He glanced at Qin Wentian and then said, "People from the 9 major sects, gather the strongest people in the Xiangang realm from each sect, and go to the Huangji Holy Sect in 3 days. In addition, all outstanding disciples from other forces in the Huangji Holy Domain can be selected and follow me to the Huangji Holy Sect." There was a hint of command in the tone of this person when he spoke to the 9 major sects, but he allowed other sects to make their own choices. After all, the 9 major sects were directly under the Huangji Holy Sect. But even so, this person's identity was enough to make people shocked. Chapter 630, The Purpose of the Imperial Saint Sect. This person is probably a strong man from the core lineage of the Imperial Saint Sect. The strong man from this lineage is the real controller of the Imperial Saint Sect. Only this lineage can control the 9 major sects and speak in such a commanding tone. However, everyone was quite shocked when they heard this. The battle on the Holy War Arena caused a sensation in the Imperial Saint Domain. All the major sects and ancient religions gathered here. The Imperial Saint Sect ordered all the geniuses together at the Imperial Saint Sect at this time. I don't know what it's for. People don't know much about the peerless overlord of the Imperial Saint Domain. After many geniuses in the Imperial Saint Domain entered the Imperial Saint Sect, the outside world didn't know as much about what they did as before. Looking at Qin Wentian and others, they were thinking in their hearts at this moment, if Qin Wentian and others entered the Imperial Saint Sect, what achievements would they achieve in the future? In addition, how strong are those once amazing people in the Imperial Saint Sect now? Qin Wentian, the most outstanding genius in the Imperial Saint Domain, who is better than the core genius cultivated by the Imperial Saint Sect? They will probably never know the answer to this puzzle. After entering the Imperial Saint Sect, those people will only compete within the Imperial Saint Sect, not on the public stage of the Imperial Saint Domain. The Sword Sect and other major sects were also a little puzzled at this time. The Imperial Saint Sect summoned the geniuses of the major sects at this time, and no one knew why. Among the people of the Sword Sect, 2 sword masters came, namely the Jiutian sword master and the Shaoshan sword master. The 2 sat in a row, but were separated by several seats. In the middle of them, there was a middle-aged strong man. After hearing the words of the people from the Imperial Saint Sect, his expression became a little serious, and his eyebrows were raised inadvertently. There was a hint of displeasure in his pupils. The eyes of the ancient sword master and the Shaoshan sword master also looked at him, as if communicating with each other through voice transmission. "Can I ask what the purpose of this trip is?" asked a strong man from the ancient sect. "No need to ask. Whether you are willing to go or not is up to you," the person from the Imperial Saint Sect said indifferently. His tone was very polite, which made many powerful people from the major sects think about it. "We will take people there in 3 days." The strong man from the Purple Thunder sect spoke, and then the 9 major sects successively expressed their intention to go to the Imperial Saint Sect. It must not be a bad thing for the Imperial Saint Sect to summon the 9 major sects' talented disciples. Many powerful people from the ancient countries' major sects thought about it, and they had a vague decision in their hearts. "Okay, I will wait outside the Imperial Saint Sect in 3 days." This person spoke again, and then he was seen flashing and stepping into the air. "Is there anyone else who wants to come up to the Holy War Arena today?" At this time, a voice came out, and it was the person in charge of the Holy War Arena who spoke. No one responded. In today's battle, Qin Wentian swept all the geniuses. Fan Miao and Wu Teng also showed extraordinary brilliance. If one wants to challenge these 3 people, perhaps only a strong man who has mastered the true meaning of multiple martial arts can do it. And such a strong man happened to not have stepped into the celestial phenomenon, which is extremely rare. "Junior brother Qin." At this time, Lin Shui called out. Qin Wentian looked at Lin Shui and saw him nod to him. Then he came to Lin Shui's side. He only heard Lin Shui look at the person between the 2 sword masters and said, "Junior brother Qin, this is my great uncle of the Sword Sect in the Imperial Saint Sect. He wants to invite you to go to the Imperial Saint Sect first. What do you think?" Qin Wentian looked at the middle and bowed slightly. "Of course I will listen to the senior." After this battle, he was the focus of attention. Many people's eyes were on him. There were no telling how many people wanted to kill him. Although his strength was not far from the top at the level of Xiangang realm, he still seemed a little insufficient in the face of the major sects. Now the seniors of the sect invited him to the Imperial Saint Sect obviously to protect him. How could he refuse? "Then let's go." The middle-aged man nodded and smiled at Qin Wentian. Seeing Qin Wentian today, he was indeed as he had heard, with peerless elegance and talent. He was indeed a promising talent. In the future, he would definitely become the top powerhouse in the Imperial Saint Domain. "Well, can I bring my friend along?" Qin Wentian asked. "Of course." The middle-aged man nodded, and smiled at the direction where Mo Qingchang was. The saint of Yaohuang Valley, these 2 juniors, are really a good match. Qin Wentian strolled to Mo Qingchang's side. The 2 looked at each other, smiled at each other, and took a step forward. Qin Wentian held Mo Qingchang's little hand, and felt that Mo Qingchang's palm was slightly cold. He felt a little guilty in his heart, and made her worry about him again. The battle on the Holy Battle Arena was actually quite dangerous. If it weren't for the realization at the critical moment, it would be difficult to kill Dishi and Liu Lan. Qin Wentian looked into the crowd and saw a figure turning around silently. as if ready to leave. Qin Wentian was stunned and couldn't help shouting, "Kinger!" The figure stopped, then slowly turned around, and saw Qin Wentian had already led Mo Qingchang here. "What's wrong?" Qin Wentian asked. "I'll go back to the sword sect first," Kinger said in a low voice, holding the little bastard in her arms. Qin Wentian looked at the pair of exposed eyes, feeling a little uncomfortable in his heart. He didn't know why he felt this way. The last time he saw Kinger told him that she didn't need him anymore. At that time, Qin Wentian thought she would leave. Qin Wentian felt inexplicably lost. It wasn't until Kinger said she wouldn't leave that he felt better. After that, Kinger followed him here again, but at this moment, she wanted to leave. However, Qin Wentian was holding Mo Qingchang's hand at this moment, but he didn't know how to keep Kinger. "I'm leaving." Kinger turned around and said in a crisp voice. "Kinger." At this moment, a gentle voice came out. Kinger stopped again and turned to look at Mo Qingchang. Mo Qingchang walked up to her and smiled sweetly. "Kinger, let's go together. I happen to be alone. Can you accompany me?" Kinger's cold but clean eyes seemed to flash a trace of surprise. Looking at Mo Qingchang's smart eyes were filled with a sincere smile. Kinger didn't know how to refuse, and then said crisply, "Okay. Thank you, Kinger." Mo Qingchang took a step forward with the gratitude in her eyes. She knew that everything Kinger had done for Qin Wentian was something she had never done before. As a woman, perhaps Mo Qingchang knew more about Kinger than Qin Wentian. Kinger, who had always been cold, was actually evasive at this moment. It seemed that there was a trace of panic in her beautiful eyes. 2 fairies. The little bastard turned back to his original form, speaking in a baby voice, and stretched out his little claws to take off Kinger's veil. At this moment, the people around were awe-stunned, and only then did they understand how appropriate the 2 fairies that the little demon beast was talking about were. Mo Qingchang was already stunning enough, and this woman with a veil was so ethereal and beautiful. She was cold and pure, like a flawless iceberg snow lotus, without a trace of dust. So beautiful. Many people exclaimed in their hearts, another beauty of the same level as Mo Qingchang and Lin Ziner. Even Lin Ziner was stunned for a moment, showing a look of astonishment, and then a faint smile flashed in her eyes. That guy is really amazing. However, the most shocked at this moment were undoubtedly Wang Yunfei, Shen Jing, Rong Yan, Yu Yu and others. Shen Jing and Rong Yan treated Kinger and Qin Wentian as weapon-refining boys and kicked them to Yu Yu. Not only did they not look at Qin Wentian, they also did not look at this woman. However, if Shen Jing stood next to this woman, she would be dim. Kinger slapped the little bastard's head back and looked at it coldly, causing the little guy to make a humming sound. Then the 3 of them came to the side of the sword sect and left in the air. "Let's go." Fan Mianwu, Wu Teng, many powerful people from major sects and ancient schools, countless people looked at Qin Wentian's figure with many feelings in their hearts. The Imperial Saint Sect, a generation of overlords, has a vast palace that towers into the sky. At the entrance of the sect, armor is dense and powerful people are like clouds, guarding the palace gate. Inside the palace gate, there is a cloud ladder that goes into the sky, 100 feet high. Going up step by step, entering the Imperial Saint Sect, Qin Wentian and others went in one direction and stepped into an independent vast palace, which is the palace where the sword sect is located. Just the palace complex where this lineage is located is already very majestic. "Wentian, you follow me." The senior figure of the sword sect smiled at Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian nodded and walked forward with Mo Qingchang and Kinger. Soon they came to a place. They saw an old man standing in front of them with his hands behind his back, looking at Qin Wentian with a teasing look. The smile made Qin Wentian feel a little wretched. Qin Wentian and Kinger were stunned. They had actually seen this old man before. In the past, they encountered a crisis in Zhuanwang City and were chased into the mountains by various forces. They met a strange old man who wanted to accept Qin Wentian and Kinger as disciples, but they were rejected. "Little bastard, you still can't escape from my palm." The old man stared at Qin Wentian, with his hands behind his back in a lewd smile. "You old immortal, are you the founder of the sword sect?" Qin Wentian cursed in a low voice. He suddenly figured out some things. Why did senior brother Lin Shui appear in Zhuanwang City? It was rumored that it was an order from the upper echelons of the sword sect. Seeing this old man, how could Qin Wentian not understand what happened at the beginning? The people at the back all broke out in sweat, and were shocked speechless by Qin Wentian's words. They worshipped the leader of their lineage as a god, but Qin Wentian actually called him an old immortal. The old man was also stunned for a moment, staring at Qin Wentian with his beard puffed and eyes wide open, and said, "Do you have the guts? Old man, tell me the purpose of the Imperial Saint sect this time." Qin Wentian did not give him any face. In the end, he found out that he was tricked by this old man when he entered the Jiutian sect. How could he let this old guy get carried away? Huh? The old man stared at Qin Wentian with his eyes wide open, and then cursed in a low voice, "You are so cruel, you bastard." This time, the Royal Saint sect summoned the geniuses from all sides because there is an immortal palace that you need to break into. It is very dangerous to enter this immortal palace. The Royal Saint sect has explored for many years and has prepared many terrifying geniuses in the Xiangang realm. You must be careful not to be trapped in it. Don't underestimate the strength of those people. Those who step into it this time are all trained by the various branches of the Royal Saint sect. There are probably many people who are stronger than you. Immortal Palace. Qin Wentian's eyes flashed with a sharp light. Yes, the Immortal Palace, the Suzaku Immortal Palace, should be left by a very terrifying strong man. The leader of the Royal Saint sect cannot force his way in. You can imagine how strong the owner of the Immortal Palace is. After the old man finished speaking, Qin Wentian's heart trembled violently. Suzaku Immortal Palace. Chapter 631 Rejection of Invitation. How could Qin Wentian forget the Suzaku Palace? His other incarnation, Emperor Yan, was still in the imperial mausoleum of the Great Xia dynasty. In the mausoleum, Emperor Yan received the inheritance of Emperor Xia, the founder of the Great Xia dynasty. The most solemn thing Emperor Xia told him was the key to the Suzaku Palace. Now, that key is still in Emperor Yan's hands. Emperor Xia, the founder of the Great Xia dynasty, was such an ancient existence. When he broke into the Suzaku Palace, one could imagine how many years this palace had existed. Emperor Xia told Emperor Yan that the great dream immortal art came from the Suzaku Palace, and there were many treasures. Emperor Xia had not really reached the core of the Suzaku Palace, and had not been able to truly comprehend the secrets of the Suzaku Palace. He might have just been an adventurer who had entered it. Because of that adventure, he opened up a dynasty. The Great Xia dynasty used the Suzaku as its totem for this reason. Now, Qin Wentian actually learned that the Imperial Saint sect had summoned the 9 major sects and the various geniuses of the Imperial Saint domain just to step into the Suzaku Immortal Palace. Naturally, he was quite shocked. It seems that Jiutian has to leave the Imperial Mausoleum. Qin Wentian's eyes flashed with a sharp light. Since he was going to step into the Suzaku Immortal Palace, Jiutian had a key in his hand, so of course he had to send it over. Although he didn't know if it would work, at least he was prepared. According to Emperor Xia, that key might not even be available in the Imperial Saint domain. Why, do you have any ideas? The old man asked with a smile, looking at the gleam in Qin Wentian's eyes. Will the Imperial Saint sect have the idea of using us as cannon fodder? Qin Wentian asked. I don't know about that, but I don't rule out this possibility. A dazzling luster flashed in the old man's eyes. The person who initiated this call was from the core lineage of the Imperial Saint sect. This lineage dominated the Imperial Saint sect and commanded the Imperial Saint domain. They were very persistent in their pursuit of strength. He knew that there were several super scary people in the core lineage of the Imperial Saint sect at the Xiangang realm level. As for what they were thinking, they could only guess and could not know the truth. When Qin Wentian heard this, he understood that the old man had already reminded him. He did not rule out this possibility. As for who would be the cannon fodder, it depended on how confident you were. Are these two your girlfriends? The old man glanced at Mo Qingchang and Kinger, and looked at Qin Wentian with a sly smile. That smile looked wretched no matter how you looked at it. Mo Qingchang and Kinger's eyes fell on Qin Wentian at the same time. Qin Wentian cursed the old bastard in his heart, and then he heard the little bastard said in a baby voice, "Yeah, that's all." Bang! Kinger slapped him again, and this time the little bastard was thrown directly to the ground, making a whimpering sound, looking at Kinger aggrievedly. "You bullied me, Wentian, you marry her in the future, help me bully her." Qin Wentian's face was full of black lines. Seeing Kinger looking at him coldly, he shuddered and secretly thought that he must deal with that little bastard when he got back. "Are you interested in being my disciple now?" The old man looked at Kinger again and asked. "No." Kinger responded coldly, which made the old man stunned. Looking at the younger generations behind them looking at him one by one, he broke out in a sweat. Today, his face was completely lost by these two little kids. I was just joking with you. Yes, a joke. The old man coughed and said seriously, okay, let's go. With your little talent, I'm too lazy to teach you. Oh. Qin Wentian turned around and left without any courtesy. The others looked at him with an expression that everyone understood. Why don't you get out of here? The old man cursed, and immediately the group ran away in shame. The speed was really fast. 3 days passed quickly. The overlord of the Imperial Holy Domain, the Imperial Holy Sect, welcomed many strong men at the top of the Xian Gang. These people included young people and middle-aged people over 100 years old. They came from various forces and now gathered at the Imperial Holy Sect. Although many major sects and ancient religions did not know what the Imperial Holy Sect was doing, they still did not want to miss this opportunity. The Imperial Holy Sect rarely issued such a call. Since he wanted to summon the strong men from various forces this time, it must be something very important that they did not want to miss. Entering the gate of the Imperial Saint Sect, following the 100-foot stairs all the way forward, is the area leading to the Imperial Saint Sect leader lineage. In a martial arts arena, there are many powerful people from various forces. Qin Wentian has also arrived. His perception swept over and he actually felt a faint pressure. The people who came may not be as famous as the Xianjiao who suppressed the era, but the momentum they exuded is already at the top of the Xiangang realm. Moreover, these people must have at least comprehended the true meaning of martial arts. In the crowd, Qin Wentian saw Fan Maoyu and Wu Teng. Qin Wentian, you are here too. Wu Teng and Fan Maoyu walked towards Qin Wentian with a smile. Although they were opponents on the Holy War stage and fought madly, they actually sympathized with each other and admired their opponents, especially Qin Wentian. Such an opponent is indeed worthy of respect. Yet, Qin Wentian nodded and smiled. Many people looked over here, their eyes were fixed on Qin Wentian, and some even whispered and talked about it without any hesitation. Qin Wentian has been very popular recently. At the level of Xiangang realm, I am afraid that in the past few months, there is no one more famous than him in the entire Imperial Saint Domain. He ranks first in the ancient monument of the immortal martial realm. He killed the prince of the great Shang dynasty. An elder of the Imperial Saint Sect died because of him. 3 days ago, he fought against the heroes again, won the first place, and killed the Xianjiao Dishi who suppressed the era. There are many eyes looking at Qin Wentian, and there are even many cold eyes, such as the Xianjiao of the great Shang dynasty and the strong men of the Purple Thunder sect. In addition, because Qin Wentian caused the death of an elder of the Imperial Saint Sect, coupled with his reputation, many disciples of the Imperial Saint Sect are a little unhappy with Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian. At this time, a voice came. Qin Wentian looked forward and saw the majestic figure who appeared on the Holy War arena that day. He said to Qin Wentian, "Come with me." As he said that, he turned and left. Qin Wentian walked out of the crowd and followed the man to the far side of the crowd. Seeing that the other party stopped and looked at him, Qin Wentian asked, "What do you want, senior?" "I am from the lineage of the leader of the Imperial Saint Sect. This lineage is the leader of the Imperial Saint Sect. I believe you are also aware of this. I want to invite you to join my lineage." This person said to Qin Wentian and formally invited Qin Wentian. They had already invited Huo Taixia before. The reason why they did not invite Qin Wentian was to consider the feelings of the great Shang dynasty lineage. But then Qin Wentian performed outstandingly on the Holy War arena, so they decided to formally recruit Qin Wentian. "Senior, if I choose to join the Imperial Saint Sect and practice with the senior figures of the Sword Sect, wouldn't it be the same?" Qin Wentian asked tentatively. Although he knew that he was tricked by the old man, Qin Wentian was still grateful to him. Now that he knew where his relationship with the Sword Sect came from, Qin Wentian had the idea of joining the Imperial Saint Sect's Sword Sect, so he asked this question. "It's different." The man in front of him shook his head. "If you join us, you will belong to the core lineage. For this, it may even make many people in the great Shang dynasty unhappy. It's not good. We can suppress it and compensate them appropriately. This matter can end here. In addition, it is also related to this trip. If you join our lineage, it will also be beneficial." This person revealed some information, but did not make it clear. However, they were willing to give up the death of an elder figure in order to recruit Qin Wentian, and not pursue him or even help to settle it. It can be seen that they really value Qin Wentian, which Qin Wentian knew very well. However, Qin Wentian felt that it was unfair to let him join the core lineage directly. Although they belonged to the same imperial holy sect, there was still a difference after all. He came from the Zhanjian sect. If he joined the core lineage, then what position would the Zhanjian sect be placed in? Senior, I would like to think about it seriously, Qin Wentian said, which was a disguised rejection. The other party was stunned for a moment, and then continued, we will set off soon. You should think about it clearly. This matter is still quite important. Qin Wentian pondered for a moment, then looked up at the other party and said, sorry, I still want to stay in this Zhanjian sect for a while to practice. Such an answer obviously surprised the other party. He was obviously stunned for a moment, then nodded gently and said, okay, you go back. Junior will take his leave. Qin Wentian could not see the other party's joy or anger. This person's eyes were calm, without any emotional fluctuations. He was definitely a more terrifying person than the elder of the Imperial Holy Sect last time. Qin Wentian walked towards the crowd. Many eyes were still looking at him, only to hear one person whispering, this person is Qin Wentian, the #1 in the Xianwu world, known as the Xiangang Invincible. Xiangang Invincible. A woman from the Emperor-level Saint sect glanced at Qin Wentian and said indifferently, those people in the outside world don't know the height of the sky and the depth of the earth. Do they know what Xiangang Invincible means? It's just a joke. That's right, even if it's the Xianwu world, we didn't participate. Someone else whispered. Although the voices of these people were quite low, they didn't deliberately conceal them, so Qin Wentian could naturally hear them. They looked at Qin Wentian with disdain, doubt, and of course, some people showed a very interested light. Chapter 632, Immortal Palace. As the absolute overlord of the Imperial Saint domain, the disciples of the Imperial Saint sect are all geniuses from all sides. The people in front of them are all genius disciples of the Imperial Saint sect. How dazzling their brilliance is! Which one is not a child of heaven? All of these people selected this time are top figures in the Xiangang realm. They are all strong people who have comprehended the true meaning of martial arts and have super combat power. After joining the Imperial Saint sect, they rarely become famous outside, but who dares to say that the geniuses in these Imperial Saint sects will be weak? Although any one of them dare not say that they can be as dazzling as the 8 geniuses of the suppression era, they are not far behind. In such a situation, a foreign child of heaven appeared in front of them, and this person is still very young. His reputation is so great that everyone in the entire Imperial Saint domain knows him. An elder of the Imperial Saint sect died because of him. In such a situation, it is obviously impossible to make these people have a good impression on Qin Wentian. Will they feel that they are not as good as Qin Wentian? Qin Wentian glanced at everyone with a calm expression as he walked through the crowd. These Xianjiao disciples were divided into many different camps, presumably from various factions. Qin Wentian. At this time, a voice came. Qin Wentian stopped and looked at the person who spoke. It was a slender woman with slender legs that gave people a sense of elasticity and strength. She looked at Qin Wentian with her beautiful eyes, her hands clasped in front of her chest, with a faint smile in her eyes, and said, I heard that you are very strong. On the Holy War Arena, you comprehended the true meaning of 2 martial arts in one day. You defeated a person at the 9th level of Xiangang at the 7th level of Xiangang. Qin Wentian looked at the other person calmly and did not respond. The woman smiled lightly, her eyes seemed to be full of amusement. Maybe you are really strong, but those Xiangang 9-fold Xianjiao defeated by you, in my opinion, are really not qualified to be called Xianjiao, let alone Xianjiao who suppressed the era, which is too ridiculous. Here, there are many disciples of my Emperor-level Saint sect. They may have comprehended 2, 3, or even 4 true meanings. If you face them, what is your chance of winning? 1%, none, you will lose. The woman's smile became cold. Qin Wentian frowned slightly. Fan Maoi was in the crowd. This woman's words not only meant to provoke him, but also humiliate Fan Maoi. Qin Wentian still did not speak. He saw 4 or 5 people appear around the woman. They looked at Qin Wentian with extremely cold eyes. Among them, a few of them had a noble aura, like royal figures. They were the strong men of the great Shang dynasty. The elder who died because of Qin Wentian was their elder. Seeing the other person's temperament, Qin Wentian could already vaguely guess this. And then, Qin Wentian finally spoke, coldly. Put away your arrogant look. Here, there are many people you need to look up to. Seeing the cold light Qin Wentian cast at her, the woman's eyes became even colder, faintly releasing a wisp of chill. Your current cultivation level is the 9th level of Xiangang, which is very good. How many martial arts truths have you comprehended? Qin Wentian asked casually without any emotion, which made the woman look at him in confusion, and then said proudly, 3. Oh. Qin Wentian nodded, and asked again, when you were at the 7th level of Xiangang, how many martial arts truths did you comprehend? The woman's eyes focused, and she seemed to understand what Qin Wentian meant. She sneered, to comprehend the true meaning of martial arts depends on opportunity. It's not that whoever comprehends it earlier is stronger. I see. Qin Wentian nodded, and then he continued to walk forward, and a voice came out of his mouth slowly, when you and I are at the same level, maybe I can slap you to death with one slap. At that time, will you tell me that it's not that whoever comprehends it earlier is stronger? Qin Wentian shook his head as he spoke, and the woman who heard this voice instantly shot murderous eyes in her eyes and stared at Qin Wentian. Sister, I am just a villain who has achieved success. You don't have to argue with him. A man next to him smiled gently, but his words did not match his elegant appearance. The woman nodded slightly when she heard his words, but still glanced at Qin Wentian coldly. Qin Wentian walked in front of Fan Miaoyu and Wu Teng, nodded at them, and said, do you want to go together? My Hanjian sect has 2 brothers who are in the Imperial Saint sect. They are over there. Qin Wentian pointed to a certain direction, where 2 Hanjian sect geniuses were. Okay. Fan Miaoyu smiled and nodded, and Wu Teng naturally did not mind. They also saw that the people here were in groups of 3 or 5, and seemed to be divided into many factions. It must be as the outside world said that the Imperial Saint sect was divided into the leader lineage, the 9 major factions lineage, and the 2 major dynasties lineage. The leader lineage was the core of the Imperial Saint sect, and the other lines competed with each other, and the fittest survived. At this time, many more people came from a distance. There were 7 people in this group. They followed a strong man who invited Qin Wentian to join the Imperial Saint sect. These 7 people gave Qin Wentian a very extraordinary feeling. Their cultivation was all at the 8th and 9th levels of Xiangang. They were full of energy but restrained. The light that occasionally shone from their calm eyes was faintly breathtaking. Hua Take-su. Qin Wentian saw a familiar figure among the 7 people. It was Hua Take-su, who was invited by the Emperor-level Saint sect to join the leader lineage. In the immortal martial world, he, Hua Take-su, and Gu Lifeng were the only 3 people who had walked through all the ancient monuments. They must have gained a lot. Later, Hua Take-su was like the Emperor-level Saint sect. Now, he should have realized the true meaning of martial arts, otherwise he would not appear here. The Emperor-level Saint sect summoned you here to take you to a special place. This place is quite dangerous, but it also contains great opportunities. From now on, you will obey the orders of Xiaosheng. The 7 of them will teach you what to do. Do you understand? The strong man who invited Qin Wentian said to everyone, making Qin Wentian understand that what the other party said when he invited him just now was different. Of course it was different. The leader could actually command these people. He was the core of the true Emperor-level Saint sect. This made Qin Wentian, who knew about the Vermilion Bird Palace, feel that if they entered, everything would be based on the interests of these 7 people. If he had nodded and agreed to the other party, he would be a member of the leader's lineage and would enjoy different treatment. However, these people in front of him were all rebellious, and none of them were good people. If he wanted to command them, the 7 people in the leader's lineage must be very strong, especially Xiaosheng, who should be a strong man who had comprehended the true meaning of the 4 martial arts. He is Xiaosheng. At this time, Qin Wentian heard Fan Miaoyu beside him whispering. Qin Wentian looked at her and asked in a voice transmission, do you know him? Of course, Xiaosheng was very famous back then. He became famous before Gu Lifeng. It's just that he joined the Royal Saint sect too early, so we rarely hear about him. Now he has not even entered the celestial realm, so his strength must be terrifying now. Fan Miaoyu replied. Qin Wentian nodded slightly. Xiaosheng was very strong, this was inevitable, otherwise how could he become the leader of this group of people? Understood. We will obey the orders of Brother Xiaosheng. People from various factions spoke one after another. They still respected the leader. Xiaosheng was super strong, and it was natural for him to be their leader. In that case, you are ready, let's set off now. The strong man said, and everyone nodded one after another. Then the group began to fly away and left the Royal Saint sect directly. The leader lineage of Xiaosheng and others has 7 disciples, and the number of people in other lines varies. All of them add up to more than 100 people. Each lineage has a core figure. For example, the lineage of the Great Shang dynasty also has a leader, a white-haired young man who gives people a strange feeling and cannot tell his age. The woman who wanted to humiliate Qin Wentian just now stood quietly beside him. In addition, people like Fan Miaoyu and Wu Tang who have no relationship with the major factions directly joined a certain force or formed their own faction. The lineage of the Sword Sect has the least people. If Fan Miaoyu and Wu Tang are not counted, there are only 3 people, Qin Wentian and 2 Huangji Shangzong disciples of the Sword Sect, Chuje and Si Cao. Chuje is elegant and upright, with extraordinary demeanor, and has cultivated to the 9th level of Xiangang. Si Cao's temperament was different. He had a faint evil aura on him, which gave people a strange feeling. When these 2 people walked together, they didn't seem to be from the same sect. At first glance, they were both very self-centered people. Bai Weng is very powerful. He is at the peak of the 9th level of Xiangang and has comprehended the true meaning of the 4 martial arts. Tu Leng is the leader of the Purple Thunder sect. His strength is close to that of Bai Weng. You have to be careful of these 2 people. Chu Jie didn't have much communication with Qin Wentian. He just secretly reminded Qin Wentian that Bai Weng was the white-haired young man and Tu Leng was a rather short and strong man. He stood among the people of the Purple Thunder sect, but he was the absolute core figure. The others were respectfully flying behind him. Qin Wentian secretly remembered that these people were really stronger than him, and it was not the old man who was the leader of the Sword Sect who was exaggerating. The leaders of each faction were very scary. They walked for 2 days before reaching their destination, which was located at the border of the Huangji Holy Land, near the psychedelic mountains of the Great Zhou dynasty. The strong man of the Huangji Holy Sect, holding a bright compass in his hand, led the crowd into the psychedelic mountains and found the Suzaku Palace. It was obvious that he had already determined the location. The mountains and mountain ranges were like crouching dragons winding across the earth. Above the misty void, a vast and endless palace was suspended there. Qin Wentian had seen this palace on Emperor Xia's map, but when he was really there, he found that this palace had no end in sight. It was like a palace from the outside world, located here, suspended in the sky. The shock in everyone's heart could not be described in words. What is this place? Fan Miaoyu's heart was beating. Such a large suspended palace, with no end in sight, was hard to imagine what kind of person could build such a palace. Not only Fan Miaoyu, but everyone was suffering from the trembling of the soul, looking up at the behemoth that could crush the earth. P.S. Wuhan has been away for the website's annual meeting these days and just returned today. He was on the road all day and started writing immediately after returning home. His head is still dizzy, so he can only update 1 chapter today. I will make up for it later. I'm sorry everyone for making my brothers and sisters wait for so long. Chapter 633, Burial of Immortals? The powerful man from the Royal Extreme Holy Sect who led everyone here stood in front of them, pointed at the palace in front of them, and said to them, "This immortal palace was built by a powerful person. I don't know how powerful he is, but I can tell you clearly that the owner of this immortal palace is very strong, beyond your cognition, even beyond my cognition. There are even immortal methods and immortal tools in it, there is no doubt about that, and there are many immortal methods and immortal tools. Generation after generation, too many people in my Royal Extreme Holy Sect have entered, and finally came to the conclusion that people in the Xiangxiang realm will die if they enter, and the people with the highest success rate are people like you who are at the peak of the Xiangang realm and have mastered the true meaning of martial arts. That's why I let you come here. It's very dangerous in here. I have already told Xiaoxing and the others about everything in it. They know the situation here best, so you must obey Xiaoxing's orders. If Xiaoxing dies, obey Zaichu's orders. The 7 of them are your core. Anyone who disobeys the order will be killed even if he comes out alive." This person looked solemn. It was obvious that he was very well prepared every time he stepped into this palace. This time, he also prepared for a long time before venturing into the palace again. Everyone was shocked when they heard his words. There were immortal methods and immortal tools in it. They had already been recruited. Then how powerful would the owner of this palace be? It was unimaginable. Qin Wentian seemed to realize that the Suzaku Palace mentioned by Emperor Xia might be more mysterious and terrifying than he imagined. Moreover, when Emperor Xia entered the palace by chance, he happened to be at the peak of Xiangang cultivation. He didn't know that Xiangxiang realm could not enter, otherwise he would have reminded him. "Okay, now you go in, Xiaosheng will guide you forward. If you really get the immortal arts and immortal tools, give them to us after you come out. I swear that the Huangji Shengzong will not treat you unfairly. You can also practice the immortal arts. At the same time, remember to explore the mysteries inside and report them one by one after you come out. The man spoke again. Xiaosheng stood in front of the crowd, turned around and looked at everyone and said, "Follow me closely. This fairy palace is a world. No one knows all the secrets inside. If you take a wrong step, you may die inside. Let's go." Xiaosheng's eyes swept over everyone one by one. The light that burst out from his restrained eyes at this moment made people feel palpitating, and contained terrible majesty. As soon as the voice fell, he took the lead and stepped out, walking towards the entrance of the fairy palace. "Let's go," Chu Jie said. Qin Wentian and others walked forward. More than 100 people stepped onto the stairs at the entrance of the fairy palace, and walked up step by step, walking inside. At this moment, they felt extremely insignificant in front of this majestic fairy palace. "Yukong, Jimo, you two go forward, pay attention to the divine runes, the others guard." Walking into the entrance of the fairy palace, there is a passage full of fog, which is like fairy air filling the space, even blocking perception, and perception cannot spread too far. In addition to the fog, this entrance also has a divine rune formation. The formation is not high level and not difficult to break, but once triggered, the murderous intent is enough to destroy us, so you are not allowed to move a step randomly. Yukong and Jimo are two masters of divine runes, deliberately selected to crack the divine runes. They explained to the crowd at this time. Everyone walked into the fog and found that their perception was bound and their vision was only 10 meters. There is a golden passage in the tomb of Emperor Xia. If you don't understand the divine runes, you can't take the key. Could it be because of this road? Qin Wentian said in his heart. His attainments in divine runes are very strong. Of course, he can also see that there are many divine runes engraved on the ground. It seems that each divine rune is an independent divine rune, and the 4th level top divine rune can be solved. Yukong and Jimo were indeed very powerful, with extremely high attainments in divine runes. They were obviously divine rune masters carefully selected by the Huangji Shengzong. Although they led everyone forward at a slow speed, they were also very steady. This passage could not allow any mistakes. Qin Wentian also kept paying attention to the divine runes. When he walked to the back, he found that the divine runes in this passage were not independent individuals, but were linked together. As long as one was touched, it would trigger a chain reaction, and the consequences of the birth might indeed be extremely terrible. Without any mistakes, they walked for 3 whole days and finally left the range of the divine runes. In the outside world, Jiutian arrived. It was difficult for outsiders to locate the direction in the psychedelic mountains. Even the strong men of the Huangji Shengzong needed to rely on the compass magic weapon to locate, but Jiutian didn't need to, because Qin Wentian was here, he could naturally sense it. The strong man of the royal Holy Land could not help but feel a little puzzled when he saw Jiutian. A wisp of terrifying aura descended directly on Jiutian, and he asked, "Who are you?" "I am from the Great Zhou dynasty. I came to this mountain range to take risks. I came here by chance. I hope you will not blame me," Jiutian said politely, but his eyes were looking at the Suzaku Palace, pretending to be shocked, as if he saw it for the first time. "You want to go in?" The strong man of the royal Holy Land sneered. If a person of the 7th level of Xiangang went in, it would be a dead end. Such a palace belongs to you. If it is yours, I dare not disturb you and step into it. Jiutian bowed. "It's okay. If you can go in, go in. But don't blame me for not reminding you. It's very dangerous here. You will die if you go in," the man said indifferently. Jiutian gritted his teeth and seemed to show a struggling look, but still said, "Junior still wants to try." "Okay, then you go." The man waved his hand casually. Jiutian bowed and said, "Thank you, senior." After that, Jiutian raised his feet and walked inside, and began to solve the divine pattern. "Don't know whether to live or die," the strong man outside said disdainfully. At this time, Qin Wentian and the others had come to another place. It was still a passage, but there was no fog or divine pattern, but there was an invisible force flowing in the passage, which was very scary. Xiaosheng glanced at everyone. Everyone was there. He only heard him say, "The next passage, you have to walk through it by yourself. Others can't help. The flowing light in this passage will attack the spiritual will. You must be careful." After walking through this passage, you can enter this fairy palace. Everyone nodded, and then stepped in one after another, one after another. Be careful. Qin Wentian whispered. Fan Miao and Wu Teng nodded and replied, you too. The moment he stepped into the stream of light, Qin Wentian felt an invisible force rushing directly into his head, as if an invisible attack was about to crush his mental will. Bang, bang. Qin Wentian's face turned pale instantly, and he groaned. No one felt good when suddenly hit by such an impact. He felt that his head was about to explode. Some people held their heads with both hands, showing a look of pain, and even couldn't bear it and let out a low roar. What a terrible power! Qin Wentian's face was ugly. He gritted his teeth and raised his feet to walk forward. He couldn't go faster because it was too painful, but now he had to grit his teeth and persevere. Bang! A purple stream of light swept across his body, and Qin Wentian only felt a destructive thunder force burst out in his mind. Puff! With a muffled groan, Qin Wentian spat out a mouthful of blood, his face as pale as paper. It's so terrifying. What kind of existence is the master of this fairy palace? Qin Wentian thought to himself. Xiaoxiang and the other 7 people walked in front. Although they were in pain, they walked firmly. They were all prepared like Qin Wentian and could not be shaken. I can't wait. If I delay here, the attack will not stop. This is courting death. Qin Wentian thought to himself and continued to move forward. He even quickened his pace. Thunder kept rushing into his mind and bursting out with destructive power, trying to completely defeat him. Qin Wentian and others were all the geniuses of the Huangji Holy Land. They all relied on their super strong will to support themselves, but the people behind could no longer see the shadows of the people walking in front. The distance was gradually pulled away. What is this? Qin Wentian looked at the stream of light in front of him. It was actually blood-colored lightning, which made people feel shocked. Huh? Taking a deep breath, Qin Wentian continued to rush forward and stepped into the blood-red lightning. The light hung on his body, and Qin Wentian's had turned into a sea of blood. The raging lightning struck down, turning the sea of blood upside down. It was too terrifying. Can't stop. Qin Wentian had been walking in this light channel for 2 days. He was exhausted. This road was like a bottomless pit. It was too torturous. Qin Wentian's blood was boiling. There was an extremely sharp light in his pupils, as if he could see through the void. How could he, Qin Wentian, be stopped from doing what others could do? Did its Emperor Xiao do it in the past? Thinking of this, he strengthened his will and walked forward. This time, it took another 5 days. Of course, Qin Wentian himself could no longer feel the passage of time. These 7 days were as long as a lifetime. Every moment was spent on survival. This kind of torture could really make people desperate and want to give up. Qin Wentian's steps were very tired, but the brilliance that flashed in his eyes was still breathtaking. What made people even more desperate was that this was just the beginning. Qin Wentian walked on this road for another month. When he walked out of the channel, he came to an endless world, but he lay on the ground exhausted with his eyes closed. He just wanted to have a good sleep now. After a long time, Qin Wentian opened his eyes and looked at the vast land. In this vast land, there were many brilliant lights floating, and each light could hurt people's eyes. For example, one of the lights was a sword, which was suspended upside down in the air, and the light in the sword illuminated the world. Under the sword, there was a cemetery, a tomb without a tombstone. Or a certain light was a page of ancient books, like a fairy book, suspended in the air, and under the fairy book, there was also a tomb without a tombstone. Qin Wentian's body trembled slightly. It was a tremor from the soul. The whole vast land was filled with such light and such tombs, so what kind of existences were buried in these tombs? This so-called Suzaku fairy palace, burying immortals? Boom! In the distance, an unparalleled power rolled over, and the sky and the earth changed color, as if there was an unparalleled strong man in it. Qin Wentian only felt the void trembling, and then a sound rolled down like thunder. Let me out! A roar shook the heaven and earth, and then, a monstrous aura swept across the void of the world, all coming from afar, and each aura was strong enough to make Qin Wentian tremble. Finally, someone else is coming. Another thunderbolt came out from the blue sky, and not only Qin Wentian, but also everyone who walked through the passage was terrified. Even Xiaoxiang, who already knew the situation inside, was shocked and trembled. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 634, 80,000 Years. Xiaosheng arrived, Zaichu arrived, Chuje of the Zhanjian sect, Sikao, Bai Weng, Tu Leng, and leaders of various sects arrived, and their wills withstood the incomparably terrible pressure. The elites carefully selected by the royal sacred domain were extremely strong in both combat power and willpower. In addition to these leaders, there were several others. Xiaosheng, can you tell me now, what exactly is this place? Are those floating magic weapons and ancient books really immortal weapons and immortal magic? Bai Weng asked Xiaosheng with his white hair fluttering slightly. Not all of them, but many of them are immortal weapons and immortal magic. Xiaosheng's voice made everyone's heart tremble, and many of them were actually immortal weapons and immortal magic. However, these immortal weapons and immortal magic cannot be moved. The more powerful they are, the more they cannot be moved. Otherwise, disaster will befall them. These immortal weapons and immortal magic are suppressing the immortal tomb. If the immortal weapons and immortal magic are moved, the immortal tomb will be broken and the strong will come out. Are you kidding? There are still people in the immortal tomb. What are we doing here? Are we looking for death? Tu Leng was violent. There was a bloody light in his eyes, and he seemed to be ready to move. The people in the immortal tomb have all had their cultivation sealed. Xiaosheng took a deep breath, and a terrifying light flashed in his eyes. Everyone was stunned when they heard his words. Bury the immortal? Seal the immortal? Who is so terrifying? At what level is the seal? Chuje asked. I don't know. Xiaosheng shook his head. Listen carefully, you must not use the 5th level magic weapon, or magic weapon similar to the 5th level magic weapon. Once you use it, the strong people who came out of the immortal tomb will be directly unsealed at the peak level of the celestial phenomena. At that time, we will all be dead. As long as we don't use it, the seal will suppress their cultivation to the peak of the Xiangang. How is this possible? Adjust the strength of the seal according to our cultivation? Is this why people at the peak of the Xiangang are the most suitable to enter the immortal palace? Someone asked. Yes, I can tell you clearly that even a strong person sealed at the peak level of the Xiangang can easily destroy me. If a celestial strong person comes in, their cultivation will be suppressed at the peak of the celestial phenomena. In that case, no one in my Huangji Holy Land has the strength to compete with him. All the peak celestial strong people who have stepped into it have been killed. Xiaosheng's words made everyone breathe a little faster. What kind of terrible place is this place? Who are those roaring? Are they all alive? How strong are they? Someone else asked. I don't know. Xiaosheng shook his head. The immortal palace is vast and too far away. The people of the Huangji Shengzong have never been there, so there have been explorations again and again. This time we step in here, and after everyone comes in, we will gather together to seize the immortal law. The sect has promised us that as long as we get the immortal law and immortal weapon, we will have the opportunity to practice. Now, you can go for a walk, but no one is allowed to move without my order. You must wait for others to come out and join us, otherwise you will be killed without mercy. A terrible breath suddenly burst out from Xiaosheng's body, containing murderous intent, as if warning everyone. Qin Wentian stood up and then walked out. There were many ancient tombs in the vast and barren land. At this time, he came to an ancient tomb. In front of Qin Wentian, there was a page of an ancient book floating. There seemed to be runes floating on it, flowing with brilliant light, but consciousness could not penetrate into it and could not see through it. This made Qin Wentian have a strong feeling and wanted to walk forward and grab this page of the ancient book in his hand. With a flickering figure, Qin Wentian continued to wander around this immortal burial land, looking at the ancient tombs. At this moment, there was a blood-colored spear in front of Qin Wentian, which contained a monstrous power, as if it could break the heaven and earth and possessed infinite power. Just standing beside it, one would have a faint feeling of collapse, and the blood in the body could not help but roar, which was extremely terrifying. Not only Qin Wentian, but also the people who came here earlier were looking at the ancient tombs, and their hearts were extremely shocked. They all had a strong impulse to seize the immortal tools and immortal methods. Even with their extremely strong will, they felt that they could not resist this temptation. Buzz! Finally, in this immortal burial land, there was still a humming roar in the sky, as if it came from a powerful person in ancient times. In a certain direction, a beam of light broke through the sky, and suddenly everyone's eyes were all looking in that direction. Xiaosheng's face was slightly ugly, and a terrible murderous intent flashed past. Mo Yang, you are looking for death. Xiaosheng's long hair flew, and he shouted angrily, everyone, come back and gather around me. One figure after another flashed and returned to Xiaosheng's side. Qin Wentian also walked towards Xiaosheng, but his eyes were still fixed on Mo Yang's direction. Mo Yang, a genius of the Earth Gate, saw a very terrifying treasure, an ancient seal containing the boundless power of the earth, floating on an immortal tomb. Mo Yang wanted to take it for himself and put away the ancient seal, but he didn't catch the ancient seal, and the tomb under the ancient seal was broken open. On the tomb, a figure stood. This person had a strange yellow hair flying, like a sword hanging in the air, wearing an earth-colored robe, staring at the front, and the deep and boundless pupils made people feel the trembling from the soul. Who are you? The yellow-haired man had a thin face, revealing an endless sharp aura. He stared at Mo Yang, and even made Mo Yang's body tremble slightly. You buried me here, took my treasure, and sealed my life. The voice from this person's mouth seemed to come from ancient times. He took a step forward slightly. Suddenly, Mo Yang felt that his whole body was oppressed by an overwhelming pressure. His face was pale and he kept shaking his head and said, "It's not me. You took my treasure, sealed my life, and buried my soul. You deserve to die." The yellow-haired figure took a step forward, and Mo Yang's body suddenly exploded back. However, he saw the yellow-haired figure's palm stretched forward. With a loud bang, a prison of earth directly bound Mo Yang firmly in place, as if to bury him. You deserve to die. A terrible murderous intent burst out of this person's eyes. His full head of yellow hair seemed to turn into endless yellow swords, bursting out. No, save me. Mo Yang showed a look of despair on his face, and then the full head of yellow hair pierced his head and nailed him directly to the spot. At this time, Xiaosheng and others also came to this place not far away. Their footsteps suddenly stopped. They saw the yellow-haired figure retracting the yellow hair that had been inserted into the opponent's head. The yellow hair was stained with blood and fell down. The stained red blood was particularly dazzling and weird. So strong. Xiaosheng and others looked ugly. The aura that this person exuded was only at the peak of Xiangang. Like many of them, Mo Yang was not an ordinary person and was very powerful, but in front of the opponent, he didn't even have the ability to fight back. The man turned his eyes and looked at Xiaosheng and others. His eyes were glowing with yellow light. Just one glance made people feel that their souls were trembling. You seal my life, bury my soul, and take my treasure. This person looked up at the void, and became empty again, as if talking to himself, and who am I? Prepare to join forces and do our best to kill him. Xiaosheng's low voice came out, and everyone's body was full of terrible pressure. This space was rioting in an instant. Who am I? The man seemed unaware and continued to look at the sky. Xiaosheng began to give orders, and everyone surrounded the other party. Control first, start. Xiaosheng shouted, and as soon as the words fell, the ancient vines, chains, and space power burst out at the same time. In an instant, the vines of the ancient vines tied the other party tightly, and the chains flew. Boom. The other party retracted his gaze and looked at Xiaosheng. The earth rolled and turned into a prison, burying him inside. At the same time, Xiaosheng and others attacked violently, madly bombarding the earth prison. The prison cracked, and the other party's figure reappeared, but the power that bound him had long been broken free. Boom. The other party walked out, and with just one step, the body of the person in front of him was directly buried by the earth. He raised his hand and slapped forward. A random palm force directly smashed the earth. With a loud bang, the strong man inside was also directly shattered to pieces. Almost at the same time, Xiaosheng and other strong men attacked. Xiaosheng's long hair was flying, and his fist blasted out. The fist light was shining, the void seemed to tremble, and everything was shattered, but the yellow-haired figure raised his hand, and a terrifying earth-yellow light curtain appeared in the air. With a loud bang, Xiaosheng's fist slammed down, and a cracking sound was heard, and cracks spread out, but it still failed to shatter the opponent's defense when he raised his hand. Fusion of true meaning? This is the power similar to that in Jiutian. There is such power in raising a hand, and it is even impossible to see through the true meaning combination. It is too powerful. This yellow-haired figure shouted, "Seal my life, bury my soul." Could it be that he is a dead person? Or is he an immortal whose cultivation is sealed? Qin Wentian was deeply shocked. Xiaoshen was not exaggerating. A strong man appeared at random under this immortal tomb. Even if his cultivation was suppressed, he could easily kill and destroy any of them, including Xiaoshen. This is an immortal. Even if it is sealed, it is invincible in the same realm. The real Xiangang invincible is the only one in the Huangji Holy Land. If Qin Wentian has the fighting power of the other party, he will definitely be able to be crowned with the title of Xiangang Invincible. A series of powerful and terrifying auras swept across the world, as if countless eyes were staring at this place. Go back. A strange and unparalleled voice came from the void, cold and sharp, like an unquestionable order. In an instant, those peeping perceptions and those tyrannical auras disappeared without a trace in an instant. Even Xiaosheng, who was fighting, was trembling violently in his heart. Who is the owner of that voice just now? How strong is he? At this moment, in this vast and boundless immortal palace, there are two pairs of eyes, as if they have penetrated the void and looked in this direction. One of them was dressed in black, extremely handsome, with extremely sharp eyes. He looked at the fighting figures, his cold eyes without any emotion, and whispered, "Another group of people who don't know how to live or die. With such weak fighting power, they can't even walk through the immortal tomb. Do you expect them to get this immortal palace and everything in it? It's been 80,000 years. Haven't you woken up from your dream yet?" Chapter 635, Burying Millions of Immortals and Demons. Although Xiaosheng and the others were shocked by the cold voice that resounded through the heaven and earth, they did not dare to delay the battle at all. The yellow-haired figure in their encirclement was too terrifying. A single attack could annihilate a Xiangang peak strongman who controlled the true meaning. Fan Miao, sound wave attack. At this time, a female voice came out. It was a strong man from the Wangxin Tower. Fan Miao nodded, and the invisible sound wave rushed out violently in an instant, causing a terrible cold light to shoot out of the yellow-haired figure's eyes. Looking at Fan Miao only felt that her body suddenly solidified, and then the other party's palm trembled, and a terrifying cocky large handprint directly held her. Bind. Xiaosheng roared, and vines rushed out, binding the yellow-haired figure again. Cut. Wu Tang's figure flew into the air and chopped down at the other party, but saw the yellow-haired figure raise his hand, and a cocky light curtain appeared, turning into shield armor of the earth. Although the axe chopped it apart, it could not break it. Qin Wentian also stepped forward at this time. The true meaning of sleep and dream permeated, and the yellow-haired figure stopped and stood there, with yellow hair flying. Buzz! Suddenly, the yellow-haired figure grabbed with a big hand and clasped it towards Qin Wentian. The true meaning of sleep and dream could not affect him and could not let him fall asleep. It was too strong, so strong that he seemed to be able to crack any true meaning. Boom! A terrifying buzzing sound came out, and the sword energy cut through the sky. Chu Ji's white-clothed figure appeared, and a sword flew over, like a fairy from the sky. Many phantoms appeared in the void. The fairy wielded a sword, and terrifying sword energy directly cut the opponent's body. Use your strongest attacks to kill him. Xiaosheng shouted angrily. The short Tulang stepped out, and behind him appeared a demon-subduing thunder god pestle that was even bigger than his body. It was his Wuming Xiangang. The thunder power contained in it seemed to be able to explode everything. He trampled on the ground and roared down. His short body seemed to swell up. The demon-subduing thunder god pestle enlarged and fell from the sky. The world appeared with a 1,000-foot thunder god aura, tearing everything apart, and the yellow-haired figure trembled. Ha! The yellow-haired figure raised his head, took a deep breath, opened his mouth, and swallowed the thunder power of heaven and earth. The earth trembled wildly, containing endless destructive power. Die! A strong man held a blood-colored halberd and slammed it into the opponent's body, penetrating the opponent's body. The blood-colored halberd swallowed the opponent's blood, but the yellow-haired figure turned his eyes away and let the halberd enter his body. He still walked forward and punched out. With a thud, everyone's heart skipped a beat. Then, a hole appeared on the body of the strong man holding the blood-colored halberd. There was a big hole, and the heart was directly destroyed. At this moment, poisonous scorpions crawled into the other party's body along the blood-colored halberd inserted into the yellow-haired figure, devouring the other party's flesh and blood, making the yellow-haired figure's face black, and the vitality in his body seemed to be rapidly withering. He was poisoned by Zucan, and he will definitely die this time. The crowd was delighted to see this scene. Zukun was the leader of the Xiantu Valley lineage of the Huangji holy sect. He had a super strong poisoning ability. As long as he was poisoned by him, no strong man in the Xiangang realm could survive. However, everyone saw that the yellow-haired figure's eyes were still so sharp. He glanced at the crowd, then looked up at the sky, revealing a deep sense of loneliness. Zangxin, you are so cruel. The immortals came to ask for your inheritance, but you buried the immortals. You buried millions of immortals and demons. Why? This person seemed to have a ray of intelligence in his eyes, as if he remembered some memory. His words deeply touched everyone. Zangxin, is this the name of a certain powerful person? He is called Zangxin. Why did he bury millions of immortals and demons here? Are these immortals also here to seize his inheritance? The immortals want his inheritance. How strong is he? How strong is he to bury millions of immortals and demons? No wonder the strong man of Huangji Shengzhuang said that this immortal palace was beyond his cognition. At this time, everyone found that even though they had already overestimated this immortal palace, it seemed that they still underestimated the mystery and power of this immortal palace. Attack! Xiaosheng was resolute and remained awake. He ordered the attack. He led the way and punched out. With one punch, millions of fists appeared, crushing everything. The yellow-haired figure continued to rumble. Others also attacked like crazy, but even so, the opponent's body remained intact. The terrifying earth yellow light flowed around him. The man turned his eyes and looked at the people in front of him. His long yellow hair was flying, like a peerless immortal or demon. Ants in the Xiangang realm? Ridiculous, too ridiculous. You buried the immortals and demons, but let a group of ants step into this place. Did you bury millions of immortals and demons in order to cultivate them from this ant-like realm so that they can inherit your mantle? The yellow-haired figure laughed wildly, a little crazy. He didn't want to believe that many immortals and demons came to seize their inheritance, but they were all destroyed and buried here. He killed millions of immortals and demons just to get an ant in the Xiangang realm? This is ridiculous. He himself has even become a test for these Xiangang realm ants. His cultivation is sealed in this realm, and he has to fight these ants. Since you think so, then I will fulfill your wish. I don't know how many years you have been waiting. I hope you can wait until the person you are waiting for appears. See if the ants you raise with millions of immortals and demons can inherit your peerless style. The yellow-haired figure continued to roar wildly, and then the earthy yellow light on his body shone brightly. With a loud bang, his body exploded and turned into soil, scattered between heaven and earth, and completely disappeared. An extremely terrifying force shocked everyone back, and many people spit out blood directly, their faces as pale as paper. Qin Wentian was also shocked and flew away. He spit out 2 mouthfuls of blood in succession, his face was pale, he climbed up, his expression flickered, and his heart kept trembling, as if he was savoring the other party's words. Bury millions of immortals and demons to raise the descendants of Xiangang realm ants? Are these immortals and demons prepared by the master of the fairy palace for his descendants? Millions of immortals and demons came to seize the inheritance, but were all destroyed. They were buried here just for the weak people of the Xiangang realm. What a big deal. What a peerless figure the master of the immortal palace is. An immortal like the leader of the Huangji Shengzhuang? His level is too low. The people buried in any cemetery here are more powerful than the leader of the Huangji Shengzhuang. Buzz, buzz. Several figures flashed out and ran towards the ancient seal suspended in the air. Collect. A figure came down in an instant. Seeing the person who got the ancient seal, everyone's eyes flashed. It was Zaichu. Suddenly, no one dared to move. The ancient seal will be collected by Zaichu. Xiaosheng said lightly, which made everyone have their own thoughts. The ancient seal was an immortal object. No one knew what it was. It was obtained by Zaichu. I'm afraid he would not hand it over. It seemed a little unexpected just now. Why did that person have spiritual intelligence? Xiaosheng frowned and shook his head. Saint Xia, hasn't this kind of situation happened before? The sect told me that no, the immortals who were buried here have forgotten everything. The man just now seemed to be awake. Saint Xia's heart trembled slightly, and he said, it seems that the harvest this time is rich. Even if we don't get anything, it will be worth the trip if we report this news to the sect. Everyone was silent. It was indeed as Saint Xia said. If this news were to spread, people outside the royal Holy Land would probably come. Since we are here, we can't come in vain. With our lineup this time, how can we not take the immortal treasures? Zaichu's voice sounded, and many people looked at him. Someone nodded and agreed, Zaichu is right. Since we are here, how can we return empty-handed? Xiaosheng looked at Zaichu and nodded as well, let's wait for the others. There must be someone else coming out later. No one can be like Mo Yong. Otherwise, even if he doesn't die in the hands of the tomb immortal, I will kill him with my own hands. Well, wait for Yunquang and Jimo to come out. With their formation, even if it is an immortal, as long as it is suppressed to the level of Xiangang realm, it can be killed. Zaichu nodded. This time, the strong men of the Huangji holy sect step into the immortal palace. Yunquang and Jimo, the two masters of the divine pattern formation, were the key. Without them, it would be difficult to kill the tomb immortal. Fan Miaoyu, Wu Teng, you are all out. Qin Wentian looked at Fan Miaoyu and Wu Teng and nodded at them. The two came out a little later than him, but they were already very strong to be able to walk out of that passage. Fan Miaoyu, follow me. At this time, the powerful person from the Wangxin Tower of the Huangji holy sect who had just spoken to Fan Miaoyu said. Fan Miaoyu was a core figure in the Wangxin Tower. Although she was not very familiar with the people from the Wangxin Tower of the Huangji holy sect, they were from the same lineage after all. Fan Miaoyu glanced at Qin Wentian, then smiled, turned her head and looked at the woman who spoke to her and nodded, please take care of it, senior sister. As everyone closed their eyes and flirted, people came out from the passage one after another, and someone would immediately tell them the situation here. Yukong and Jimo finally came out, and even the two of them had already started carving a divine pattern formation, right in front of an immortal tomb. Qin Wentian watched the two people carving the formation, which seemed to be an auxiliary divine pattern formation. This formation was very large and extremely complex, and the divine pattern attainments of the two people were definitely super strong. After carving for a whole day, this divine pattern formation was finally carved. This formation was like a huge and lifelike golden rock, facing an immortal tomb in front. This formation is the Golden Rock Formation, which is extremely powerful and can be coordinated by multiple people. As long as they stand in their respective positions, any one person can mobilize the power of the entire formation and others when attacking. Even if the strong ones in the immortal tomb are very strong, they will die. Yunquang said to everyone, and he was very confident in the formation he carved. Qin Wentian also knew the power of this formation. It was indeed very scary, and with these already super strong Xiangang top figures assisting the formation. I will assign the positions. Xiaosheng said, Chujet, Sicken, you two have strong attacks, and take Qin Wentian and Wu Teng to guard the front of the formation. Zaichu, you take people to guard the feathers of the formation, I guard the claws of the formation, Zukin and Fan Miao guard the tail of the formation. Xiaosheng gave the instructions one by one, and Qin Wentian frowned slightly. Others may not see the use of such an arrangement, but he is proficient in divine patterns and knows Xiaosheng's arrangements well. The person at the head of the formation will face the attack directly and directly bear the power of the immortals, which is the most dangerous. The feather of the formation is the most flexible and changeable, and it is one of the two strongest attacking points. The other point is at the claw of the formation, which is the position of Xiaosheng Xiao. The tail of the formation is unexpected, but the person who can really lead this formation is actually at the feather of the formation. If it succeeds, who will the treasure belong to? Qin Wentian asked. He did not join the Huangji Shengzong, so he naturally would not be willing to guard the most dangerous position without getting any benefits. Zaichu frowned, stared at Qin Wentian, and said, stop talking nonsense and just follow orders. Chapter 636, The Powerful Immortal in the Tomb. When Zaichu finished speaking, a cold light flashed in Qin Wentian's eyes. There was no doubt that Zaichu's position in the Huangji Shengzong was absolutely extraordinary. Although Xiaosheng was the core of the crowd, it was Zaichu who took the ancient seal just now, and no one dared to think of competing for it. Just follow orders. Qin Wentian sneered. From Zaichu taking the treasure alone just now, he knew that no one else had anything to do with it. He followed orders to fulfill these people and put himself in the most dangerous situation. Qin Wentian was not such a selfless person. It must be made clear, otherwise our death would be in vain. Qin Wentian said. Many people were silent. This was what they wanted to ask. Although the strong men of the Huangji Shengzong promised that they could share the immortal law, was it really possible? Then what about the immortal treasure? This cannot be shared. Zaichu took the treasure just now, but he did not ask anyone's opinion. Although they did not dare to say it openly, it did not mean that they had no ideas. Qin Wentian. Zaichu stared at Qin Wentian with a sneer in his eyes. I've heard of you for a long time. You are very famous and it's true that you are very talented, but you have to understand that this place is dominated by the Huangji holy sect. Here, put down your arrogance. You don't have the capital to be presumptuous here. If you don't want to participate, you can get out now. It's not me who wants to come. It's the Huangji holy sect that invited me. Qin Wentian looked directly at Zaichu and said coldly, if you don't want me to participate, I don't care, but please keep your mouth clean. Even if you are a core disciple of the Huangji holy sect, I have nothing to do with you. A faint laugh came out. It was the woman from the great Shang dynasty. She did not forget to add insult to injury and said coldly, he is really arrogant. My Huangji holy sect invited him. Zaichu, he is a big shot. The woman knew who Zaichu was, so she would naturally not miss the opportunity to deepen the conflict between Zaichu and Qin Wentian. Zaichu's face had turned gloomy. Just as he was about to speak, he heard Chu Jie say indifferently, it must be made clear. Most of the people here are disciples of the Huangji Shengzhuang. I have no objection to facing danger together, but if we only face danger and get no benefits, then it will be very boring. Chu Jie's words still have weight. He is a disciple of the Huangji Shengzhuang Jiutian sect. He is very powerful. His statement means standing on Qin Wentian's side. Chu Jie, what do you think? There was a young man next to Zaichu. His face was full of arrogance. He looked younger than Zaichu. He was Sun Jing, the leader of the Huangji Shengzhuang. He was also very powerful. He was a fellow apprentice of Xiaosheng Zaichu and others, and they had a very good relationship. This Chu Jie was a member of the Huangji Shengzhuang Jiutian sect. The disciples of this lineage were the most unruly and difficult to tame. They did not obey their orders. At this time, Sun Jing saw Chu Jie refute Zaichu, and his face was full of dissatisfaction. If you get an immortal technique, the person who took it will be in charge. Once someone gets it, no one can snatch it. Since it is an immortal technique, you can observe it and then hand it over to Senior Ji who is waiting outside. If you get an immortal treasure, the person who got it will hand it over to Senior Ji. If you hand it over, you must hand it over clearly so that the sect can judge the merits and rewards. Chu Jie said calmly, neither humble nor arrogant. How dare you? Senior Ji has already told you to obey Senior Brother Xiaosheng's orders. Chu Jie, are you deaf? Sun Jing scolded. I am just talking about the matter. Since everyone has different opinions inside, it is not too much for me to put forward my opinions. Of course, if all the brothers are willing to express their opinions and obey the orders of Senior Xiaosheng, then I will obey them. Chu Jie said lightly. Sun Jing looked at everyone, and the crowd's eyes immediately avoided him. Obviously, they all agreed with Chu Jie's statement. Since someone was willing to take the lead, they were happy to sit back and enjoy the fruits of their labor. There was a hint of coldness flashing in Zaichu's eyes, and then he stared at Chu Jie and said, okay, I'll do as you say. However, in order to prevent you brothers from fighting over the treasure, the rules will be slightly changed. Whoever kills the immortal in the tomb with the final blow will temporarily own the treasure. Do you have any objections? I'd like to hear your opinion, Zaichu. Well, since you said so, Zaichu, we should do as you say. The crowd echoed, causing Zaichu to have a hint of coldness on his face, but those who were standing in their positions pretended not to see it. Okay, we are all fellow disciples, so don't worry too much about such a small matter. Since Zaichu said so, let's go all out. Naturally, there will be plenty of fairy treasures. Xiaosheng said at this time, Chu Jie and Zaichu's ideas can make you work harder to kill the fairy in the tomb. Next, I hope everyone can unite, otherwise everyone has seen the danger before. This is inevitable, fellow disciples, I hope no one will encounter danger. Chu Jie nodded, with a bit of righteousness in him. Sikao glanced at Chu Jie with a bit of disdain on his face. He knew Chu Jie very well. He was a man of true temperament and generous. However, these core people may not have the same ideas as him. Let's do it. Xiaosheng opened his mouth, and in an instant, the light pattern shone. The light of the divine pattern was dazzling and boundless, and the wind was blowing violently, as if a golden rock spread its wings and floated in the sky. Chu Jie, Sikao, Qin Wentian and Wu Teng were exactly at the head of the golden rock. At this time, Xiaosheng's palm in the direction of the golden rock's claws grabbed the void, and there was a loud bang. The sword suspended on the ancient tomb in front of them roared, and the ancient tomb shattered. A terrifying sword intent spread out, as if it came from ancient times. The bitter cold wind whistled and stung everyone's body. A figure in white appeared on the tomb. A blank look flashed in his eyes, and then he looked at the people in front of him. He stretched out his hand, as if feeling his own strength. "Why, so weak?" A slightly hoarse voice came out, revealing a sense of humiliation. His eyes suddenly became sharp. In just a moment, everyone felt the illusion of being penetrated by the sword light. "You are the ones who buried me here." The man walked along, his sword energy surging. At this moment, everyone was shrouded in the pressure of the sword. "Attack!" Xiaosheng said. Chuja nodded. The light of the divine pattern shone brilliantly. The golden rock screamed. The sword energy slashed the sky, and the sword flew to the immortals. It was as if there were many figures and thousands of sword lights, tearing forward. "Why, so weak?" The white-clothed figure pointed his finger into the void, and thousands of sword lights seemed to gather and spin wildly. Buzz! The wind was blowing hard, and Zaichu and other strong men in the position of Zhenyu took action. The huge golden rock phantom seemed to move and floated forward. Then a rotten palm print fell down and killed the white-clothed figure. The white-clothed figure's palm passed by, as if a sword cut the sky and split everything. The golden rock's claws smashed out, and Xiaosheng and others on it attacked at the same time. The indestructible shock fist light destroyed everything and killed everything. The man in white took a deep breath, and his body flew into the air. Endless sword lights gathered around him, and he roared out, as if thousands of swords were fired at the same time. He walked forward step by step, staring at the huge golden rock phantom in front of him. The sword energy spanned the sky and the earth, strangling everything. Boom! The golden rock's wings flapped, and the golden rock phantom rushed forward. The entire golden rock formation seemed to be suspended in the sky. Everyone was in the formation position, attacking frantically. The positions of Qin Wentian and the other 4 people even landed directly in front of the white-clothed figure. He did it on purpose. The actions of the golden rock are controlled by the array feathers. Qin Wentian said to Chuja and others, and the position of the array feathers was controlled by Zaichu on the left and Sun Jing on the right. "Attack hard," Chuja said calmly. "Thousand killing sword technique." As soon as the words fell, sword energy fell, and thousands of sword beams burst out at the same time. With the power of the formation, it was even more powerful. Sikao also launched an attack, but his sword technique was different from Chuji's. They were both the proud figures of the sword sect and the Huangji holy sect. Chuji's sword was upright and straight, while Sikao's sword was unconventional. The evil dragon sword and the reverse thunder slash were extremely tricky and dangerous. Not only them, but everyone launched a crazy attack. The white-clothed figure stood in front of the huge golden pen. The energy burst out of the seemingly tiny figure was super strong. Each of his swords had the power to kill, but the power was often resisted by the golden peng phantom. But even so, Qin Wentian felt the crisis several times. Press forward, let him be in the middle of the golden peng, wouldn't it be easier to kill him? Qin Wentian said, and suddenly the wings flashed, and the golden peng pressed forward and appeared above the white-clothed figure. Endless attacking light curtains fell down like crazy, and the white-clothed figure seemed to have no idea how to dodge. At this moment, he was at a loss and only wanted to attack and kill. "Close, attack with all the formations." Xiaosheng roared, and the golden peng's wings closed immediately. The golden peng pressed down, burying the white-clothed figure under the golden peng. Everyone simultaneously launched a super strong attack towards one point. The white-clothed figure's eyes burst into raging sword light. He abandoned his sword and stood, closed his eyes, and pressed his palm into the void. The whole person burst into a murderous intent. A burst of strong light covered the sky and blinded everyone's eyes. The sword energy crushed the formation, and a terrible rumbling sound came out. The power of destruction tore everything apart, and the formation collapsed. Everyone was shocked back. The ground was covered with dust. The white-clothed figure was covered in blood. Standing there, he had a faint feeling of a hero's twilight. A 4th-level top-level auxiliary battle formation, dozens of top-level Xiangang powerhouses who have comprehended the true meaning, have been forced to this point. The crowd was terrified. The white-clothed figure turned his eyes and then walked towards Chuja and Qin Wentian, and said coldly, "Your swords are too weak." As soon as he finished speaking, he pointed his hand into the void, and in an instant, a supreme sword power seemed to control everything. Chu Jie and Sikao held the swords, but they felt that the sword intent was controlled by someone. The figure in white was bleeding, but he still walked over step by step. Chu Jie, Sikao, you hold the attack, and the others will attack and kill him when he launches the attack. Zaichu said, which made everyone look serious. Zaichu was so cruel that he made Chu Jie and the others face the man in white. Even if he killed him in the end, the price might be the sacrifice of Chu Jie and the others. Qin Wentian stared at the other party and activated the true meaning of the dream, but the invisible sword energy seemed to tear the true meaning of the dream into pieces, and it was impossible to bring the other party into the dream. Buzz! Pieces of water curtains appeared, and at the same time, sound wave attacks penetrated and rushed towards the figure in white. It was Fan Miao who took action. Go! Chu Jie and the other four instantly flashed to both sides. A sword energy was like a rainbow, cutting off the sound wave. The figure in white appeared again. Although he was seriously injured, the sword power he cut out seemed to be unaffected. He turned around and stared at Fan Miao. Damn it! Sun Jing was very depressed. It was actually destroyed. The killing move he prepared exploded, and the lava flames rolled towards the opponent like magma. Puff! A sword light split it in half, and at the same time, the magma-like flames stained the opponent's body and burned it instantly. This scene made Sun Jing excited. Kill him, it seems that he is no longer able to survive. As soon as he finished speaking, he found a pair of extremely cold eyes staring at him. Then the white-clothed figure walked out step by step. Sun Jing and Fan Miao were not far apart. They both found themselves locked. Every step the opponent took, they felt one step closer to death. The figure bathed in fire would kill them even if he died. Buzz! The white-clothed figure rushed out, like a peerless sword light. Chu Jie, save Sun Jing! Zaichu roared, and Chu Jie and the other four went around and approached Fan Miao. They were the people closest to Sun Jing and Fan Miao. It was too late. The white-clothed figure seemed to have transformed into two peerless sword beams, killing Sun Jing and Fan Miao respectively. Kill! Qin Wentian shouted, and slapped his palm towards the void. Chu Jie also moved, and flew into the air with a sword. Bang! The sword light fell, and the sword light that was killing Fan Miao encountered a palm print of the void. Then Chu Jie arrived, and the power of the flying fairy sword burst out, and he blocked the sword. He and Fan Miao's body were blown away together, but Sun Jing was not so lucky. Another sword light still pierced his throat despite his full strength attack. P.S. Thank you Drew Caesar and Cheyenne Ayu's sister for being promoted to the leader. Thank you. This chapter is nearly 4,000 words. I delayed the update in order to write more, and I will definitely be scolded again. I hope everyone can read the book calmly and understand more. I will make up for the lack of updates when I have time. Forgive me. Chapter 637, Breakthrough in Battle. Sun Jing, Xiaosheng and Zaichu both exclaimed, their faces instantly turned pale. Sun Jing was their junior brother, and the three of them had always had a good relationship. Xiaosheng and Zaichu both took care of Sun Jing like an elder brother. Sun Jing was also very talented, and it was very likely that he would achieve great success in their leader's lineage in the future. He was young and vigorous, and Xiaosheng would tolerate him, while Zaichu and Sun Jing always listened to him. The three brothers were like brothers. Now, Sun Jing was dead, and died in front of them. Why didn't you save him? Zaichu's face showed a terrible murderous intent, staring at Chu Jie and Qin Wentian. They had the opportunity to save Sun Jing, but they chose to save Fan Miao. Qin Wentian frowned. When they were attacked just now, Zaichu shouted for them to hold on by themselves, and then attacked from both sides. Only Fan Miao helped. Even if Qin Wentian didn't care about his sinister intentions, Fan Miao and Sun Jing were in danger together, so it was natural for them to choose to save Fan Miao. I'm sorry for Sun Jing's death, but in this situation, only one person can be saved. Chu Jie responded calmly. Did I say to save Sun Jing? Zaichu's cold eyes flashed. Yes, but at that time, it was too late to consider, and I could only rely on instinct. Chu Jie's voice was not angry, and Zaichu's face was extremely gloomy. But at this moment, the sword light in the distance actually merged with the ancient sword that had been suspended above the cemetery not long ago, and roared away with a monstrous sword energy. The vast land was swept by sword energy, and the roaring sound rolled, and the dust was flying. I saw that one ancient tomb after another exploded, and in each ancient tomb, there was a breath from ancient times. Zaichu, Xiaosheng shouted, His face was extremely ugly, and everyone turned their eyes, and then saw peerless figures appearing on those exploded ancient tombs. They stood there and looked up at the sky, their eyes were all confused, and then there was a monstrous anger sweeping the world, and roars came one after another. It's over. Everyone's face turned pale, and they could only feel their hearts beating. Only one tomb immortal was incredibly powerful. Now, ancient tombs have exploded one after another, and many tomb immortals have appeared. How can they compete? Escape. Everyone had an idea. Now they had no choice but to escape. Escape separately, otherwise they will be caught in one fell swoop. Xiaosheng shouted, and saw figures in the distance walking over. The strong men of various factions instantly dispersed and fled in different directions. Qin Wentian, Si Cao, Chu Jet, Wu Teng, Fan Miao and others ran towards the direction of the passage together. Not only them, but many people were fleeing in that direction from different directions, preparing to go out. A terrifying gust of wind whistled in the void, and a residual shadow swept across the sky. In the blink of an eye, at the exit, there was a figure in a green robe standing with his hands behind his back. The power wrapped around him was like the breath of ancient times. I can't get out. Si Cao made a prompt decision and fled to the side alone. The strength of these immortals in the tomb was so strong that even if everyone attacked together, they might not be able to move. Since the exit was blocked, it was doomed to be a dead end. There are many immortals in the tomb. The survival rate is higher if we escape separately. Chu Jie whispered, and Qin Wentian nodded slightly. Take care, everyone. Take care. Wu Teng nodded, and then they all scattered and fled in different directions. The demon god transformation bloomed, and Qin Wentian's body turned into golden winged rock. His body drew a gorgeous arc and whistled away in the distance, like a golden stream of light. Huh? At this moment, a figure below looked up and looked at Qin Wentian. A touch of demonic spirit flashed in his eyes, and then wings grew on his back, spread his wings and chased Qin Wentian like lightning. Qin Wentian was already extremely fast, but this person was even faster. The two of them crossed the sky one after the other. In the blink of an eye, they didn't know how far they had traveled. Qin Wentian soon found that he was being stared at. His expression was a little ugly. He continued to gallop over the vast land for a while. His body stopped and fell towards the sky below, turning into human form again. Turning his body, he looked at the figure chasing him. It was a gray-robed man with a demonic complexion. This person was suspended in the air, looking at Qin Wentian blankly. Senior. Qin Wentian opened his mouth, but saw the other party's wings flashing, and a gray afterimage rushed over. Qin Wentian's blood was boiling, and he raised his hand and raged. The palm of his hand was shining, and the star-picking palm print was indestructible. However, the other party casually raised his hand, with a brilliant light in his palm, like a fairy bird rushing out in anger. The attack fell, and with a loud bang, Qin Wentian's palm print was shattered. His body was directly hit and flew away. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his breath was floating. Just as he was about to stand up, he heard the sound of the wind. A gray-robed figure had appeared in front of him, looking down at him. Who are you, and who am I? This person spoke. His voice was almost demonic, and his expression was like lightning, giving people a sense of terror. Junior Qin Wentian, I don't know who the senior is. Qin Wentian responded. The strength of this person was so strong that it was frightening. Then why are you here? Why is my cultivation sealed? The long gown on the gray-robed man fluttered, his eyes were blank, and his sharp and demonic eyes seemed to be able to see through Qin Wentian. I only know that this place seems to be a place where immortals are buried, in a fairy palace. Qin Wentian responded. Zangson, Zangson. The gray-robed man murmured, feeling a splitting headache. He looked up at the sky. Zangson, why do you look so familiar? Who is Zangson? Why did you seal me in the tomb? His voice gradually became high-pitched, and the wind was raging. The demonic aura was extremely fierce. He saw his wings flashing, and he roared into the sky. He left like lightning, and his body burst into a monstrous and violent aura. Being sealed in the tomb and buried for who knows how many years, it is no wonder that these people are full of resentment and murderous intent after they came out. Qin Wentian was sweating all over, and he sighed in his heart. Compared with these immortals in the tomb, the so-called Xiangang invincible people in the outside world are not worth mentioning at all. After taking a pill, Qin Wentian continued to move forward to this barren land. Ancient tombs stood on the land. Qin Wentian saw a sword tomb, and then walked to the sword tomb, feeling the might of the sword floating above the tomb, and closed his eyes to practice. After a long time, he stood up again and continued to walk. Occasionally, when he encountered an ancient tomb, he would sit in front of the tomb to feel the atmosphere of the tomb. Time passed slowly. He had been here for more than a month. This barren land was vast and endless. It seemed that there was no end. The voice he had heard before was not alarmist. Burying immortals, burying immortals, burying millions of immortals and demons here. Is the powerful person who buried immortals really training his chosen successor? What kind of talent is enough to become the successor of this fairy palace? Where did the strange and domineering voice that came from the void that day come from, and who is the owner of the voice? At this moment, Qin Wentian felt someone staring at him, and he said coldly, "Come out." As soon as the voice fell, a figure appeared behind an ancient tomb in the distance, looking at Qin Wentian, who was sitting cross-legged in front of an ancient tomb. This person was short and strong, and he was actually the leader of the Purple Thunder sect, Tu Leng. Tu Leng stared at Qin Wentian, his eyes flashing with coldness. His footsteps slowly walked towards Qin Wentian, but Qin Wentian felt a sense of danger. "Brother Wentian, why are you here too?" Tu Leng smiled with narrowed eyes, as if he was very familiar with Qin Wentian. "What's the matter?" Qin Wentian asked indifferently. "I heard that you have a lot of tricks, and you have also obtained some super magical powers in the immortal martial realm. This immortal palace is full of dangers. Brother Wentian may fall at any time. Why don't you teach me?" Tu Leng smiled coldly and walked towards Qin Wentian step by step. Qin Wentian had stood up at this time and said lightly, "Really? Then how about I teach you now?" As he spoke, Qin Wentian's blood was surging, his expression was like a demon, and the starlight on his body was flowing, dazzling and boundless. "Okay, I'll take it." Tu Leng's figure flashed, and blood-colored lightning was wrapped around his body, full of terrible dangers and amazing destructive power. Bang! Tu Leng's palm slapped out, and blood-colored lightning streaked across the sky and directly struck Qin Wentian's body. In an instant, Qin Wentian only felt a bloody disaster coming. Every ray of thunder power that fell on his body made Qin Wentian feel that his blood was paralyzed, and his whole body felt like he couldn't move. Buzz! Qin Wentian suddenly turned around, his wings flashed, and he turned into a flash of lightning and left. "Haha, Brother Qin, why are you in such a hurry to leave?" Tu Leng stepped forward, and every step he took made Qin Wentian feel trembling all over, and an overwhelming pressure suppressed him. Tu Leng, he understood the true meaning of the four martial arts. You can't jump away. Tu Leng's speed was also extremely fast. When he stepped on the ground, Qin Wentian only felt a blood-colored thunder power rushing into his body, paralyzing and imprisoning his blood. At this moment, Qin Wentian's body was filled with a monstrous sword energy, as if hidden in the invisible void, which made Tu Leng frown slightly. Then he saw Qin Wentian suddenly turn around and rush towards his body like a flash of lightning. He also stepped on the void. Every step he took had the peerless sword power roaring in the world and killing in Tu Leng's heart. Tu Leng's expression changed slightly, trampling on the void, and the terrifying true meaning of the earth burst out, trying to crush Qin Wentian. The two walked towards each other step by step. The true meaning of the sword, you actually comprehended three true meanings. Tu Leng stared at Qin Wentian, and the blood-colored thunder power on his body covered the sky and the sun, shining between heaven and earth. "Kill!" Tu Leng shouted angrily, and the blood-colored thunder penetrated down. Qin Wentian also shouted in a low voice, and the sword hummed, and the sword light swept across, cutting on Tu Leng's condensed armor. The two bodies continued to rush towards each other and collided with each other in an instant. The sword seal divine essence condensed in the palm seal, and Qin Wentian's body became huge, and his clothes were torn, but his whole body was wrapped in the light of armor, and many figures appeared, and his sword slashed down. Tu Leng's body seemed to swell up under the thunder, and the whole person was bathed in blood-colored lightning. The violent attack made Qin Wentian's blood in his body collapse, and his whole body felt extremely paralyzed. The attack is so strong. Qin Wentian felt that the blood in his body seemed to burst, but the demon blood roared more and more fiercely, and there was a faint shadow of a demon king, and his breath became more and more violent. Boom, boom, boom. The two people fought each other in close combat, and Qin Wentian's divine essence in his body boiled and exploded completely, as if he had given everything and fought with his back to the wall. The breath of the two people was floating, and Qin Wentian's mouth was bleeding, but the terrifying sound of splashing continued, and a frenzied and surging demon power swept the world. "You will die or not," Tu Leng said coldly. The endless blood-colored thunder seemed to shatter everything in Qin Wentian's body. Qin Wentian took a deep breath, and blood continued to flow out. However, his eyes revealed a demonic look. He said to Tu Leng, "Thank you for this battle." As soon as the voice fell, a more violent demonic aura swept out, shaking the earth. A blood-colored brilliance flooded the world. Tu Leng's face was ugly, his body exploded, and he turned around and retreated. Qin Wentian comprehended the four martial arts' true meanings of the demon martial arts, and his aura was also rising. "Where are you going, sir?" A ghost-like voice came out. Tu Leng turned around and saw a figure he had never seen before. He was so scared that his liver and gallbladder broke. Is this the immortal in the tomb? Among them, as long as Tu Leng has never seen someone, he will naturally think that he is the immortal in the tomb, but this person is not. Chapter 638 Key. Tu Leng turned around and headed towards Qin Wentian again. Compared to Qin Wentian, the immortal in the tomb was too dangerous, and he could not compete with him at all. "Let's join forces, otherwise we will all die," Tu Leng said to Qin Wentian. At this time, the demonic energy on Qin Wentian's body swept out, as if a peerless demon king was reviving. His eyes were like a demon, staring at Tu Leng. His expression was extremely calm, and he said lightly, "Really, you will die, but I won't. You are crazy." Tu Leng cursed, and the figure behind him was approaching, scaring Tu Leng so much that he felt cold all over. "He is not crazy, look at who I am clearly." A voice came from behind. Tu Leng leaned sideways, sandwiched in the middle, and glanced at the person who came. "Who are you?" "I am him, and he is also me." The person who came said quietly. "Crazy, you are all crazy." The blood-red thunder roared on Tu Leng's body, and his body rushed towards Qin Wentian. The blood-red lightning opened the way, and the void turned into blood-red space. With a loud bang, Qin Wentian's body in front seemed to be blown up, and the blood-red lightning pierced his body. It seemed that Qin Wentian's body had a hole, but Qin Wentian's eyes were still staring at him. "No." Tu Leng suddenly felt cold all over. It was said that Qin Wentian was good at the true meaning of dreams. This was the true meaning of sleep, which could make people fall into deep sleep without knowing it. Bangka! The terrible thunder struck him directly. Tu Leng felt pain all over his body, and his dream was shattered. His original body was covered in cold sweat. It was indeed a dream. The Qin Wentian in front of him was fine, without any injuries at all, not to mention a hole in his body. "I want you to die." Tu Leng rushed towards Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian stood there, just smiling at Tu Leng, allowing Tu Leng's attack to hide him again. Under Tu Leng's shocked gaze, Qin Wentian's body was once again broken into a big hole. Looking at the eyes smiling at him, Tu Leng felt like he was falling into hell. Puff! A light sound came out, and Tu Leng's dream was completely awakened. His original body had not moved. At this moment, he lowered his head and looked at the sharp sword that pierced his heart. The sharp sword was raging in his body, crushing everything. He looked at Qin Wentian in front of him with a confused look. He also wanted to look at the person behind him, but he couldn't turn around. Double dream, how could the true meaning of your dream be so strong? Tu Leng looked at Qin Wentian. He also knew a little about the true meaning of sleep. This true meaning was extremely wonderful, but it also had shortcomings. Otherwise, once someone fell into a dream, wouldn't it be easy to kill the other person? The disadvantage of the true meaning of sleep is that in order to make the other party fall into a dream, one needs to concentrate his will and spirit, and bring people into one's dream, which consumes a lot of spirit. At this time, if the person using the true meaning of sleep takes the initiative to attack, the dream will become unstable and it is easy to have flaws. Unless it is against a very weak person, the dreamer will not take the initiative to attack, but will continue to torture the opponent in the dream with his spirit. Tu Leng just felt that he had come out of the dream. Why is it still a dream? The first time you escaped was not my dream. When you turned around and looked at him, you were already in his dream. The second time was my dream. I didn't move, but he could kill you. Qin Wentian said calmly. At this moment, Tu Leng felt even colder all over. He didn't swallow a breath and murmured, "That is your incarnation." Qin Wentian didn't speak, nor did he deny it. Regret and despair flashed in Tu Leng's eyes, and then a ferocious smile flashed in his eyes. "An opponent like you is really terrible, but you will die. He will definitely not let you go." Puff! Jiutian's sword stirred frantically. Tu Leng's laughter stopped, and his eyes became scattered. The person behind him was none other than Emperor Yan, the incarnation forged by the great Nirvana immortal technique. The original body and the incarnation were almost identical, almost demonic. Qin Wentian had already made arrangements for the incarnation outside his body. The great Nirvana immortal technique forged such a body, which was very different from that of an ordinary person. He would usually let Emperor Yuan practice and comprehend with peace of mind, while the original body ventured out. This way, his cultivation would increase faster, and if the original body died outside, he would at least still be alive. Emperor Yuan would be his shadow, a shadow that rarely appeared in Qin Wentian's life. He would only appear at critical moments, just like this immortal burial ground. Emperor Yuan would not affect his life. Qin Wentian would not let the clone forged by the great Nirvana immortal technique interfere with him. Emperor Yuan would only be his sharp weapon, a sharp weapon hidden in the dark, and Emperor Yuan's future practice would go in a different direction from Qin Wentian, so that he could play his greatest role, allowing Emperor Yuan and the original body to grow together, and Emperor Yuan would become his great killing weapon. After taking the things from Tu Lang, Yuan left without staying with Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian also left. Soon, they both found a place to practice and took out a meteorite to practice. The star energy in the body roared wildly, cleansing the body, washing the wheel meridians and acupoints, and tempering the martial life Yang. A violent roar came from the body. In just one day, Qin Wentian and Yuan broke through their cultivation and entered the 8th level of Yang. Before, they used the formation to fight against the immortals in the tomb. The sword of the swordsman made Qin Wentian deeply aware of it. Then he traveled to the place where the immortals were buried and realized the true meaning of the sword. At the same time, the true meaning of the demon martial arts was about to break through. Just at this time, Tu Lang appeared. There was a violent battle, and the blood was boiling. Qin Wentian fought fiercely despite being injured. The power of the demon is like this, violent, fearless, bloodthirsty and killing. In the final battle, Qin Wentian's true meaning of the demon martial arts was brewing. The powerful and violent demon's martial arts true meaning made his blood seem to be changing, washing his body frantically, and a chain reaction occurred. His cultivation realm actually showed signs of breaking through. This was also the reason why Tu Lang wanted to leave and did not intend to continue fighting. He felt that Qin Wentian was on the verge of a breakthrough. He knew that his battle was used by Qin Wentian to help Qin Wentian. Therefore, Qin Wentian now has entered the 8th level of Yang and comprehended the 4 martial arts' true meanings: power, sleep, demon, and sword. His fighting power is far more than 1 level stronger. If he appeared on the Holy War stage that day, he could easily kill Liu Landishi and the like. The opponent had no power to compete. Even a strong man like Tu Lang, he had the confidence to crush him. Next, Qin Wentian really needed to pursue the level of Yang invincibility, the real Yang invincibility. After seeing the fighting power of the tomb immortal, Qin Wentian understood that even now, he was still far away from the absolute Yang invincibility. The strength of the tomb immortal was so terrible that Tu Lang could not bear a blow. After breaking through the realm, Qin Wentian and Yuan did not wander around, but stabilized their cultivation and became familiar with the power of the true meaning of martial arts, so that they could use it more freely in battle. More than 10 days later, Qin Wentian and Yuan continued to explore the depths of this land of immortal burials. There were tens of millions of ancient tombs on the barren land, as if they were countless. Qin Wentian was numb now. He dared not imagine how many immortals and demons were buried in this barren land, but he was sure that this immortal palace should not have been in the Huangji Holy Land before. Where did so many immortals come from in the Huangji Holy Land? Walking forward in the barren land, Qin Wentian sat down to practice when he had insights. On this day, Qin Wentian finally saw the end of this barren land. What appeared in front of Qin Wentian was a light curtain connecting the sky and the earth, as if rays of light were falling from the sky, separating the void. Between the flowing light curtains, there seemed to be doors of nothingness. Qin Wentian's expression froze. There was a whistling sound in the distance. A moment later, Yuan appeared with a key in his hand. This key was transformed directly into a body of nothingness, floating forward, and then pierced into a door of nothingness. In an instant, a gap appeared there. Qin Wentian and Yuan's bodies trembled. The door of nothingness opened. The key left by Emperor Shao was indeed useful. Then what secrets were hidden on the other side of the door of nothingness? Strong and terrifying auras permeated from the other side of the door of nothingness, as if from ancient times. Qin Wentian's eyes flashed with struggle, and then he looked at Yuan, and a tenacious light flashed in his eyes. Since we have come here, it would be a pity if we don't enter it. Qin Wentian sighed in his heart. As soon as he finished speaking, He turned around and left. He left this side without hesitation. However, after he left, Jiutian's figure flashed forward and stepped into the door of nothingness. The light rolled, the gate of nothingness closed, and the two spaces were separated again. At this time, Jiutian stood at the other end of the gate of nothingness, and the gate of nothingness behind him closed. He knew that he seemed to have no way out and was blocked. Jiutian was thinking that Emperor Xiao had never used this key in the past. He didn't know how Emperor Xiao got this key. Maybe it was strength, or maybe it was luck. Finally, someone else is here. A hoarse voice resounded through the world. Emperor Tian's expression was calm and without any waves. Since he had already stepped into this side, he could keep his mind steady no matter what he encountered. The people who can come here can kill those guys buried in the cemetery alone. They should have some strength, right? Haha, I wonder if we can get the inheritance of that old thief, so that we have a chance to be free. One voice after another kept ringing, as if it was too lonely. It had been too long since we saw new people coming to this space. The silent world suddenly became active. Only by killing the immortal in the tomb alone can you be qualified to step into it. Emperor Tian's heart trembled slightly. How powerful is the immortal in the tomb? Being able to kill it alone means that you are truly invincible in the Xiangang, and only then can you be qualified to come here. Old thief? Inheritance. These people should hate the owner of the immortal palace. Since they dare to call the owner of the immortal palace an old thief, then he is likely to fall. Emperor Tian quickly deduced a lot of useful information. As he walked forward, the voices kept falling into his ears. Only at the 8th level of Xiangang, how could it be possible? Someone questioned. Don't dream, I have been here for 80,000 years. Although very few people can come here, there are at least hundreds of people, all of whom are peerless and beautiful. But what is the result? Did they all die alive? How could they inherit the legacy? I curse that old thief to never get a successor. The conditions are so harsh. Haha, be gentle, don't kill this little guy too early, otherwise it will be too boring. Someone chuckled, as if treating Jiutian as a toy. Is this approaching the devil's cave? Jiutian was depressed 80,000 years, someone actually stayed here for 80,000 years, it must be horrible, even if the mind is twisted, it is very normal. Chapter 639, Immortal Training. Jiutian walked forward step by step. The mountains and waters on this side of the gate of nothingness were green and beautiful. Compared with the desolate world on the other side, this place was more like a normal world. Although the voices rang directly in Jiutian's ears, they came from far away. Jiutian walked for a long time and finally saw a figure. Not far ahead was a red-haired old man. His hair and beard were extremely messy. His eyes were big and stared at Jiutian. There was a terrible majesty in his eyes. Jiutian looked at those eyes and seemed to see a world of fire, wrapping him in it, making Jiutian feel extremely hot all over. Not good. Jiutian struggled out, his eyes regained clarity, and he looked at the red-haired old man with shock in his heart. The old man also stared at him, but did not move. Jiutian found that the old man's body was tied to an extremely huge ancient tree. The ancient tree seemed to flow with a wonderful pattern power, which penetrated into the old man's body and tied him there, making him unable to move. Senior, do you need help from me? Jiutian asked. The red-haired old man was stunned, looked at Jiutian in surprise, and then grinned. Interesting little guy, help? You try. Jiutian stepped forward, the sword energy was overwhelming, and suddenly chopped at the ancient tree that tied the old man. The extremely sharp sword chopped on the vines and passed through them directly, without even a trace. It's so strong, no wonder the senior was tied here. Tied, do you think this is a tree? The red-haired old man glared at Jiutian, ignorance. Oh. Jiutian was a little embarrassed. Go ahead and have a look. The red-haired old man scolded. Jiutian nodded and continued to walk forward. He saw a person being suppressed under a mountain not far away. The mountain was full of spiritual energy. The long hair of the suppressed figure had covered his face. He looked up and grinned at Jiutian, saying, I haven't seen outsiders for a long time. It's so lonely. Boy, be careful. The people here are crazy. They will kill you. A voice resounded directly in Jiutian's mind, making Jiutian stunned. Then he turned around and looked at the red-haired old man with gratitude. Jiutian continued to walk forward. He saw a lake. There was a long-haired woman in the lake. She was extremely beautiful. Her deep eyes were like a sea. She looked at Jiutian with a cold look. She was walking in the lake, and the lake was rippling. The woman seemed unable to walk out of the lake. This temperament is too perfect. Emperor Yan looked at the woman in the lake. Although this woman's face was not as good as King Er and Mo Qingcheng, her temperament was more outstanding, just like a real fairy. However, her eyes were so dim and dull, like a living dead person, which made Emperor Yan's heart tremble, and he felt stiff and cold all over. He was originally a fairy, but he fell here and was trapped for 80,000 years. Who can understand this pain? He set foot on the martial arts at the age of 16 and pursued the martial arts path. How difficult it was along the way. The road ahead was long and endless. If one day he became a fairy, how desperate would he be if he fell into such a situation? Thinking of this, Emperor Yan's heart was deeply touched. He looked deeply at the fairy in front of him and saw that she ignored him and her eyes were still empty. Turning back, Jiutian returned to the original path and came to the red-haired old man. He asked, "Senior, are your cultivation and bodies sealed?" The red-haired old man glanced at Jiutian, and a hot breath rushed out of his face. "Yes, it is sealed." "How can it be broken?" Jiutian asked. "Break the seal." Suddenly, there was a loud laugh. It was the man who was pressed under the mountain. He laughed wildly and said, "You don't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. If you want to break the seal, you must defeat all of us first, right? Blast all the way to the end, and you will be able to cultivate to the old thief's ability. At that time, you can talk about breaking the seal. Senior, is it really possible?" Jiutian looked at the red-haired old man and said. The red-haired old man saw the sincerity flashing in Jiutian's eyes and asked, "Do you really want to break the seal for us?" "Yes." Jiutian nodded calmly. "It's a pity that I am too weak." "Why?" The red-haired old man asked. "You can come here. As long as you get the inheritance, you can even control us and become your super weapon. In this case, do you still want to break the seal?" Jiutian was quite tempted, but he still smiled and shook his head. "The path of cultivation is so difficult. I have worked hard to learn martial arts, hoping that one day I can become an immortal, free and easy, happy to repay kindness and revenge, and not be bound by others. But you seniors are already immortals and should be free in the world, but you are bound by an ancient tree." That senior was pressed by the mountain and couldn't raise his head. The fairy in the lake was as graceful as a fairy, but her eyes were empty and lifeless. "I have always been clear about gratitude and grudges, and I have no grudges with you seniors. Even if I get the inheritance, how can I be trapped here as an immortal? This is not the path I pursue." Jiutian's eyes were gleaming, and he stood with his hands behind his back. He had been seeking martial arts since he was 16 years old. He had encountered so many cold stares and suffered so much contempt. The path he pursued was to take revenge and live a carefree life in the mortal world. "My life is in my own hands. The heaven and earth cannot restrict my freedom, and the immortals and demons cannot crush my spine." The red-haired old man looked into Jiutian's eyes. It was a pursuit, an obsession, without any hypocrisy. The red-haired old man couldn't help but laugh wildly. At this moment, the void shook, and he laughed wildly. "Hundreds of people have entered here before, all of them are cruel and ruthless, wanting to trample on our corpses to achieve self-realization. They are obsessed with obtaining inheritance. You are the first one who has entered the path of inheritance, but dares to slander the old thief's deeds. If you get the old thief's inheritance, how interesting it would be." At this moment, the whole space was silent. After a while, someone shouted in the distance, "How do you know that this person is not very scheming? It's not like we haven't met such people before." "Then even if I am blind, it has been 80,000 years. If he can deceive my eyes, I have nothing to say. What's the use of trying my best to help him? What's more, even if we intend to help him, it depends on his own ability. If he is really unteachable, then I will kill him with my own hands." The red-haired old man said loudly, and then he looked at Jiutian and said, "Remember, everyone here is sealed. Within the range of the seal, they can only emit the peak power of Xiangang. If you can start with me and sweep them one by one, you will have a chance to get the inheritance of the old thief. We don't have sealed spiritual wisdom and memory, and we are much stronger than the guys buried outside. You can make a move. Except for not killing you, we will not be polite to you." The red-haired old man said to Jiutian. "The junior should do his best." Jiutian nodded. He looked at the red-haired old man. The true meaning of martial arts permeated, his eyes stared at each other, and the true meaning of sleep emerged. The fiery red world was like a sea of fire. This was in a dream. In this dream, Jiutian found himself buried in a sea of fire. He looked at the red-haired old man who was walking towards him step by step, with a look of defeat. The true meaning of sleep? I can do that too. A fiery red chain appeared from the sea of fire and bound Jiutian. Then the red-haired old man took out a red-branded fire halberd and stabbed it into Jiutian's body. Ah! A scream came out of Jiutian's mouth. His face was pale and painful. He was brought into purgatory by the other party's true meaning of sleep, and he couldn't get out. After a long time, the red-haired old man lifted the true meaning of sleep. Jiutian was weak all over, sweat soaked his whole body, and he was weaker than after a day and night of fighting. If someone wanted to kill him at this time, it would be easy. You go to the front. Your use of the true meaning is still too weak. The red-haired old man said to Jiutian, making Jiutian nod. His current strength is considered top-notch in the Xiangang realm in the outside world, but he is too fragile in front of the red-haired old man. After a short rest and steadying his mind, Jiutian came to the lake, looked at the Lingbo fairy, and bowed, saying, "Please teach me, fairy." Hulala. The lake roared and instantly rolled towards Jiutian. A bone-chilling breath eroded Jiutian's body. Jiutian's body flew into the air, but he saw the lake water rolling over and wrapping around his body like a dragon. Boom! Jiutian's true meaning of power burst out, and he stepped into the air, causing huge waves to surge. However, at this moment, the dragon of water seemed to solidify and become extremely heavy. This was not only a martial arts true meaning, but also a fusion of martial arts true meaning. Jiutian's whole body burst into a monstrous breath, and he kept flying into the air, but he saw that the entire lake was connected together, wrapping around his body, and then throwing him to the shore. The fairy figure was still walking in the lake, as if nothing had happened. Jiutian continued to move forward and found a strong man sitting on a stone platform. The other party held a spear, and the spear was full of thunder and lightning. Just one shot, the terrifying thunder power instantly paralyzed Jiutian's whole body. Then the thunder spear turned into lightning and swept over Jiutian's head. It was real lightning, which passed by in an instant, and the power of the true meaning of thunder was all condensed together. If he wanted to kill Jiutian, one strike would be enough. Too strong, Jiutian really felt the gap, but he did not feel lost at all. How terrible is the control of an immortal over the true meaning of martial arts. This is probably just their casual attack. If they attack with a fusion of true meaning, it will be even more terrible. Jiutian began to be abused, but these people did show mercy and did not kill him, otherwise he would have died many times. There were immortals fighting with him personally, and they kept changing people. Jiutian's strength progressed at an astonishing speed. He was madly absorbing experience and constantly comprehending every day. After a month, his own use of the true meaning of martial arts was also much more terrible. As for the other space, Qin Wentian was also practicing with his eyes closed. When Emperor Yuan was fighting, he was feeling, and when Emperor Yuan was feeling, he was still feeling. In this way, his strength would improve faster. Moreover, Qin Wentian began to try to integrate the true meaning of martial arts, just like Jiutian Kaolu. Once it is integrated into new power and integrated into the magical power, it will burst out, and the power will be even more amazing. I am afraid it will grow exponentially. P.S. I will try my best to write today to make up for the update of the annual meeting. It is Monday. Please vote, brothers, give me some strength. Chapter 640 True Meaning Fusion. Qin Wentian had actually tried to merge the will of martial arts before he comprehended the true meaning of martial arts. The seal of nothingness and the void halberd technique combined the will of sleep and the will of force. However, this combination was superficial, and now that the will had transformed into the true meaning, a new fusion was needed. On the barren land, Qin Wentian held a fanged-on painted halberd and stabbed again and again. Each halberd was incredibly powerful, as if endless power was all condensed at one point, bursting out with amazing power. Having had the experience of combining wills, Qin Wentian kept trying to integrate the two true meanings of martial arts into a magical attack. True meaning. What is true meaning? True meaning is the embodiment of a certain power. Qin Wentian whispered. After trying many times, he closed his eyes and went to comprehend the battle on Jiutian's side. As Jiutian's strength increased, some strong men in that space began to attack Jiutian with a fusion of true meaning. The newly born power seemed to be brand new and did not belong to any single true meaning. Sometimes it was even difficult to see what kind of true meaning power was contained in the attack. On both sides, Jiutian Fuad and Qin Wentian comprehended. Day by day, Qin Wentian's perception and application of the true meaning became stronger and stronger. On this day, Qin Wentian still waved the Fangyan Huoji again and again on the earth. He would not feel any fatigue after thousands or tens of thousands of times. This was his obsession. To become stronger, he had to endure this kind of boredom. Although his comprehension was good and he had sudden enlightenment from time to time, he could not have it every time. Such people did not exist. No matter how talented a person was, if he did not have the spirit of perseverance in the process of cultivation, he would not be able to break through his own limitations again and again, and step into another level. Buzz! A terrible tearing sound came out. The Fangyan Huoji was like a dragon, able to tear everything apart. At this moment, when the Fangyan Huoji burst out to attack, a grain of light appeared at the tip. That grain of light was like the energy of the stars, like a brand new power. I feel it. Qin Wentian was delighted. It was this feeling. He thrust out the halberd again. A little bit of light appeared, making the tip of the Fangyan Huoji looming, but revealing a terrifying power, giving people an unreal feeling. Qin Wentian suppressed the throbbing in his heart and thrust out the Fangyan Huoji again and again. The starlight was bright. There was an illusory luster on the Fangyan Huoji, which could disappear in the void, looming, like the embodiment of a dream in reality. The fusion of true meaning made the power transform. It is this kind of power can be integrated with the star elemental power, and the true meaning is materialized. Qin Wentian's heart was shaken. His body was filled with wisps of strange star elemental power. These star elemental powers seemed to contain true meanings, making his whole body covered with a layer of unreal brilliance, but giving people a feeling of full power. Huh? Qin Wentian took a deep breath. He finally peeked into another door. Since this door was opened, everything after that would be a natural outcome. Just like after he comprehended the first martial arts truth, it was much easier to comprehend the next martial arts truth. A few days later, Qin Wentian was full of demonic spirit. He looked extremely demonic at first glance. His handsome eyes and eyebrows seemed to be dyed black, giving people a sharp feeling. The true meaning of demons and the true meaning of strength, both are good at attacking. If they are integrated, the power born will definitely increase the attack power. Qin Wentian thought in his heart, and his Fangyan Huoji continued to swing, as if he would never get tired and never stop. When a ray of extremely violent light particles appeared, Qin Wentian's eyes were full of flying demonic light. That power was filled with violent destructive power. Every particle of light seemed to contain a power that could destroy everything, as if it was endless. This kind of power will be very strong even if used for defense. Qin Wentian murmured, and then a ray of light rolled around his body, covering him with a layer of strange and dazzling brilliance. This power seemed to still carry the breath of a demon, but it was even more terrifying. People who have not comprehended the true meaning of attacking martial arts can't even break my defense. Qin Wentian murmured to himself. This bit of progress made him excited. At his level, every improvement was not easy, and it was even more difficult to step into several levels at a time. The fusion of the true meaning was undoubtedly constantly increasing his strength. Qin Wentian was making progress, which meant that Jiutian was also making progress. This progress made those strong men who thought that Jiutian had no hope gradually feel a glimmer of hope. Jiutian's progress was too fast, so fast that it frightened them. After living for such a long time, several years and decades were just a blink of an eye. In a few months, Jiutian's strength continued to grow. If he continued to grow at this speed, I wonder if there is any hope to step into a level that no one has ever stepped into. The master of the Immortal Palace was looking for a successor, trying to find an immortal who could defeat the suppressed realm in the Xiangang realm. This seemed absurd to them. The immortals' use of power and the fusion of power were so powerful and terrifying. Even if their cultivation was suppressed, they could easily kill those who claimed to be at the peak of the Xiangang realm. They really thought that no one could do it. Jiutian made rapid progress, but for them, it was just a ray of hope. Moreover, this might just be one of the tests. However, the old thief was such a person that it was understandable that he was so harsh in selecting his successor. It had been half a year since Qin Wentian entered the Immortal Palace. On the barren land, there was no trace of the passage of time. Although Jiutian's strength had improved rapidly, he still had a long way to go and didn't know where the end was. Qin Wentian was ready to go out. His understanding had reached a bottleneck stage. King Chang and Kinger in the outside world might still be worried about him. It was enough to leave Jiutian in the Immortal Palace. The tombs of immortals still stood on the barren land. There were many treasures and ancient books of immortals, which made people want to seize them. But Qin Wentian did not touch them. If Jiutian could complete his test, everything here would be his. As for now, although Qin Wentian was more confident in his strength, he did not think he could kill the immortals in the tomb alone. The wind blew, and the white robe was stained with dust. Qin Wentian's figure flashed across the barren land and returned to the original path. Those immortals in the tomb who were awakened did not know what happened to them now. I remember that last time an immortal in the tomb blocked the retreat of the crowd. I wonder if he is still there now. Fan Miaoyu. At this moment, Qin Wentian saw a female figure appear not far away. She was quite embarrassed and seemed to be running away. It was Fan Miaoyu. Qin Wentian looked at the back of Fan Miaoyu. The sand was rolling. Another female figure rushed towards Fan Miaoyu. Behind this woman, there was a figure standing with his hands behind his back, walking leisurely. His eyes were empty and blank. It was a tomb fairy. Fan Miaoyu also saw Qin Wentian. Seeing Qin Wentian coming towards her, she couldn't help but shout, "She framed me. Don't come near me. Go in another direction." Qin Wentian's expression turned cold. He looked at the woman behind him. It was the woman from the great Shang dynasty of the Imperial Holy Sect who had ridiculed him. It was obvious that this woman was targeted by the tomb fairy, but she deliberately led him to Fan Miaoyu. However, the tomb fairy didn't seem to have the intention of killing her. She just walked casually. If she really used all her strength, she would have killed her long ago. Chu Jet. Fan Miaoyu was another person. There was also a figure rushing in front of her. It was Chu Jet. It's okay, he shouldn't have any killing intent. Qin Wentian's body had already landed in front of Fan Miaoyu. Looking at the woman running towards him, a cold light flashed in his eyes. The immortal in the tomb behind her was holding a flute, and was very chic when he walked. He was surprisingly handsome. He might have been a romantic immortal back then. "Let's go," Qin Wentian whispered. Fan Miaoyu nodded. The three of them turned around and stepped forward, but saw the woman behind them following them. Qin Wentian suddenly turned around, and a sharp light flashed in his eyes, stinging the other person's eyes. "Follow me one more step, and I'll kill you." As soon as the words fell, the murderous intent was sharp. The woman's footsteps paused, and there was a hint of fear in her eyes when she looked at Qin Wentian. "You are so presumptuous." The woman's expression was cold. Qin Wentian stared at her, no longer as low-key as when he was in the Imperial Holy Sect. His eyes were very cold, like a sharp sword out of its sheath, with a murderous light. However, at this moment, the body of the tomb immortal holding the flute turned into a residual image and floated towards Qin Wentian, as fast as thunder. He saw a flash of cold light burst out from the tip of his flute. Qin Wentian and Chu Jie took a step at the same time, and both drew their swords. Chu Jie's sword was like a flying fairy's sword, very cool, but also terrifying. Qin Wentian's sword was domineering and sharp, revealing an extremely terrifying explosive power. With a loud bang, it tore a crack in the ground. Qin Wentian actually blocked the tomb immortal's attack. "You go first," Qin Wentian said to Chu Jie and Fan Miaoyu. The two were stunned and looked at Qin Wentian in surprise. "You go," Chu Jie said to Fan Miaoyu. "No." Fan Miaoyu shook her head, which made Qin Wentian stunned. At this time, the wind was raging, and the immortal in the tomb was seen walking over, with a strong murderous aura on his body. Qin Wentian took a step forward, his blood was roaring, and the whole person became a monster. There was a sound of snapping, and his clothes seemed to be torn. He was wearing star armor, his body became huge, holding a huge blood-colored Fangdian Huoji, and the terrifying light flowed on the Fangdian Huoji, containing a terrifying power. Water mist appeared, covering the immortal in the tomb, and a wisp of sound wave attack was sent out. The immortal in the tomb waved his palm, and the water mist seemed to be cut off directly. The figure holding the flute walked out, like a murderous light, rushing towards Qin Wentian. The divine essence in Qin Wentian's body rushed out crazily, and a wisp of wonderful power lingered on the Fangdian Huoji in his hand. He stepped out, and the Fangdian Huoji in his hand stabbed out, looming. When the Fangdian Huoji appeared again, it was directly in front of the tomb fairy. The violent attack power exploded and collided with the opponent's attack. The earth was torn apart crazily. Chu Jie and Fan Miaoyu also rushed at the same time. Chu Jie's body turned into a phantom, and a sword light was like a flying fairy sword in the void, slashing out. The flute in the hands of the tomb fairy trembled, and a strong light burst out. His body crossed the earth and exploded back, instantly widening the distance between him and Qin Wentian and the others. Fusion true meaning. Qin Wentian glanced at Chu Jie and smiled. As expected of a genius from the Zhanjian sect, Chu Jie's strength was still amazing. Qin Wentian didn't know that Chu Jie's heart was trembling at this moment. In half a year, Qin Wentian had become so terrible. As for the woman from the great Shang dynasty next to her, she had already been stunned. The three of them joined forces to actually repel the immortal in the tomb. Moreover, Qin Wentian's attack was a head-on attack. P.S. It seems that there will be no problem with the third update today, but Wuhan's typing speed is slow, so it may be a little late. By the way, I ask for a few votes. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 641, Confusion of Right and Wrong. The immortal in the tomb holding the flute was repelled. His hand was tilted, and the hurricane roared. The killing intent on his body became more and more terrifying. He raised his head, and his eyes were full of unparalleled majesty, staring at Qin Wentian's figure. Buzz! The afterimage appeared, and it was unclear how fast his figure was. Qin Wentian even closed his eyes. The sword intent suddenly filled the sky and earth. He took a big step forward, and the sword mark appeared in the void. Kill! As his palm waved, the ubiquitous sword power made a terrible sharp whistle, and the rumbling sound continued, as if the sword energy was constantly blocked. However, the hurricane became more and more terrifying, even wrapping Qin Wentian's body in it. There was a terrifying purple light in the hurricane, like a doomsday storm, strangling Qin Wentian in the middle. Chu Jie, Fan Miao and the other three outside trembled slightly when they saw this scene. The immortal in the tomb danced with the storm, and it was impossible to see where he was, as if he was part of the storm. What should I do? Fan Miao's face was as pale as paper, and she looked at Chu Jie for help. At this moment, she felt helpless. For a person as charming and outstanding as Qin Wentian, she really didn't want him to die here, but when the immortal in the tomb really exerted his strength, he was simply invincible to them. Qin Wentian exuded a terrible and strange luster, standing on the earth like a peerless demon king. The Wuming Xiangang sword emerged with amazing sword power. On the Xiangang sword, there were wisps of light spots that could cut off everything. A rumbling sound came out, and the sword broke through the air and slashed towards the storm. The terrible sharp whistle pierced people's eardrums. The storm had many cracks, but because of the rapid rotation, the cracks disappeared and healed in an instant. So strong. The fusion of the true meaning and its application in the magical power can be so powerful. Qin Wentian's heart trembled. His 4-yuan-fu roared crazily. The divine essence rushed into his palm. The talisman light was bright. The power of the true meaning flowed in his palm. With a roar, like the roar of the Demon King, Qin Wentian rushed out and transformed into a series of demon godlike figures. He picked stars with his palm and suppressed immortals and demons. At this moment, a gap appeared in the storm. Qin Wentian's body turned into a rock, flashed out in an instant, and then ran away. Buzz! The storm rolled up and actually soared into the air, rolling up the wild sand, like a devastating storm chasing Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian's steps were very fast. A space scroll appeared in his palm, and then he suddenly swung it, wrapping his body. In an instant, he disappeared from the original place and appeared in the distance. The storm still chased after him, gradually moving away from Chu Jie and Fan Miao's sight. He has become so strong. Fan Miao's heart was in turmoil. She simply couldn't imagine how Qin Wentian had made another leap in the past 6 months. Compared with the one he had at the Holy War Arena, Qin Wentian was much stronger. Since he was able to suppress the prodigies of the era, it's no wonder that he became a legend. Chu Jie smiled unrestrainedly, then strolled out and left without looking at Qin Wentian. Since he had the space scroll, he should be able to escape the pursuit of the tomb immortal. Fan Miao glanced at the woman who led the tomb immortal to her, and said coldly, "Remember that you mocked him last time in the Imperial Holy Sect. It's really ironic." Fan Miao left after saying that. Although she hated the woman for leading the tomb immortal to her, Fan Miao had no ability to do anything to her. The woman's face turned livid, and she left. In addition to anger, there was also a hint of loneliness in her eyes. She was a proud daughter of the great Shang dynasty. Even after joining the Huangji holy sect, she was still very dazzling. She mastered the 3 martial arts and had super strong combat power. But in this fairy palace, she couldn't find the value of her existence. She was too weak. Even though everyone here was at the Xiangang realm, she could still feel her insignificance. It was undoubtedly a foolish dream to want to obtain the immortal law and seize the immortal weapon. Now, she should leave. This trip, except for the blow to her confidence, did not gain anything, but she knew that there was always someone better. When she reached the exit of the immortal palace, the woman saw several people waiting there. She walked forward and looked at the 2 people in front and shouted, "Senior brother Xiaosheng, senior brother Zaichu." Everyone looked at the woman, and Xiaosheng asked, "Did you gain anything?" "No." The woman shook her head. "The immortal in the tomb is too powerful and cannot be defeated at all. I'm afraid that our Huangji Sheng sect has lost a lot of geniuses this time, even junior brother Sun Jing." When Sun Jing was mentioned, Xiaosheng and Zaichu's expressions immediately became ugly. Zaichu said coldly, "If those 2 hadn't disobeyed orders, how could Sun Jing die?" "Senior brother, are you talking about Qin Wentian and Chujia?" The woman thought of Qin Wentian, with a trace of hatred in her eyes. This man had a deep feud with his great Shang dynasty lineage, but the Zhanjian sect would not let him die, unless Xiaosheng and Zaichu wanted to deal with him. Moreover, Qin Wentian's strength is improving so fast, he will become more and more terrifying in the future. Thinking of this, a flame of jealousy rose in her heart, and she said, "Not long ago, I met the 2 of them. They met a tomb immortal and actually led the tomb immortal to me, almost killing me. Since they did this to me, they must have done the same to other fellow disciples." Zaichu and Xiaosheng's expressions became more and more ugly. In Zaichu's eyes, there were a few murderous lights. He said to the woman, "Now there are several tomb immortals in this barren land. It is impossible for us to hunt down the 2 immortals together again. We can only come back next time. For the rest, we will go out and talk about it. Hu Taixu hasn't come back yet. Do you want to wait?" said a person from the leader's lineage. "No need. This fairy palace is strange. It's difficult to get in, but it's very easy to get out." Xiaosheng shook his head. Everyone didn't say anything else. They returned and left the fairy palace. They knew that after leaving, they might not have the chance to come in again, and it would be useless to come in. After these people left, the Ji-surnamed strongman who was waiting outside meditated and practiced outside. He knew that this time, there was still little gain from such a large-scale deployment, so he could only sigh and return. He didn't know how long he would have to wait to conquer this fairy palace. The information obtained by this group of people was roughly the same as that of the previous people. The strength of the immortal in the tomb was super strong and invincible in the same realm. However, this group of people seemed to know more things. This fairy palace was probably waiting for a strong man to inherit it. If my Huangji Shengzong can produce a peerless figure and inherit the master of the fairy palace, his future achievements will be unprecedented. The Ji-surnamed strongman thought in his heart and sighed secretly again, but he didn't know when such a person would be born. A few days later, the group returned to the Huangji Shengzong and practiced in seclusion. Although this trip did not gain much, many people's strength had improved a lot. Chujia also returned to the Zhanjian sect of the Huangji Shengzong. Later, Xiaosheng issued a summons, asking all those who entered the fairy palace this time to gather together and discuss something. Everyone went there happily. Sikao and Guojie walked together. On the way, Sikao reminded Guojie, "You didn't save Sun Jing that day. He might hate you. Be careful this time. The leader of the Huangji Shengzong is here." Everyone is gathered together. "Even if Zaiqiu and Xiaosheng hate me, they can't deal with me in public." Guojie smiled and shook his head, still looking very free and easy. Although he also knew that Sun Jing and Zaiqiu and Xiaosheng had a very good relationship, what he did at the time saved Fan Miaoyu. Who can say he was wrong? People's hearts are unpredictable. You are open and honest, but not everyone in the world is as pedantic as you. In short, if there is something wrong, retreat. Sikao and Guojie have always had different personalities. In Sikao's eyes, Guojie is too upright, like his sword. Okay. Guojie smiled and nodded. The two walked along and met Fan Miao on the way. Guojie couldn't help but greeted her with a smile. Fan Miao has always been grateful to Chujia. He saved her life in the Immortal Palace. He is upright and sunny, and has strong talents and strength. He is a leader of his generation. Brother, Has Qin Wentian not come back yet? Fan Miao asked with a smile. No, I don't know what opportunities he has in there, but we don't need to worry about him. Chu Jie said with a smile. Fan Miao nodded. Soon they came to the place where the leader of the Huangji holy sect was located. There was a square in front of them, and a banquet was set up. Zaichu was wearing a gorgeous robe and stood in the front. When he saw Chu Jie coming, a cold look flashed in his sharp eyes. Chu Jie frowned slightly, as if he felt the other party's unfriendly eyes, but it relaxed again in an instant. It was normal for Zaichu to hate him for Sun Jing's death. Chu Jie, do you know your crime? As soon as Chu Jie and the other two landed, Zaichu's cold voice came, which made Chu Ji's face flash and asked, Zaichu, what do you mean? Master Ji once said that everyone who entered the Immortal Palace must obey the orders of Xiaoxiang and me, but you violated the order. This is the first. In the Immortal Palace, fellow disciples and brothers are of the same blood, but you led the immortals in the tomb to your fellow disciples, bringing disaster to your fellow disciples. This is the second. Both crimes are unforgivable. Zaichu showed murderous intent, without pretending to be polite, and directly stated the reason, using the righteousness to suppress Chu Jie. Obviously, the second crime was enough to kill Chu Jie. Chu Jie, let's go. Sikao transmitted a voice to Chu Jie. The first one was urgent and there was no time to think, and the second one was even more nonsense. Chu Jie responded coldly. Really? Junior sister Shang can testify. Zaichu looked at the woman from the great Shang dynasty. You are despicable. Fan Miao scolded. It was clearly her who did the despicable thing. Fan Miao, although Chu Jie saved your life, if you confuse right and wrong for him, I will not be polite. Zaichu said coldly, with murderous intent. Why is what you said true, and I am confusing right and wrong? Fan Miao argued. Because, my surname is Zai. Zaichu released a sense of dominance. The surname Zai is the surname of the Holy Emperor of the Huangji Shengzhuang. P.S. 3 updates, to make up for the one on that day, it was delayed for a few days. There were too many things before the new year. Sorry, if you have recommendation tickets and monthly tickets, please vote. Chapter 642 What is the Unrivaled Overlord? Chu Jie died, convicted by Zaichu and killed on the spot with thunderbolts. The only person involved was the top Xiangang strongman of the leader lineage of the Huangji Holy Domain. Fan Miao looked at the scene in front of her in horror, and felt her blood coagulate and her whole body was cold. Chu Ji's sword was dripping with blood, which was the blood of a strong man of the leader lineage of the Huangji Holy Sect. He cut off a man's arm, but at this moment his heart was imprinted by Zaichu's palm, and his vitality withered instantly. Xiaoxiang's fist was behind him, shattering his internal organs, and a long spear pierced his forehead, and he died tragically. Fan Miao gasped for air. She had never dreamed that Zaichu and the others would dare to kill Chu Jie on the spot. After he shouted out his domineering words, they attacked Chu Jie together, besieging him with thunderous means, not allowing any changes to happen. Zaichu wanted to kill first and report later. Only in this way could he avenge Sun Jing. In fact, Sun Jing's death was not what Chu Jie wanted. At that time, he and Qin Wentian could only choose to save one person, and they both chose Fan Miao. Just because they chose to save Fan Miao, there was a tragic scene in front of them. It is conceivable how Fan Miao felt at the moment. She had never thought that the Holy Land Huangji Shengzhuang would be so cruel and so cold-blooded. Sikao's heart was also trembling violently. He stared at Chu Ji's tragic death. His eyes were red. He took a deep breath and tried to calm down. His character destined him to be more tolerant. He always believed that people's hearts were unpredictable, so he reminded Chu Jie before, but Chu Jie didn't care too much. Sikao actually thought that Zaichu and his men should not be so cruel, but he still underestimated Zaichu's determination to kill Chu Jie. Sikao was even sure that Zaichu must not have reported it to the higher-ups, but killed first and then reported it. Otherwise, killing a Xianjiao of this Hanjian sect would never be allowed by the higher-ups in such an explosive and radical manner. This was also the reason why he thought that Chu Jie would at least not be in danger of life today, so he didn't stop Chu Jie too strongly. Zaichu retracted his palm that hit Chu Ji's heart, and Chu Ji's body fell softly, lying in a pool of blood. The top Xiangang Xianjiao of this Hanjian sect fell here like this, and died with his eyes open. At this moment, everyone who came to the party was trembling with the cruelty of Zaichu's methods. The orders of our Huangji Shengzhuang are as strong as a mountain and must be respected. Qie violated the orders and put his fellow disciples in danger. He is considered a traitor and must be killed without mercy. Zaichu's cold voice resounded in the silent space. Fan Miao felt that the wind was cold. What a traitor, he must be killed without mercy. He has already made up his mind to kill, and any argument is meaningless. All this is just because his last name is Zai. What's going on? A slightly cold voice came. Obviously someone has discovered the situation here, and strong men have come here one after another. Chu Jie disobeyed Uncle Ji's order, which led to the tragic death of junior brother Sun Jing, and then put junior sister Shang in danger. He should be executed. Zaichu said. When he heard Uncle Ji mentioned, everyone was silent. Some people flashed back and forth. Not long after, a voice came. Zaichu, Elder Ji asked you to go to his hall. The others will disperse first. Yes. Zaichu flashed, glanced coldly at Chu Ji's body, and flashed away into the distance, whispering in his heart, there is another one. Xiaoxing and others also left one after another. Sikao walked forward, picked up Chu Ji's body, then turned around and stepped away. Fan Miao followed behind Sikao. This arrogant figure who suppressed the era seemed a little lost at this moment. At this moment, he could not accept that Chu Jie was killed like this. Zaichu came to the front of the strong man surnamed Ji. Looking at the cold eyes of the strong man surnamed Ji, Zaichu's eyes were slightly evasive. Sikao's guess was correct. Zaichu did kill first and then report. Zaichu, you are too much of a fool. The strong man surnamed Ji scolded. Killing a genius of the Zhanjian sect would probably cause instability in the Zhanjian sect. Uncle, someone must pay for the death of junior brother Sun Jing. Zaichu did not hide anything in front of the strong man surnamed Ji. He was avenging Sun Jing. As for the crime he charged Chu Jie with, it was to kill Chu Jie, and he had a legitimate reason. But for his uncle, the best junior brother of his master, he did not need to make up any reason. So you acted arbitrarily and took action directly with Xiaoxing and others, killing Chu Jie in public. The powerful man surnamed Ji said coldly, take responsibility? Is there someone else who should be held responsible? Yes, there is also Qin Wentian. Zaichu said, this person is even more unruly than Chu Jie. He flatly refused my uncle to join my core lineage that day. Since he refuses to submit, then kill him. After the word kill fell, a cold murderous intent emanated from Zaichu's body. The powerful man surnamed Ji stared at Zaichu, causing Zaichu to lower his head again. He could not see through his uncle's thoughts, he never could. The young man surnamed Ji looked at Zaichu for a long time, then said, the impact of this matter is very bad. Impact? My Huangji holy sect is able to command all sects. The reason we rely on is not benevolence and righteousness, but the power to suppress everything. If this Hanjian sect is not convinced, it can just get out of the Huangji holy sect. There are countless sects in the Huangji holy land willing to replace it. Without the amulet of the Huangji holy sect, how long can this Hanjian sect be strong in the face of the fierce hearts of the outside forces? It will inevitably decline. My Huangji holy sect and the various sects are just using each other. Zaichu looked up and said. The My Huangji holy sect he mentioned seemed to exclude all the sects. In the hearts of these people, the Huangji holy sect is the Huangji holy sect of the leader of the Huangji holy sect, and only this lineage is the real Huangji holy sect. The strong man surnamed Ji was silent for a moment, then sighed and whispered, Qin Wentian, it's a pity, he is indeed a rare genius. I will not participate in this matter, you go and arrange it. Yes, uncle. Zaichu was delighted. It seemed that the uncle had acquiesced. This was the effect of killing first and reporting later. Since the incident had already happened and could not be reversed, then with the character of the uncle, he must do it perfectly and leave no future troubles. After Zaichu left, the strong man surnamed Ji's eyes flashed with sharpness. Qin Wentian, I have given you a chance. Since you are unwilling to join my lineage, then, remove your name from the royal extreme holy land. In the lineage of the sword sect, in front of the palace, everyone looked at Chu Ji's body on the ground, and they were all sad. Chu Jie. An old man stroked Chu Ji's cheek and helped him close his eyes. This old man was Chu Ji's master. At this moment, he seemed to have aged a lot. He liked Chu Jie very much. He had good talent, gentle personality, and was upright. The sword was like a person, and he was very suitable for sword training. However, his outstanding disciple died just like that, and died at the hands of the Huangji Shengzhuang's own people. The leaders of this Hanjian sect had all arrived. He was the deputy leader of the Huangji Shengzhuang. Not only him, but the leaders of other sects also had the title of deputy leader, ruling their own factions. But at this moment, the disciple of his sect was killed in public, which was equivalent to a slap in the face. Old sect leader. Chu Ji's master looked at the old man. The old man was the leader of the previous generation of this Hanjian sect. These people of the Hanjian sect of the Huangji Shengzhuang were all from the Hanjian sect, and they preferred to call the old man the old sect leader. Explain what happened clearly. The old man said to Sikao. Sikao nodded and told the story of Sun Jing's death. At the same time, Fan Maoyu also explained what the woman surnamed Shuang did, and Zaichu used this to accuse Chu Jia. After listening to the two people's narration, everyone looked even colder, and some even shouted that they would go to the leader of the Huangji Shengzhuang to ask for someone. Wentian is in danger. The old man said lightly, which shocked everyone. That's right, since Zaichu dared to kill Chu Jia in public, he would definitely not let Qin Wentian go. Old sect master, aren't you going to ask for the person? Master Chu Jia asked with red eyes. Are you asking for the person? Do you think they will hand over Zaichu? The old man didn't have the slightest bit of the joking attitude he had when he was talking to Qin Wentian. Instead, he was extremely serious, with a strong aura of majesty. Could it be that they can do whatever they want and be so rude? Master Chu Jia said angrily. In the Huangji Holy Land, the Huangji Holy Sect is the unrivaled overlord, and that lineage is the real core. Why? The old man asked. Because of the strength, because of the legendary realm. Master Chu Jia said. You also know that they can control everything and make all our sects submit to us. It's not benevolence, nor morality, but strength. What is strength? If one day one of us has a person of that realm, from then on, we can exist independently, compete with the Huangji Holy Sect, recruit disciples from all over the world, and come to join us. The old man stared at Master Chu Jia and said solemnly, this is not treason, but the truth that all sects know. Without the person of the legendary realm, do you think they will care about our sect? Rebellion? They don't even need to go out themselves, just order the sects to suppress it directly, and the other sects will be very happy. As for the loss of the Hanjian sect, they can support it again. There are plenty of big forces in the Huangji Holy Land. What the old man said shocked everyone speechless. Resistance, direct suppression, without the Hanjian sect, you can support another sect. Here, that sect is the absolute overlord. Fan Maoyu was cold all over, and her body was trembling slightly. Although they all knew these truths vaguely, it was still like a morning bell to hear the blunt analysis of the leader of the sword sect. This is the world of martial arts, cruel and indifferent. As for benevolence, justice and morality, you must have strength first before you are qualified to talk about it, otherwise, the strongest force can suppress everything. Everyone seemed to have a deeper understanding of the meaning of the Huangji Shengzhuang and the unparalleled overlord of the Huangji Holy Domain. The old sect leader said it in public and was not afraid of it being spread out, because this was a truth that everyone understood. If they did not rebel, the Huangji Shengzhuang would not suppress them for no reason. Just because of a sentence? The strong men of the Huangji Shengzhuang leader lineage did not have that kind of leisure. As for having a rebellious heart, there are endless sects in the Huangji Holy Domain. Who does not want to replace the Huangji Shengzhuang? There is no sect family that does not want to, but the premise is that they do not have people at that level. Is it possible? Chapter 643 The same crime. Although the Huangji Shengzhuang has various branches, they do not interfere with each other too much. Rather than saying that this is a complete sect, it is more like an alliance that depends on each other. All branches know this very well. For the leader branch, in their eyes, the Huangji Shengzhuang only has themselves, and the other branches are all vassals. If it is really a complete whole, the strong man surnamed Ji would not invite Qin Wentian to join his leader branch. In this alliance, the leader branch undoubtedly occupies a dominant position. They are the most powerful, and the other branches are replaceable. In the history of the Huangji Shengzhuang, there have been many replacements. If they are weak, they will be eliminated, and they will not be qualified to stay in the Huangji Shengzhuang. As for the Huangji Shengzhuang, of course there are times when they need to use the major branches, but the old man did not say too much about this. He was also sad about Chu Ji's death, but if it was a rebellion, he would never do it. He knew that once he did it, It would be a devastating disaster for the Zhanjian sect. Reality is so cruel. Zaichu killed the Xianjiao of his lineage, but he could only bear it. Moreover, the lineage of the leader of the Huangji holy sect might be wary of them in the future. Qin Wentian had no idea about this. At this time, he was on his way back to the Holy Emperor city. The reason why he was a few days late was because there was no strong man named Ji to lead the way. He spent a few more days in the psychedelic mountains to get out. The mountains were vast and endless. The immortal palace was located in it. It was extremely difficult to find, but it was relatively easy to get out. The target of the immortal palace was too small, and the outside world was too big. If you kept going in one direction, you would always be able to get out. Qin Wentian was eager to go home, and he moved forward very quickly. Outside one of the gates of the Holy Emperor city, there was a beautiful figure standing there. Her eyes looked into the distance, as if waiting for someone to return. Behind this beautiful woman, there were many figures. They were all women from the Medicine Emperor Valley. They had extraordinary temperaments, which made this direction attract people's attention from time to time. Who is the saint of Medicine Emperor Valley waiting for? She has been here for 2 days. Many people were shocked. Such a beautiful woman stood here for 2 days without moving. Who else can make the saint wait except Qin Wentian, the number one in the immortal martial realm? Someone said with a smile, but no one knew why Mo Qingchang was waiting for Qin Wentian here. Now that a year has passed since the immortal martial realm, but when Qin Wentian is mentioned, he is still popular. He killed the emperor in the holy battle arena and fought against many heroes, making Fan Maoyu, the Xianjiao of the suppression era of the Nine Heavens, admit defeat. However, after that battle, the Huangji holy sect seemed to invite Qin Wentian and other Xianjiao to go, and then Qin Wentian disappeared, perhaps to some secret realm. If I can be treated like this by the saint, I will be willing to die. Someone sighed. In fact, Mo Qingchang had no choice but to wait here. If Qin Wentian came back, he should return to the Holy Emperor city from this direction. If he went out again, the range would be too wide. She knew about Chu Ji's death. After hearing the whole story, she knew that Qin Wentian might also be in danger. Then, she had to wait here in person. If the Royal Saint sect directly attacked Qin Wentian, she would have to turn against the Royal Saint sect. After waiting for another day, people kept coming and going in the void. Mo Qingchang's eyes never moved away. Not only her, but in fact, the dark space around was full of spies from the Sword sect. Chu Jie and Qin Wentian saved Fan Maoyu instead of Sun Jing, which led to Chu Jie being killed by Zaichu out of hatred. Chu Jie was dead, and the Sword sect was unable to take revenge. Zaichu's surname was the Holy Emperor's surname. His status was not only a disciple of the leader of the Royal Saint sect, but also a descendant of the Holy Emperor's direct bloodline. Anyone with the surname Zai has a very high status in the Huangji Shengzong and has many privileges. If it weren't for his surname Zai, how could Zaichu dare to be so presumptuous and kill first and report later? It's just because he knows that no one can touch him, not even the Zhanjian sect. Unless he is a Zhanjian sect, he will gamble the fate of the entire Zhanjian sect on Zaichu's life. Not far from the Holy Emperor city, Qin Wentian was flying on a sword, with his sword energy humming under his feet and condensing into a sword shape at a very fast speed. He was seen wearing white clothes fluttering, his long hair dancing in the wind, and standing with his hands behind his back. His handsome face and piercing eyes were all full of unrestrainedness. After this trip, his combat power has entered the peak level of the Xiangang realm. Once upon a time, the Xiangang realm was an unattainable existence for him. Now, he is about to launch an attack on the Xiangxiang realm. The years of cultivation are like a dream. The vast and majestic ancient city in front of him came into view. Qin Wentian's eyes condensed, and then he showed a brilliant smile. Looking at the stunning figure on the ancient city wall, Qin Wentian's heart was warm. He was eager to go home, and Qingchang was also missing him. Now she was waiting for him outside the city. Qingchang. The sword under Qin Wentian's feet was faster, turning into a ray of light, swooping down from the void, and instantly descended above the city wall, standing in front of Mo Qingchang, with a gentle smile in her eyes. Wentian. Mo Qingchang stepped out, instantly crossed the distance, and came to Qin Wentian's side. She held Qin Wentian's hands, her head rested slightly in Qin Wentian's arms, and then moved away, with an intoxicating smile in her eyes. I'm back. Qin Wentian smiled softly, holding Mo Qingchang's hand tightly. This separation has been more than half a year, and the two of them are always together less and more apart, which makes Qin Wentian feel guilty. Yes. Mo Qingqiang nodded. Let's go back to the Imperial Holy Sect first, Qin Wentian said with a smile, but he saw Mo Qingqiang's face change slightly, and couldn't help asking, what's wrong? Wentian, accompany me to Yaohurong Valley, okay. Mo Qingqiang looked at Qin Wentian with hope. Qingqiang, what happened? Qin Wentian felt a trace of uneasiness in his heart. Mo Qingqiang lowered her head slightly and said, Chujie is dead. He was killed by Zaichu and others from the Huangji Shengzhuang. He was inside the Huangji Shengzhuang. I heard that Chujie and you offended Zaichu. Chujie, he's dead. Qin Wentian felt his heart twitch suddenly and his face turned pale. Killed by Zaichu inside the Huangji Shengzhuang. Although Qin Wentian and Chujie had not had much contact, only a few times, Qin Wentian liked Chujie's character very much. He was upright and unrestrained. He thought that they would become very good friends in the future. This time when he returned to the Huangji Shengzhuang, he was going to have a few drinks with Chujie. However, Mo Qingqiang told him that Chujie was dead. He died at the hands of Zaichu. The joy of returning home disappeared in an instant, leaving only anger and a cold heart. Qingqiang, tell me, what happened? Qin Wentian felt a dull pain in his heart. Although his cultivation was close to the celestial realm and his mind was extremely tough, he still couldn't calm down when he saw the people around him die. He couldn't be so calm and ruthless. Mo Qingqiang told Qin Wentian everything she knew, and even copied the words of the old man from the sword sect. After listening to it, Qin Wentian clenched his fists tightly, and there seemed to be a raging fire burning in his chest. The surname is Zai, the surname of the Holy Emperor, so he is so domineering and arrogant? The surname is Zai, and he killed Chujie, the Xianjiao of the sword sect, in public and accused him of a false crime? His last name is Zai. So, because he and Chujie chose to save Fan Maoyu instead of Sunjing, he wanted to kill Chujie and him? He and Fan Maoyu were more familiar with each other. In that crisis, of course he saved Fan Maoyu. So, Sunjing's death was attributed to him and Chujie? This was outrageous. Qin Wentian was so angry that he couldn't help shaking his body. The cold murderous intent could not be restrained. If he killed Chujie, the next one would be Qin Wentian? Qingqiang, let's go back to Huangji Shengzhuang, Qin Wentian said, making Mo Qingqiang's face stiff. Qin Wentian said, I'm afraid we are being targeted now. In this situation, if he wants to kill me, wouldn't it be easier for him to kill me on the way we leave? It's better to go back to Huangji Shengzhuang openly. Yes. Mo Qingqiang nodded, but still a little worried. The two turned around and flew into the air. Mo Qingqiang held Qin Wentian's hand tightly, as if she was afraid of losing him. This scene made people in the distance extremely envious. They were really a perfect match. At this moment, they didn't know the storm Qin Wentian was facing. On the way to the Huangji Holy Sect, there were people secretly following him all the way, but no one took action. Huangji Holy Sect, where this Hanjian sect was located, the news of Qin Wentian's return instantly caused a shock. It had nothing to do with Qin Wentian's status, but because of Chujie's death, Qin Wentian's identity was too sensitive. Countless eyes were staring at him, watching what Zaichu would do next. Would he accuse Qin Wentian of the same crime as Chujie and then kill him on the spot? You shouldn't have come back. A voice came into Qin Wentian's ears. Qin Wentian heard that it was the voice of the old leader of this Hanjian sect. After the voice fell, a group of figures whistled in the distance. They were the people of the Huangji Holy Sect's leader lineage. Qin Wentian. In the void, the leader was Xiaosheng. He stared at Qin Wentian and said, during the last trip to the secret realm, you disobeyed orders, which led to the death of Sunjing, and then put the disciples of the Huangji Shengzhuang in danger. I order you to come and confront and plead guilty with junior sister Shuang in person. No one is allowed to protect Qin Wentian. If you leave out of fear of crime, you will be killed without mercy. After saying that, Xiaosheng led his people away, leaving behind such a voice. The people of the Hanjian sect all looked up, and cold light burst out of their eyes. Zaichu was a good one. He didn't find any other reasons, nor did he do it secretly. Instead, he convicted Qin Wentian and killed him just like he did with Chujie. If Qin Wentian left, he would be absconding out of fear of crime and would be killed without mercy. Doing this is the most direct method. Killing Chujie is killing, so Qin Wentian must also be killed, with the same false accusation. Who can say anything? As for leaving now, it would probably be difficult for Qin Wentian to leave from the moment he stepped into the Holy Emperor city. Chapter 644. Everyone knows what to do. At this moment, the Sword Clan was unusually quiet. Many people stared at Qin Wentian with unwilling looks in their eyes. Just surrender like this? Watch Qin Wentian go to die? Chu Jie was already dead, and they were going to lose Qin Wentian, the peerless genius who rose from the royal saint domain? Rebellion was absolutely impossible. Their lineage was far from being able to compete with the power of the leader of the royal saint clan. Moreover, if the leader wanted to destroy them, he didn't even need to do it himself, he just needed to let other lines suppress them. They couldn't rebel. Zaichu had fabricated a crime for Qin Wentian, just like Chu Jie, and there was no excuse. Moreover, the people of the leader of the royal saint clan also acquiesced to Zaichu's behavior. Everyone knew what this meant. This was letting Zaichu deal with it. Let's go find the old leader of the sword sect. I have something to say to him. A trace of tenacity flashed in Mo Qingchang's beautiful eyes. She took Qin Wentian's hand and walked forward, which made Qin Wentian look at Mo Qingchang in surprise. At this moment, the light in the eyes of the woman in front of him was so resolute. Perhaps only for the person she loved the most, she would have such a side. Her eyes were strong, brave, and willing to do anything. Qin Wentian looked at Mo Qingchang's eyes, as if all the dark clouds had disappeared. A gentle smile appeared in his eyes. The two held hands tightly and came to the place where the old man of the sword sect was. Did the people of the leader lineage of the Huangji Shengzong invite you, and you refused? The old man saw Qin Wentian and Mo Qingchang coming and asked Qin Wentian directly. Yes, the strong man surnamed Ji invited me to join the leader lineage. Qin Wentian nodded, and the old man looked stern. No wonder the people above tacitly agreed to Zaichu's behavior. Senior, the Huangji holy sect killed Chu Jie and wanted to deal with Wendian, setting up charges. If I can overturn the second charge, will it be useful? Mo Qingchang asked. The old man's eyes flashed, looking into Mo Qingchang's eyes, and said, You mean soul search? They will never let us search the souls of disciples of the great Shang dynasty. Soul search is a form of punishment. No need to search the soul. I can refine a kind of elixir to make her tell the truth, and it will not have any side effects on her. Mo Qingchang said. Are you sure? A sharp light flashed in the old man's eyes. Yes. Mo Qingchang nodded. If you really do it and make her tell the truth, then Chu Ji's death is an unjust death. If they use this as an excuse to kill Qin Wentian, the charge is no longer valid. Unless Zaichu is stubborn and still forcibly erases Wentian with the first charge, if he really wants to do it at the cost of a bad reputation, there is no solution. The old man said. Then make a big fuss about it and let the world know about it. Leave this matter to me. The Jiutian sect cannot intervene. Mo Qingchang said. He knew that although the Jiutian sect hated it, they were trapped in the situation and could not break it. They were also in pain and felt aggrieved. However, they were not as strong as others and resistance was a dead end. Okay. The old man looked at Mo Qingchang deeply, and then smiled at Qin Wentian. You bastard, you are really a blessed person. Whether it was the woman in front of him or the girl Kinger, they were equally likable. On this day, Qin Wentian talked a lot with the old man. On the second day, the ancient Holy Emperor city was boiling. All the restaurants and inns in the Holy Emperor city were talking about one thing. Zaichu, the leader of the Huangji holy sect and the direct descendant of the Huangji holy sect, was cruel and merciless. He killed Chu Jie, the pride of the Jiutian sect, for his own selfish reasons. Now he has a long knife on Qin Wentian's neck, wanting to kill this peerless genius who rose in the Huangji holy domain. For a time, the whole Holy Emperor city was in an uproar, and everyone in the streets and alleys was talking about this matter. What kind of person is Qin Wentian? After the trip to the immortal martial realm and the battle on the Holy War Arena, there are very few people in the Holy Emperor city who have not heard of his name. Just when everyone thought that this peerless genius would join the Huangji holy sect with an extremely dazzling light, such shocking news broke out. How could it not make people tremble? Moreover, the insider information that was faintly spread was even more heartbreaking. Rumor has it that Zaichu is a descendant of the Holy Emperor and the real controller of the Huangji Shengzong. The reason he killed Chu Jie and Qin Wentian was that after the last Holy War, the Huangji Shengzong invited all the geniuses to a secret realm. In the secret realm, when Fan Miao and Zaichu's junior son Jing were in danger at the same time, Chu Jie and Qin Wentian chose to save Fan Miao instead of Sun Jing. The second reason is that Zaichu convicted Chu Jie and Qin Wentian, saying that they brought danger to the Huangji Shengzong disciples, and the witness was a woman from the Great Shang dynasty. However, who doesn't know the grievances between Qin Wentian and the Great Shang dynasty? How credible is such a testimony? What is even more shocking is that there is an insider news circulating in the Holy Emperor City. Zaichu really wants to kill Qin Wentian because it is instructed by the top leaders, because Qin Wentian comes from the Sword Sect and is valued by the Sword Sect of the Huangji Holy Sect. However, the leader of the Huangji Holy Sect invited Qin Wentian to join them at this time. Qin Wentian was grateful for the courtesy of the Sword Sect and refused the invitation, so he was envied. The leader of the Huangji Holy Sect, the unparalleled overlord of the Huangji Holy Domain, has no tolerance for others. He is cruel and unjust, and he willfully slaughters the children of other factions in the sect. Such news is explosive, and the speed of transmission is very fast. It is impossible to stop it, and it is spreading to the area outside the Holy Emperor City of the Huangji Holy Domain at a very fast speed. The people of the Huangji Holy Domain are panicked, and many geniuses feel sad in their hearts. The absolute overlord Huangji Holy Sect, who has ruled the Huangji Holy Domain for countless years, is now implementing tyranny. Those who follow me will prosper, and those who go against me will perish. If the rumors were true, then the Huangji Shengzong would be too disappointing. Would they dare to join the Huangji Shengzong in the future? You have to know that the Zhanjian sect is also a subordinate force of the Huangji Shengzong. Even the geniuses like Chu Jie and Qin Wentian were not spared. Many people felt sorry for Chu Jie and felt sad for Qin Wentian, hoping that he could escape this disaster. On the third day, another shocking news came out. Qin Wentian cut off all ties with the Huangji Shengzong and officially announced his departure from the Zhanjian sect. In this way, he was no longer a disciple of the Zhanjian sect, nor did he belong to the Zhanjian sect of the Huangji Shengzong. He had no connection with the Huangji Shengzong, let alone a vassal of the Huangji Shengzong. This news shocked everyone again. Qin Wentian was really courageous and decisively cut off everything with the Huangji Shengzong. Since you are unkind, why should I still look up to you? As for leaving the Zhanjian sect, the crowd speculated that there might be another meaning in it. If Qin Wentian and the Huangji Shengzong had a strong friction in the future, it would have nothing to do with the Zhanjian sect. No one knew whether it was proposed by the Sword Sect or Qin Wentian, but in fact, it was the result of a long discussion between the old man and Qin Wentian that day. This was not the end. Not long after Qin Wentian announced his departure from the Sword Sect, there was news that Zaichu of the Imperial Saint Sect wanted to go to the Sword Sect to take someone away and wanted to directly control Qin Wentian, but was stopped by someone. The person who stopped him was not a disciple of the Sword Sect, but a person from the Medicine Emperor Valley. 7 elders sat under the Medicine Emperor of the Medicine Emperor Valley and came in person to officially announce that Qin Wentian and Saint Mo Qingchang were engaged. If the Imperial Saint Sect dared to take someone away without giving an explanation, then the Medicine Emperor Valley would do its best to stop it, and would cut off all exchanges of elixirs with the Imperial Saint Sect. The continuous changes shocked the world. There was an earthquake in the Holy Emperor City. In the past few days, all the news about the Imperial Saint Sect, the Medicine Emperor Valley, and Qin Wentian was overwhelming. Most of the topics that people talked about when they met were related to this. The tough attitude of Yaohuang Valley made people admire and marvel. At this time, they had such courage, which clearly showed that they did not give face to Huangji Shengzong. However, everyone was also amazed at the relationship between Saint Mo Qingchang and Qin Wentian. At this time, the two were actually engaged. Yaohuang Valley's attitude was of course related to Mo Qingchang. This kind of life and death relationship became a good story, making people sigh that the two were simply a match made in heaven, a fairy couple, and countless young lovers envied them and took them as role models. At this point, the matter had not yet subsided. Yi Qingyan, the emperor of Yi country, questioned the reason why Huangji Shengzong convicted his adopted son Qin Wentian. This made people sigh that Yi Qingyan was indeed a man of temperament. It was rumored that Qin Wentian and Mo Qingchang had helped him in the past, and he adopted Qin Wentian as his adopted son. Now, when Qin Wentian was in danger, he stood up and was worthy of being a generation of emperors. The overwhelming public opinion pressed on the Huangji Shengzong, among which there were doubts and abuses. For a time, the Huangji Shengzong, the peerless overlord, was under great pressure. Zaichu felt suffocated. He had never thought that the matter would become so big. Qin Wentian actually caused a mutiny, which had a tendency to make the Huangji Shengai boil. Although Qin Wentian was a peerless genius, his influence was not so exaggerated. It was only because the insider news was too shocking that the Huangji Shengzong, the Holy Land in the hearts of the people in the Huangji Shengaiyu, was involved. This attracted the attention of the world. In addition, Yaohurong Valley was also involved, which completely detonated it. Huangji Shengzong, but it governs the endless territory and is a place where geniuses make pilgrimages. If this force is really like this, then where will the geniuses of Huangji Shengai go in the future? Is it still necessary to make a pilgrimage to join Huangji Shengzong? Wouldn't it also become a vassal of the Zhai family? Those who follow will prosper, and those who go against will perish. Finally, Qin Wentian spread the news that since Zaichu wanted to convict him, he would go to Zaichu's appointment one day later and go to the leader of the royal holy domain to confront Zaichu. This news made people feel a little tragic. Would Zaichu really compromise because of the public opinion? The royal holy sect ruled a region and had the power to suppress the world. Would they go all out and kill Qin Wentian directly? Countless eyes in the Holy Emperor City were staring at the royal holy sect, wanting to see the end of this matter. Chapter 645, Medicine Emperor and Realm Master. The top leaders of the Huangji Shengzong were also alarmed. As the strong men of the Huangji Shengzong, they did not keep an eye on the affairs of the sect every day. In fact, not many people knew what Zaichu did. If Zaichu had first informed the Huangji Shengzong about the move against Qin Wentian and Chu Jie, perhaps his elders would not necessarily agree with his radical approach. Zaichu also knew this, so he chose to kill first and then report, using the most direct and violent means to kill Chu Jie, making things irreversible. At this time, what Zaichu did was known to some people, and Zaichu was called by the strong man's surname Ji for a talk. What had already been done, it was impossible for the strong man's surname Ji to admit that Zaichu had killed him by mistake and handed him over. In addition, Qin Wentian had rejected him before, so he let Zaichu handle the matter. Since the strong man's surname Ji had made the decision, other people who knew about it would certainly not interfere. But no one thought that someone would dare to make such a big fuss that everyone in the world would know about it. Obviously, this was done by the people of Yaohurong Valley. Yaohurong Valley really had such courage. This was already standing on the opposite side of Huangji Shengzong. Now, the top leaders of Huangji Shengzong were all alarmed and summoned Zaichu to talk many times, which put Zaichu under great pressure. Huangji Shengzong ruled the world with the strength to suppress the world. People in the world regarded it as a holy land. Geniuses continued to enter it. It could be said that it gathered heroes from all over the world. But if, as the rumors in Shenhurong City said, Huangji Shengzong had wrongly killed Chu Jie and Qin Wentian, then it would be a huge scandal. Although no one could do anything to them, they had to think about the impact of this matter. In the end, the top leaders of Huangji Shengzong reached a consensus on the treatment of Qin Wentian, to kill him. But the premise is that Qin Wentian's crime must be proven. Qin Wentian and Chu Jie put the disciples of the Huangji Shengzong in a dangerous situation and resisted the order of the Huangji Shengzong. No matter how proud he is, such a person, no matter how talented he is, he must be killed without mercy. This is his Huangji Shengzong. All the way, to the end, this is the unanimous opinion reached by the leaders of the Huangji Shengzong, which finally made Zaichu, who was under great pressure, relieved. In the past few days, he almost suffocated. Fortunately, since the sect has made a decision, it can finally kill Qin Wentian openly and avenge junior brother Sun Jing. On this day, Sun Jing, Xiaoxing and others gathered at the place where Chu Jie died. There were not many of them, and even only a few Xiangxiang realm masters could be seen. However, there were unknown how many masters around this space. In the void not far away, a line of figures walked over. Sure enough, there was no one from the Zhanjian sect, not a single one, as if the Zhanjian sect would really completely get out of this matter and not participate at all. Except for the leader Qin Wentian and Mo Qingcheng, who walked side by side, the rest of the people who came were all from Yaohurong Valley. Qin Wentian, do you know your crime? Zaichu stared at Qin Wentian and said coldly. What crime? Qin Wentian landed on the ground and looked at Zaichu opposite him. There was a hint of terrible cold light in his cold pupils, as if he was hiding a fierce murderous intent. Chu Jie was unjustly killed by Zaichu. Before entering the secret realm, did Senior Ji say that once you enter the secret realm, you must obey the orders of senior brother Xiaosheng? If there is no senior brother Xiaosheng, you must obey my orders. Zaichu asked coldly. Yes. Qin Wentian nodded. I asked you to save Sunjing, but you disobeyed my orders and refused to admit your guilt. Zhu said. Think about the situation at that time. You only shouted one sentence to Chujet, save Sunjing, but did not give me an order. Moreover, at that critical moment, my actions were simply instinctive. Zhu, you want to kill me, but you are lying here with your eyes open. It is better not to say anything and just do it directly. You can slander me for wanting to kill you. Qin Wentian said coldly, making Zhu's eyes stagnate. He vaguely remembered that at that time he did only shout one sentence to Chujet, asking Chujet to save Sunjing, but did not shout Qin Wentian, so Qin Wentian was not considered to have violated his order. However, the second charge was enough to kill Qin Wentian and Chujet. Smooth talker, then, you and Chujet led the people in the tomb to junior sister Shuang, and put my disciples of the royal saint sect in a crisis of immortality. Junior sister Shuang is here, what else do you have to say? Zhu said coldly. Really? Is what she said true? Wouldn't it be easier if she said that I was the one who killed all the people who died in the secret realm this time? Qin Wentian said lightly, then he glanced coldly at the woman surnamed Shang and said coldly, Shangli, you framed Fan Miaoyu, and now you are accusing me and Chuja. You are also responsible for Chu Ji's death. How dare you? A cold shout came out, and a strong man next to Zhu said coldly, Qin Wentian, what you did was too despicable, and now you dare to slander Shangli. If you say you didn't do it, you can come over. I have my own way to make you tell the truth. If I wrongly accuse you, my Huangji Shangzong will give you an explanation. Qin Wentian listened to the other party's righteous words, and suddenly laughed, showing his arrogance. What a joke. If I were controlled by you, with your status as the overlord of the Huangji Shangzong, it would be easy for you to use some means to make me fall into an illusion. In this incident, the truth was not found out, and Chuja was surrounded and killed by Zhu and others. Zhu still stood here intact to convict me. Now you say you will give me an explanation. It's really ridiculous. I ask you, why was Fan Miaoyu taken away? How do I know about Fan Miaoyu? The man snorted coldly, if you refuse to admit it, we can't do anything, but today, you must stay. After finding out the truth, we will deal with you. It's ridiculous. At this time, only a voice was heard, and then Mo Qingchang walked forward slowly, holding a pill in his hand, looking at the people of the Huangji Shangzong and said, there is no need to wait until the truth is found out. This pill is the Mishan pill. Anyone who takes this pill will answer truthfully within an instant of time. As long as you give this pill to Shuangli, everything will be revealed. You, dare you? Mo Qingchang's eyes were cold, making the strong men of the Huangji holy sect tremble slightly. Her beautiful eyes shot out a sharp look like a knife blade, facing them directly, without any fear. What a joke, who knows what the real effect of this elixir is? If you do something, wouldn't it be like letting Shangli say whatever she wants? Zhu said coldly. Why does the Zhe family have such stupid people? Mo Qingchang stared at Zhu, and her cold voice made Zhu's face look extremely ugly in an instant, and even filled with murderous intent. She took the pill, so there is no need for us to ask questions. Isn't it enough for you to ask? If you still suspect that there is something wrong with the pill, Huangji Shangzong is the overlord of the world, and there are many powerful alchemists. It is easy to take the pill for identification. If there is any problem with this pill, I, Mo Qingchang, can pay with my life. Mo Qingchang's voice was firm and resounding. If Huangji Shangzong does not want Shangli to take this pill, then you don't need to say any more nonsense. If you want to kill her, you can do it directly. There is no need to find any false accusations. The more you try to cover up the crime, the more it will make the Huangji Shangzong laugh at you. After these words fell, the void was suddenly silent. Mo Qingchang's words were irrefutable. If there was any suspicion that there was something wrong with the pill, she would pay with her life. Besides, Huangji Shangzong did have powerful alchemists. You are too presumptuous. When is it your turn to take care of the affairs of my Huangji holy sect? It's the biggest joke in the world. An old man shouted, causing the void to tremble. A suffocating pressure rushed out and enveloped Mo Qingchang. Under this terrifying pressure, Mo Qingchang seemed to have difficulty breathing. Qin Wentian stepped out and stood shoulder to shoulder with Mo Qingchang. Mo Qingchang looked resolute at this moment, without any fear. She still straightened her back, looked at him and said, in this vast world, the Huangji Holy Land governs the 9 major sects, the Shuang dynasty, and the Zhou dynasty. It gathers heroes from all over the world. It can radiate a region and control hundreds of millions of lives. Although it does not truly rule the world, it actually has power over the world. If it wants to kill people, no one can stop it. Today, with just one order, we can let blood splatter 5 steps, announce it to the world, and then use iron-blooded means to suppress those who criticize the Huangji Holy Sect. The Huangji Holy Sect has done all of these, so what happened today happened. Zaichu can be so arrogant. It's just that the Huangji Holy Sect is as prosperous as it is today and has ruled an area for countless years. The world regards it as a holy place. What does it rely on? It is the power to suppress the world. This power comes from generation after generation of geniuses who have come to make pilgrimages and worship the Huangji Holy Sect. What you did today may not be enough to shake the foundation of the Huangji Holy Sect, but if the world becomes alienated, I wonder if the Huangji Holy Sect will still be able to stand here 10 years, 100 years, or 1,000 years later. Mo Qingchang's voice was loud and clear, her black hair flying. Her words made the Huangji Holy Sect speechless. They stared at the beautiful woman in front of them. It was hard to imagine that Mo Qingchang could say such words. Well said, you are worthy of being my disciple. The God-confusing pill was made by me. Who dares to doubt it in the royal saint domain? If you dare not let that woman take it, then don't make any more false accusations. Qin Wentian has been engaged to my disciple Mo Qingchang. If the royal saint sect dares to kill him, my temper is not that good. A vague voice came from the sky, which was hard to see through and catch. In the royal saint sect, a series of powerful auras rose to the sky, as if trying to capture the person who was speaking. Since you have all come to my royal saint sect, why do you still have to hide it? A voice came from the royal saint sect. As soon as he finished speaking, the figures of 2 old men appeared not far behind Mo Qingchang. They were the figures that appeared outside the Xianwu realm that day. In addition to them, there was also a group of figures walking in other directions. These people were dressed in white clothes, and their temperament was floating, which made many people stare. These people were actually the messengers of the Xianwu realm. Qin Wentian, even if Huangji Shengzong does not welcome you, the door to Xianwu realm is still open to you, the man among the Xianwu realm and voice spoke. Qin Wentian looked at the man, and it turned out to be the Xianwu realm lord in the Xianwu realm monument space back then, Wu Mu. Chapter 646, The Holy Emperor Appears. It was no secret to the Huangji Shengzong that the Xianwu realm was recruiting people. The high-ranking officials of the Huangji Shengzong knew about it, and their leader also acquiesced to the existence of the Xianwu realm. However, today, the Xianwu realm came to the Huangji Shengzong to invite Qin Wentian, who they were going to deal with. This undoubtedly embarrassed the Huangji Shengzong. One figure after another descended. They were all strong men of the Huangji Shengzong. The aura emanating from their bodies was super terrifying, making people feel suffocated. When did I need you to take care of the affairs of my Huangji Shengzong? I saw a figure strolling out. It was the strong man surnamed Ji. His eyes were sharp and he swept over the people in front of him. He did not expect that so many strong men would descend on his Huangji Shengzong today. Your Huangji Shengzong's affairs? Qin Wentian has already left Jiutian sect. He has nothing to do with Huangji Shengzong. Moreover, he is now the son-in-law of Yao Huang Valley. You have accused him of unfounded crimes and threatened to kill him. Do you think I should intervene? Yao Huang's beard fluttered, sweeping towards the Ji surnamed strong man. As long as Qin Wentian nods, it will no longer be the business of your Huangji Shengzong, but the business of my Xianwu world. Wu Mu smiled, the meaning was self-evident. As long as Qin Wentian nods, he will be a member of the Xianwu world, and the Xianwu world will directly intervene in the matter. At that time, Huangji Shengzong may not be able to keep him. Don't agree to this guy yet. He wants to take advantage of the situation. How can this be possible? Medicine Emperor said to Qin Wentian through voice transmission, which made Qin Wentian stunned. Looking at Medicine Emperor's posture, he seemed to be full of confidence. This most mysterious strong man in Huangji Holy Domain, Medicine Emperor of Medicine Valley, the #1 in Huangji Holy Domain's alchemy world, probably also has unknown secrets. It is rumored that Medicine Emperor has lived for endless years. Every time it is said that he is about to die of old age, he is found alive again. What do you want? The strong man surnamed Ji asked coldly. His Huangji Holy sect had never had such a thing. Killing a junior of Xiangang realm caused such a big commotion. Not only did it know about it, but now, The old guy Medicine Emperor and the strong men of Xianwu realm came to protect him. What does your Huangji holy sect want? Medicine Emperor blew his beard and spoke coldly. The strong man's surname Ji's expression flickered. Today's matter has exceeded his control. I am afraid that he can hardly handle it now. To him, Medicine Emperor was a senior figure. When he was very young, Medicine Emperor was already Medicine Emperor. As for Xianwu realm, he vaguely knew that it was also a terrible force. It came to Huangji Holy Land to snatch civil figures once every 10 years. Because they didn't want many people and it was voluntary, Huangji Holy Sect never interfered. But the real reason was probably the power behind Xianwu realm, the immortal power, Huangji Holy Sect, and they didn't dare to act rashly. Old guy, I haven't seen you for so many years, but you still have the same temper. At this moment, there seemed to be a transcendent aura in the depths of Huangji Holy Sect. At this moment, Huangji Holy Sect was silent, and everyone looked in that direction, with a hint of pilgrimage in their eyes. The leader of Huangji Holy Sect, Qin Wentian, raised his head and looked into the distance. The aura was peaceful and tranquil, as if it had transcended the secular world. Even the leader called Medicine Emperor an old guy. How old is this Medicine Emperor? Many people sighed in their hearts. Don't be scared, maybe it's just a wisp of immortal thought, his real body is not on the Huangji Holy Sect at all. The voice of the Medicine Emperor sounded in Qin Wentian's mind again, making Qin Wentian stunned. What kind of person is the leader of the Huangji Holy Sect, a legendary immortal? How could his real body stay in the sect every day? It is possible that he is not on the Huangji Holy Land. Your descendants dare to be so rampant in front of me. The Medicine Emperor said with a smile. You are taking advantage of your age. The voice came again, and then said to Wu Mu, it seems that you are the leader of the immortal martial realm this time. You have come out of my Huangji Holy Land and have achieved such an achievement. In the future, you may be able to step into my level. Congratulations. Thank you for your teachings, senior. Wu Mu said respectfully, bowing slightly to the distance, and performing the etiquette of a junior. In front of the other party, he was originally a junior. Although Wu Mu was respectful, he did not show the pilgrimage intention like others. I guess Wu Mu must have seen some immortals outside. There is no doubt that there must be an immortal behind the Xianwu world. Medicine Emperor, Wu Mu, don't get involved with these young people. I don't care about these things. Just follow the rules of the Huangji Holy Land. The celestial figures are not allowed to interfere in the affairs of the younger generation of the Xiangang realm. They will solve it on their own. You can hear it. The voice suddenly revealed a sense of majesty, which made everyone's heart tremble. As expected of the Holy Emperor, these things are nothing to the Holy Emperor. The Holy Emperor is already an immortal, transcending this level. Even in the Huangji Holy Sect, he has not appeared for a long time. I didn't expect him to show up today. It seems that the Medicine Emperor and Wu Mu have a lot of face. Yes, Holy Emperor. Everyone in the Huangji Holy Sect bowed. No one dared to refute the Holy Emperor's words. That was the absolute belief of the Huangji Holy Sect. It was supreme. His words were the will. If the celestial figures did not interfere, it would mean that Zaichu, Xiaosheng, Qin Wentian and others would solve it on their own. A cold look flashed in Zaichu's eyes, and he looked at Qin Wentian as if he was looking at a dead man. The Holy Emperor spoke, and no one dared to disobey. Although this was already giving the Medicine Emperor and the immortal martial world face, if the celestial figures did not intervene, what could Qin Wentian use to fight them? Although Qin Wentian was very famous in the Royal Holy Land, he alone would not be afraid of Qin Wentian. Solve it by yourself, and there is no suspense in killing Qin Wentian. The Holy Emperor is the Holy Emperor, transcendent, and his words show his courage, but it will not change the outcome. Zaichu thought in his heart. Although he was named Zai, he was the descendant of the Holy Emperor for many generations, and he had never even seen the Holy Emperor himself. The Holy Emperor had long transcended the secular world of the Royal Holy Land. When he once ruled the world, he pursued the ultimate martial arts and had strict requirements for martial arts in younger generations, which was how he could command the Royal Holy Land. He Zaichu, the surname Zai, is a descendant of the Holy Emperor. If he loses to Qin Wentian, it will be a disgrace to the Holy Emperor. Even if he dies in battle, the Holy Emperor will not have any mercy and will only think that he is incompetent. The Medicine Emperor and the Immortal Martial Realm Master frowned and looked at Qin Wentian. If they did not interfere with each other, Although Qin Wentian was extremely talented, he seemed to be a little less talented than the top Xiangang realm masters of the Huangji holy sect. Mo Qingcheng took Qin Wentian's hand and looked at Qin Wentian with some worry. The words of the Holy Emperor seemed to be somewhat unfavorable to Qin Wentian. However, at this time, Qin Wentian looked into the distance and said calmly, "The Holy Emperor commands the world, and his words are the law of the world. Since we have let us solve it ourselves, the younger generation should obey his orders. So today, regardless of right or wrong, we will only talk about gratitude and resentment. Right and wrong are in the heart." A calm voice came, and the words right and wrong are in the heart seemed to be the truth. Was Zaichu wrong? His junior brother Sun Jing died because Chu Jie and Qin Wentian did not save him, so he held a grudge and killed him first and reported later, for the sake of his brotherhood. In his heart, he was right. Even if everyone said he was wrong, he still thought he was right. But for Qin Wentian, why did he save Sun Jing and give up Fan Miao? Regardless of right or wrong, only grudges matter. Qin Wentian did not look at Zaichu, his eyes looked at Shangli, a disciple of the great Shang dynasty. She was responsible for Chu Ji's death. Although I have grievances with the great Shang dynasty, Shang Tong tried to kill me, and I killed him with my strength. You hate me, but you can kill me openly. However, from the moment I stepped into the Huangji Shengzong, you wanted to humiliate me. In the secret realm, you led the crisis to Fan Miaoyu, but slandered Chu Jie and me, causing Chu Ji's death. If you don't die, Chu Jie can't rest in peace. Qin Wentian walked out slowly, and a long halberd appeared in his hand. Holding it diagonally, Qin Wentian walked towards Shangli step by step. At this moment, Shangli looked at Qin Wentian's cold eyes and couldn't help trembling in her heart. The only person among these people who had seen Qin Wentian's true strength now was Shangli. She had witnessed Qin Wentian fighting with the tomb immortal with her own eyes, and he walked out of the immortal palace alive under the pursuit of the tomb immortal. Did you mock me before? Now, get out. Qin Wentian's long halberd pointed to the direction, revealing its sharp edge. Shangli felt cold all over, and looked around, only to see Zaichu looking at her, saying, "Go, since he refuses to plead guilty. Our Huangji Shangzong will not use its power to bully others. Shangli, go and kill him." Shangli did not tell Zaichu about the last time Qin Wentian fought with the tomb immortal. She lied to Zaichu and the others that Qin Wentian and Chu Jie led the tomb immortal to her, so she would naturally hide some things. No. Shangli shook her head, her face was ugly. As soon as she finished speaking, a series of cold eyes fell on her, all of them were the strong men of the Huangji Shengzong. Cowardly? Shangli, as a member of their Huangji Shengzong, was afraid of fighting Qin Wentian. Today, the Holy Emperor personally watched the battle. What a grand scene. Shangli, even if she died in the battle, could not be cowardly. Shangli. An elder figure of the great Shang dynasty spoke coldly, and Shangli's face became even paler. Shangli. Qin Wentian shouted. Shangli looked into his eyes, only to hear Qin Wentian's gaze fixed on her. He said coldly, "It is a shame for a despicable and incompetent person like you to live." As soon as he finished speaking, Shangli saw Qin Wentian's body rushing towards him, with a long halberd thrusting out, unstoppable. This halberd seemed to be able to penetrate everything. Shangli released a violent aura and wanted to resist, but found that the long halberd had pierced directly into her heart. She lowered her head and looked at the long halberd inserted into her heart, revealing a painful look. "Kneel down." A loud shout came out, and Shangli only felt that the long halberd inserted into her heart had a terrifying force pressing down. Shangli knelt down, her face ashen. The people around looked at Shangli kneeling down, and their hearts trembled. The true meaning of sleep, Shangli fell into a dream, and there was no halberd in her heart. Qin Wentian still stood there, but he shouted and asked Shangli to kneel down. This scene made the people of Huangji Shengzong look ugly. Zaichu showed a look of shame and anger, and looked at Shangli with murderous eyes. Incompetent, really incompetent, cowardly without fighting, weak-willed, invaded by Qin Wentian's true meaning of sleep, immersed in it and unable to extricate themselves. This time, Qin Wentian really moved. Shangli's heart trembled violently, and a ray of clarity returned to her eyes, but it was too late. Qin Wentian's halberd directly pierced her forehead. The people of Huangji Shengzong did not intervene. Who dared to disobey the order of the Holy Emperor? Besides, Shangli's performance really disappointed them. Too incompetent. Chapter 647 Virtual Demonic Power. Shangli's strength was not so fragile. After all, she was a top-level Xiangang realm expert who had comprehended the true meaning of the three martial arts. She would not be killed by a single blow. However, because Shangli had seen the confrontation between Qin Wentian and the two immortal, when Qin Wentian wanted to kill her, no one from the royal saint sect stopped her. They all forced her to fight. She had no confidence in this battle. She knew that she would die in the battle. Under the fear of death, her will became weak and easy to be invaded. Qin Wentian used the true meaning of sleep at this time and directly brought her into a dream, killing her with one blow. Shangli's death did not make the people of the royal saint sect realize Qin Wentian's strength. They just secretly cursed Shangli for losing the face of the royal saint sect. The Holy Emperor personally watched the battle. She was afraid of fighting at first, and then she was vulnerable to a single blow. She deserved to die. Waste. Zaichu glanced at Shangli coldly. Shangli was a prodigy of the great Shang dynasty, not from his leader's lineage. As expected, she was no match for Qin Wentian. She couldn't even withstand a single blow from him. It was shameful. The people of the great Shang dynasty also looked unhappy. No one sympathized or pitied Shangli's death. Some only despised and ridiculed him. It was quite sad. Qin Wentian turned around, holding a long halberd, and walked towards the center of the crowd. He looked in the direction of Zaichu. He did not speak, but the murderous intent emanating from his body was more powerful than any words. Fight. Qin Wentian seemed to have one word written on his body: fight. Chu Jet, a proud and unrestrained person of this Hanjian sect, was surrounded and killed by the Huangji Shengzhuang. Someone must pay for this blood debt. Moreover, if the Medicine Emperor and the immortal martial realm master Wu Mu had not appeared today, the Huangji Shengzhuang Shenghuangzianian would not have appeared at all. These Huangji Shengzhuang strongmen would directly bully others, just like they did with Chu Jet, and directly suppress him on the spot without giving him any chance. If they killed him, there would be no evidence. Whatever the Huangji Shengzhuang said was true. Don't ask right or wrong, just settle grudges. Qin Wentian, the Holy Emperor is generous and gives you a chance, but you will still die and there will be no way to survive. Zaichu stepped out. Chu Jie was dead, and killing Qin Wentian again could be regarded as revenge for Sun Jing. Let me kill him. Xiaosheng said. I'll do it myself. Zaichu's voice was cold. His strength was not weaker than Xiaosheng. After all, he was Zai's surname, and he got more cultivation resources in the royal saint sect than Xiaosheng. No need to argue. Who are the people who killed Chu Jie? You can all come together. Qin Wentian said arrogantly. When these words fell, the whole space was stagnant. Everyone stared at Qin Wentian, even Yao Wang and Mo Qingcheng and others were stunned. This guy, doesn't he know who he is facing? Xiaosheng and Zaichu are both super strong people who have comprehended the true meaning of the four martial arts, and they both have powerful bloodline power, extraordinary strength, and the invincible realm of Xiangang. It is difficult to find many people in the entire royal saint domain who can defeat them in the Xiangang realm. Qin Wentian actually said, let the other party come together. Does he think he is really invincible? Many people sneered in their hearts. Qin Wentian is talented, but could it be that because of his achievements, he has no idea of the depth of the world? False reputation misleads people. I also participated in Chu Ji's death. Killing you is enough for me. Another person besides Zaichu spoke up. He had also stepped into the immortal palace and was very powerful. Qin Wentian remembered him. He had strong control ability, possessed the ancient vine star soul, and was good at binding ability. Then get out together. Qin Wentian pointed his long halberd at the three people in front of him, and his voice was still arrogant and insolent. I have never seen such an arrogant and ignorant person. You are the first one, and you are shouting in my Huangji Shengzhuang. It really opened my eyes. The man's eyes were like a sharp blade, stabbing Qin Wentian's body. He wants to die faster, so we will fulfill his wish. Zaichu's eyes revealed a grim smile. Although he wanted to show off in front of the Holy Emperor, Qin Wentian was determined to die, so he had to do as he wished. It must be killed with one strike. I don't want to see this arrogant and ignorant face again. Such an ignorant person is famous in the Huangji Holy Land, and he was almost summoned to the Huangji Holy Sect. It's a shame. Zaichu stepped out, and Xiaosheng and another person walked out together on the left and right. A terrifying aura swept out, and the void whistled. The destructive power was probably enough to bury Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian's body, strands of green light shone, as if green seeds were planted in his body. Boom! A burst of extremely strong green light suddenly burst out from the person next to Zhu. In an instant, an extremely huge ancient vine appeared behind him. It was his Wuming Xiangang. The vine spread wildly and grew, covering the sky and the sun, directly covering the entire void, and sprinkled endless green light, which kept falling on Qin Wentian. Vines began to wrap around Qin Wentian's body, trying to lock him up. Moreover, there seemed to be green needles on the vines pricking Qin Wentian's body. A sense of numbness invaded, causing Qin Wentian to tremble all over. It seemed as if there was an electric shock all over his body, and he was actually a little inactive. What a strong combination of star souls! It's even more terrifying after it evolves into true meaning. Qin Wentian thought to himself. Suddenly, a ray of light appeared around him. These light spots shone on every part of his body, like starlight, but not star power. It was as if he was covered with a layer of starlight armor. It was a brand new power, appearing and disappearing, making Qin Wentian's body feel vague, as if it could disappear at any time. At this time, the strong man felt that the green needles could not penetrate Qin Wentian's body. The light spots flashing around Qin Wentian seemed to be a wonderful power with strong defense power, and faintly gave people a violent feeling, as if once it erupted, it might give birth to terrible power. This kind of power is indeed a brand new power. It is formed by the condensation of three kinds of martial arts truths: the truth of demons, the truth of strength, and the truth of dreams. Qin Wentian named this power Virtual Demon Power. Virtual means dream, demon means the truth of demons, and strength means the truth of strength. This brand new power is born from Qin Wentian's understanding of Emperor Yan's combat experience. It has many wonderful uses and is one of the biggest gains of this trip to the Immortal Palace. One of the uses of Virtual Demon Power is defense. It is not only solid and hard, but also seems to be real and virtual, which has the effect of reducing the destructive power of the opponent's attack. There are many very powerful people around. Of course, they also see the extraordinariness of this new power, which is composed of martial arts truths. However, when the martial arts truths are integrated into new power, it is difficult to see which martial arts truths it is composed of. Just like Jiutian Xiaolu, the attacks contained in the sword techniques behind Jiutian Xiaolu are the fusion of truths, invisible and invisible, as if they have lost the characteristics of the original truths. Even if it is the same two true meanings, different people can combine them into different new powers. Qin Wentian's Virtual Demon Power is formed by Qin Wentian's own comprehension and fusion. It seems that there is the true meaning of sleep, and there is also a violent power. It may be the fusion of the true meaning of demons and the true meaning of sleep. A strong man from the royal saint sect spoke up, as if to remind Zhu and others to be careful. Once the true meaning is perfectly integrated into new power, the power that will burst out will be multiplied. The reason why Xiaosheng is the leader of the Xiangang realm of the royal saint sect is because he has achieved the fusion of two true meanings and contains terrifying attacks. Qin Wentian walked step by step, and the blood power in his body burst out. There was a faint demonic aura on his body. The body covered by the Virtual Demon Power was like the descendant of the peerless Demon King. A force that destroyed everything burst out. Swish, swish. Under the shocked gazes of the crowd, as Qin Wentian walked forward step by step, the vines that entangled him crazily turned into powder in an instant. They only saw a flash of light, which seemed to be the effect of that new power, directly shattering all the vines that entangled him, and turning them into ashes. What kind of power is this? Everyone's heart trembled, looking at the young man with endless enchanting aura. They felt their hearts beating. Could it be that Qin Wentian was not ignorant and arrogant, but really had an unparalleled talent and the confidence to crush all the Xiangang? Strong self-confidence, of course, comes from extremely powerful strength. At this time, the powerful aura exuded by Qin Wentian has made Zhu, Xiaosheng and the other two feel a strong threat. The brilliance shrouded him as a power that can destroy everything. Shame. Qin Wentian looked at Zhu and the other two and said coldly, "Today, you three will become the shame of the Huangji Shengzong and be nailed to the pillar of shame in history." As soon as he finished speaking, his body rushed out, like an illusory stream of light. Zhu and the other two only saw an illusory afterimage, looming, like an unreal shadow. As for the strong man who bound Qin Wentian with vines, he seemed to be in a wonderful state at this moment. There were only him and Qin Wentian. The moment Qin Wentian's long halberd stabbed him, it seemed that the whole world was left with only that halberd. No. His body trembled. He found that no matter how he resisted this halberd, it would be futile. This was a halberd method that could destroy him directly with one blow. Bang! While he was still immersed in the dream, the long halberd had already fallen on him. In just a moment, his entire body turned into dust and dissipated between heaven and earth. One blow, perish, and it was gone in smoke. Whether it was the true meaning of the demon or the true meaning of power, they were all extremely violent forces, known for their attacks. How violent was the attack of the virtual demon force formed by the fusion of the three true meanings? The moment it fell, the targets of the attack were all covered by the endless and violent virtual demon power and turned into dust, just like the strong man at this moment. This halberd directly destroyed the confidence of the strong men of the Huangji holy sect. They looked at the disappearing figure in horror, but saw Qin Wentian raise his hand again and attack Zaichu. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 648 The Most Arrogant Voice. Zaichu originally thought that the three of them would directly give Qin Wentian a fatal blow, killing him on the spot, but they definitely did not expect the situation in front of them. Qin Wentian killed their companions with just one blow. This halberd made them all stunned, their hearts beat violently, and they only felt their breathing quickened. However, for Zaichu, he did not have time to be stunned, because Qin Wentian's long halberd turned towards him in an instant, and the flickering light seemed to bring him into an illusory world. In this world, it seemed that only that halberd was unavoidable. Feeling the terrifying destructive power contained in this halberd, Zaichu's body trembled slightly. He felt that even his strongest attack could not resist the attack power contained in this halberd. This halberd could penetrate his body and destroy him. Buzz! A strong light flashed, and a terrifying corrupt power burst out. Zaichu's fist blasted out, and a magic weapon appeared in his palm. The moment the magic weapon burst out, the entire void seemed to be eaten away and decayed. The long halberd in Qin Wentian's palm burst out, and there were continuous puffing sounds. Starlight burst out, and his body retreated backwards, instantly pulling away. 5th level magic weapon. Qin Wentian looked at Zaichu, and saw that the other party held a black magic weapon in his right hand, revealing a terrifying corrupt power. Strands of silk thread spread in all directions like an octopus, and the void beside Zaichu turned black. Is this the pride of your Zaishi surname? Magic weapon. Qin Wentian's mouth showed a hint of sarcasm, which made Zaichu's face hot. He actually used a 5th level magic weapon, which was undoubtedly admitting his incompetence and needed the help of a magic weapon to resist Qin Wentian's attack. Zaichu, the surname of Zai, the pride of the Imperial Saint sect, so impressive. The irony on Qin Wentian's lips became stronger and stronger, and he glanced at the powerful men of the Imperial Saint sect in front of him. All of these powerful men of the Imperial Saint sect had livid faces. Today, they wanted to execute Qin Wentian on the spot, but because of the arrival of the people from the Immortal Martial Realm and the Medicine Emperor, the Holy Emperor came to watch the battle. They thought that Zaichu and others would wipe out Qin Wentian with their absolute combat power, but things went against their wishes. Qin Wentian killed the pride of the Imperial Saint sect with his absolute power, intimidated Zaichu, and made Zaichu sacrifice a 5th level magic weapon with one blow. The Holy Emperor watched the battle, and the pride of the Imperial Saint sect was unable to do anything to an outsider. What a shame, and they were humiliated by Qin Wentian pointing at their noses. Buzz! A terrifying dream power spread out, and a blood-colored Fangbian Huoji appeared in Qin Wentian's hand. It was the red demon halberd. Strands of the power of the true meaning of sleep seeped into it. Qin Wentian's body moved again, rushing towards Zaichu. His palm trembled, and the red demon halberd was swung out. Zaichu's eyes were fixed on the red demon halberd. In just a moment, he fell into blood-colored purgatory space. When Qin Wentian activated the red demon halberd with the power of the true meaning, even if Zaichu's will was strong, he would fall into the blood-colored dream of the red demon halberd. The magic weapon in Zaichu's hand violently killed out, covering the sky and the sun, and strands of black corrosive whiskers spread in all directions. However, in this blood-colored space, there were constant terrifying Fangbian Huoji stabbing, endless, and Qin Wentian's shadow was everywhere. Damn dream. Zaichu's face was pale. His magic weapon had a strong offensive power, but in this dream, it was useless and could not play any role. Puff. The blood-colored Fang Bian Huaji seemed to be inserted into his body, causing Zaichu to tremble all over. Beads of sweat kept falling down. He let out a low roar. No. In this endless dreamland, he would fall sooner or later. A terrifying sense of crisis came over him. Zaichu heard the rumbling sound of terrifying attacks in his ears, and then the dreamland disappeared. He only felt weak all over and kept gasping for breath. In front of him, a blood-colored Fang Bian Huaji pierced the head of a strong man and pointed directly at him. Brother! Zaichu's body trembled after seeing the figure clearly. He felt a tremor all over his body and a chill. The terrifying sense of crisis was real. Qin Wentian launched a fatal attack with a red demon halberd. However, at the critical moment, Xiaosheng took Qin Wentian's attack for Zaichu, became Zaichu's substitute, and was killed by the red demon halberd. Buzz! A gust of wind blew past, and Xiaosheng's body seemed to disintegrate and vanish into thin air. Just like his companion just now, his soul was scattered and shattered by a blow. Qin Wentian's eyes were cold and murderous, and Zaichu's eyes were red. Just as Qin Wentian continued to prepare for the attack, a series of terrifying auras descended, and a gust of wind swept Zaichu's body away, and several people appeared in front of Qin Wentian. Zaichu, the surname of Zai, was a descendant of the Holy Queen. Although the Holy Emperor could be said to not care, the people of the Huangji Holy Sect could not help but care. Qin Wentian had already killed Xiaosheng. They knew that if they continued to fight, Zaichu would definitely die at Qin Wentian's hands. It was enough. Qin Wentian really had enough, and he could not allow him to continue to be rampant and kill Zaichu in front of the Holy Emperor. Didn't we solve it ourselves? Qin Wentian raised the red demon halberd and pointed at the figure blocking the way. Today you acted insolently in my Huangji Shengzong, and the Holy Emperor will not bother with you. However, this matter ends here. Now, get out. The man in front of Qin Wentian looked as cold as a knife. A terrifying pressure descended on Qin Wentian, pressing his body, making Qin Wentian's arms feel like they were bearing endless huge forces and difficult to lift. Do you take what the Holy Emperor said as fart? Qin Wentian said sarcastically, causing the eyes of the strong man of the Huangji Shengzong opposite to stagnate. Although the Holy Emperor and Zaichu were separated by several generations, they were blood relatives after all. Presumably, the Holy Emperor did not want Zaichu to fall. Your strength is very good, why don't you join the Huangji Shengzong? At this time, a voice floated over. It was the voice of the Holy Emperor, and this was naturally said to Qin Wentian. The Holy Emperor must have seen how the Huangji Shengzong bullied others by taking advantage of their power. Why should I join the Huangji Shengzong? Qin Wentian looked into the distance and responded. How dare you? Several strong men from the Huangji Holy Sect had ashen faces. Qin Wentian dared to speak so rudely in front of the Holy Emperor. Huangji Holy Sect is the master of Huangji Holy Domain. The Holy Emperor said calmly, and there was still no joy or anger in his voice. What does that have to do with me? Should I join Huangji Holy Sect and become their vassal? Qin Wentian looked calm, looking at the direction of nothingness, and said, if I don't join Huangji Holy Sect, I can still wipe out Huangji Holy Sect's Xianggang realm. One day, when I step into the peak of Xiangxiang realm, I can also sweep away Huangji Holy Sect's Xiangxiang figures. What's the point of joining Huangji Holy Sect? The arrogance hidden in the calm voice made everyone tremble. If I don't join Huangji Holy Sect, I can still wipe out Huangji Holy Sect's Xianggang realm. Xianggang is invincible. What's the point of joining Huangji Holy Sect? His words were undoubtedly a contempt for Huangji Holy Sect. However, the people of Huangji Holy Sect didn't know how to refute. Little guy, you are arrogant. The Holy Emperor said lightly. There seemed to be an overwhelming pressure in the distance that enveloped Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian seemed to see a pair of eyes in the distance. The light emitted by those eyes made Qin Wentian feel suffocated. At this moment, he felt that his whole body was out of his control. Those eyes from the void seemed to be able to penetrate his body. The road you have to go is still too long. Go ahead. The Holy Emperor said lightly, and then the pressure disappeared without a trace. The eyes disappeared. The indifferent voice was like an order. That was the Holy Emperor, the Immortal. No matter how strong the talent was, in front of the Immortal, it was still an ant-like existence. From ancient times to the present, there were so many Xianjiao from generation to generation in the Huangji Holy Domain, but how many of them became immortals? I will follow the teachings of my predecessor. Qin Wentian looked into the distance and said politely. No matter how the Holy Emperor questioned, He was still the Holy Emperor and the Immortal. Qin Wentian has a fierce heart and a strong will. He has a long way to go in martial arts. He does not need to prove anything to others. However, the Royal Saint Domain will never be his destination. This piece of sky is just a part of his life. After saying that, Qin Wentian turned around and took a step, took Mo Qingchang's hand, and the two smiled at each other and walked to the Medicine Emperor. If the Holy Emperor does not want Zaichu to die, he will not kill Zaichu. Today's situation is considered peaceful. The strong men of the Royal Saint sect did not take action because the immortal martial realm and the Medicine Emperor have arrived, otherwise the Holy Emperor would not show up at all. But Qin Wentian does not think that this is the point. He wants to kill Zaichu, and Zaichu will not let him go after witnessing the death of Xiaosheng. In short, his hatred with the Royal Saint sect, the peerless overlord of the Royal Saint Domain, is considered to be forged. Senior Medicine Emperor, let's go, Qin Wentian said, and the Medicine Emperor stroked his long beard and nodded with a smile. It was not easy for Qin Wentian to pick up and put down. Saint Emperor, goodbye. Medicine Emperor looked into the distance and spoke lightly, and then the Medicine Emperor Valley group flew away. Junior Wu Mu, goodbye. The strong men of the immortal martial realm also retreated one by one, as if they had never been there, and the people of the Royal Saint sect all felt ashamed. Qin Wentian used his actions today to prove to the Royal Saint Domain that I am not as good as the Royal Saint sect, but I can still be invincible in the sky. What's the point of joining the Royal Saint sect? Aren't you coming out yet? Another faint voice came out. It was the voice of the Saint Emperor. Many strong men of the Royal Saint sect felt nervous. There was actually someone else? They didn't even notice it. In the void, there seemed to be a strong fluctuation of spatial power, and then a golden light curtain fell down, and a graceful figure fell from the sky, standing in the void, as dazzling as a fairy. Who is this woman? Many people frowned. It was actually a young woman. They didn't even notice the existence of the other party. She must have a special treasure. The woman's eyes were cold, and she looked at the people of the Huangji holy sect with a hint of coldness. She was flawless, and even when she stood in front of the powerful people of the Huangji holy sect, she was still so beautiful and elegant, which reminded people of Qin Wentian's fiancée Mo Qingcheng. They were women with different temperaments, but both had strong auras. If anything happens to him, I will raise the Huangji holy sect to the ground. A crisp and cold voice came out of the woman's mouth, and then she turned and left. At this moment, the Huangji holy sect was stunned and forgot to stop him. The Huangji holy sect, which dominated the Huangji holy land, heard the most arrogant voice in history today. Chapter 649 Marry Me. There are countless strong men in the Huangji holy sect, and they all stood there in a daze. As the absolute overlord of the Huangji holy domain, the Huangji holy sect's words can be the law of the world, and no one in the world dares to disobey. However, today, a dazzling young woman, shrouded in mysterious brilliance, came with this space treasure, and threatened them in front of the Huangji holy sect and even the Holy Emperor, saying that if anything happened to him, he would raise the Huangji holy sect to the ground. This kind of arrogance overturned the thinking of the strong men of the Huangji holy sect. What kind of person dared to say such arrogant words? However, the space treasure was really strong. Many of them were powerful beings in the third level of the celestial realm, but they did not discover the other party. It seemed that only the Holy Emperor knew the other party's existence. Moreover, although she was very young, her voice was crisp and cold, but there was an unquestionable firmness in her beautiful eyes. It seemed that she could do it if she said it. Take him down. When the woman left, everyone seemed to realize that they were actually shocked by the other party's words. A cold voice came out, revealing a monstrous coldness. It was a peak figure of the Imperial Saint sect. As an unparalleled overlord, how could he tolerate such a threat? However, they saw a golden light shining in the sky in front of them, and the terrifying space was filled with it. The beautiful figure seemed to step on the bridge of nothingness and walk directly into the void. When the light curtain closed, the figure of the other party had disappeared, vanishing into thin air. The strong man of the Imperial Saint sect whistled away, but heard a calm voice, "She has left." Left? All the strong men of the Imperial Saint sect were stunned. Such a powerful space treasure was hidden among the strong men, and no one could detect her existence. Holy Emperor, this woman threatens my Imperial Saint sect, she should be killed. An old man said coldly. Can you catch her? The indifferent voice made the old man's eyes fixed, and then the Saint Emperor continued, This person should not be from the royal Saint domain. Everyone was shocked, but heard the old man asked again, then what should we do? Humph! A cold snort came out, which seemed to contain dissatisfaction. The whole space was silent, and all the strong men of the royal Saint sect felt depressed. The Saint Emperor seemed dissatisfied with him. Today, the royal Saint sect Jiutian and others were undoubtedly able to compete with Qin Wentian, but they were humiliated by Qin Wentian in public. It is no wonder that the Saint Emperor was a little unhappy. Even though he had a transcendent status and had long stopped asking about the royal Saint domain, he could not avoid being happy or angry. What's more, the royal Saint sect was threatened. However, after this cold snort, the Saint Emperor's aura completely dissipated, and no sound was heard. The strong men of the royal Saint sect were silent for a long time before they sighed. What should they do? Do they still need the Saint Emperor to teach them? It was no wonder that the Holy Emperor was unhappy. Today's events had disturbed the Holy Emperor and embarrassed Huangji Shengzhuang. Thinking of this, the Huangji Shengzhuang's masters were secretly angry. When had they ever felt so aggrieved when they ruled the world? However, Qin Wentian didn't know what was happening here. The woman who had been protecting him for more than 10 years had never abandoned him and had always stood behind him silently, even though he couldn't see her existence many times. The Huangji Shengzhuang incident naturally caused a sensation in the world. Although this incident happened in the Huangji Shengzhuang, Qin Wentian and others all left safely. They were all alive, so what happened naturally couldn't be concealed. Of course, except for the appearance of the peerless woman at the end. After all, at that time, only the Huangji Shengzhuang people were there, and they would not publicize this matter. The Medicine Emperor came in person, and the Lord of the Immortal Martial Realm led the envoys of the Immortal Martial Realm to invite Qin Wentian to join again, even if it offended the Huangji Shengzhuang. The mysterious Immortal Martial Realm appeared in the crowd's vision. It turned out that the Immortal Martial Realm was actually a force. The trip to the Immortal Martial Realm once every 10 years was actually to recruit the most outstanding Xianjiao figures. For this reason, the Holy Emperor of the Huangji Shengzhuang showed up. Although he might not be the real one, he spoke after all. In front of the Holy Emperor, Qin Wentian killed Xia Sheng, Shangli and other 3 Xianjias of the Huangji Shengzhuang. Zaichu, who had arrogantly asked Qin Wentian to apologize before, did not dare to fight, and hide under the protection of the strong men of the Huangji Shengzhuang to avoid death. In front of the Holy Emperor, Qin Wentian announced to the world in one battle that there was no need to join the Huangji Shengzhuang. I can still be invincible in Xiangang and easily kill the strongest Xiangang figure of the Huangji Shengzhuang. What's the point of joining the Huangji Shengzhuang? Many people were already paying attention to this matter, and this battle naturally became the topic of conversation for everyone in the Royal Saint domain. It took only more than half a year for Qin Wentian to go from a stalemate with Emperor Shi in the Holy War Arena to understanding the true meaning of martial arts and then becoming invincible in the Heavenly Gang, completing another gorgeous transformation. This transformation is something that countless people cannot do. Many people's talents can enter the Heavenly Phenomenon realm, but it does not mean that they can sweep away all the Heavenly Gang people in the world when they are at the peak of the Heavenly Gang realm. After all, there can be many strong people in the Heavenly Phenomenon realm, but there are always very few people like Qin Wentian, and they often become the symbol of an era. However, just when Qin Wentian was once again famous, he suddenly disappeared. After leaving the Royal Saint sect with the Medicine Emperor, there was no news of Qin Wentian for 3 or 4 months. Some people said that he might have followed the strong people of the Immortal Martial Realm to leave the Royal Saint domain, and some people said that since Qin Wentian and Mo Qingchang were already engaged, they should hold a secret wedding. Of course, this is just everyone's speculation. Qin Wentian didn't do much in the past few months. The most important thing was still cultivation. Jiutian was still constantly accepting tests in the Immortal Palace, and his strength was transforming little by little. In the past few months, Qin Wentian was in Yaohuang Valley, and Mo Qingchang refined many pills to assist him in his cultivation. They were not pills that forced him to raise his realm, but pills that consolidated his foundation and opened up his potential. Finally, Qin Wentian's realm entered the last level of the Xiangang realm, the 9th level of the Xiangang realm. Although his combat power was almost unparalleled in the Xiangang when he was in the Huangji Holy Sect, his realm was only the 8th level of the Xiangang at that time. It took him several months to finally enter the 9th level of the Xiangang. The next realm is to forge the stars and celestial phenomena and enter the celestial realm. The only thing that depressed Qin Wentian now was that after entering the 9th level of Jiutian, Jiutian still couldn't defeat those immortals whose cultivation was sealed. Those guys were too strong. Their intelligence and memory were not sealed, only their cultivation was sealed. Their use and integration of the true meaning were at the pinnacle. They also had immortal methods with infinite power, but Jiutian's progress also shocked those immortals. Yaohurong Valley was full of spring, and the site was green. Courtyards that looked like immortal mansions were built among the green mountains and ancient peaks. The fragrance of flowers was pleasant, as if the air was particularly fresh. On the green floating bridge, there was a simple wooden house courtyard, misty, like a fairyland. A woman leaned on the green ancient vine railing and looked at the peaks in the distance. The woman was dressed in white like an immortal, with a faint smile on her eyebrows, and she was more beautiful than the scenery. A figure stood behind the fairy-like woman in white, with his hands around her slender waist. The fairy leaned back gently, with her head just touching the face of the figure behind her. If others saw this scene, they would definitely envy the young man behind her. Pervert. A snow-white puppy was lying on the long vine behind him. It looked very comfortable. It squinted its eyes and looked at Qin Wentian lazily. However, its slightly childish voice was directly ignored by the two. During this period of time, only Qin Wentian and Mo Qingcheng came here, living a wonderful life that only envied the Mandarin ducks but not the immortals. Why don't you practice? Master said that you have achieved the fusion of true meaning. It shouldn't be difficult to impact the celestial realm. As long as you reach the peak of the 9th level of the Jiutian realm, maybe it will be a piece of cake. Mo Qingcheng turned around and smiled at Qin Wentian. Looking at that beautiful face and red lips, Qin Wentian gently kissed her on the forehead, causing Mo Qingcheng to blush slightly and cursed in a low voice, "Aren't you tired of it? You're so beautiful, I can never get tired of you in 3 lifetimes." Qin Wentian smiled and kissed her again, causing Mo Qingcheng to stare at him and turn her head away. "Qingcheng." At this time, Qin Wentian spoke softly. Mo Qingcheng turned her head back and saw Qin Wentian holding her tighter, looking at her with gentle eyes. "What's wrong?" Mo Qingcheng's heart began to beat. "Marry me," Qin Wentian said affectionately. For more than 10 years, since the Chu Kingdom, they have never left each other. The two have experienced too much. Now, everyone in the entire Royal Holy Land knows their relationship and envy and bless them. Mo Qingcheng's eyes were red, and tears were shining in her beautiful eyes. She had been waiting for Qin Wentian to speak. Looking at Mo Qingcheng's moist eyes, Qin Wentian gently stroked her cheek and said softly, "It's not a matter of a day or a night to impact the Jiutian realm. Qingcheng, will you marry me?" "Yes." Mo Qingcheng nodded heavily, her eyes were red, and she cried with joy. At this moment, her smile was so beautiful that it made people tremble. "Where are we going?" "In Yaohurong Valley." Mo Qingcheng asked softly. "Where you came from, you should go back there." "Qingcheng, you haven't been home for many years." Qin Wentian sighed. Mo Qingcheng had not returned to Chu since she went to Dangwon Palace. It had been more than 10 years. Would Qingcheng miss home? What about Master and the others? Naturally, please go together when the time comes. Let's go back to Chu first. Qin Wentian smiled. Mo Qingcheng felt a warm current in her heart and leaned gently on Qin Wentian's chest. He probably knew her thoughts. Where you came from, you should go back there. She really wanted to go home. "Wentian, when are we going back?" Mo Qingcheng whispered. "Now, let's go." Qin Wentian brushed Mo Qingcheng's long hair, then hugged Mo Qingcheng's body, and soared into the sky, heading towards the void, which made Mo Qingcheng stunned, but after a moment, her beautiful eyes still smiled, stunning. "Wait for me." A childish voice came, and then a white light pounced on Qin Wentian's shoulder from below, and the two people and the beast flew away. Chu State, it has been more than 10 years since we last met, and Qin Wentian misses his family. Father Qin Juan, Sister Qin Yao, Teacher Mo Shang, are they all okay? Chapter 650, Mo Mansion's Attitude. In the land of Chu, King Chu Wuwei is in power. Although he cannot practice martial arts, he is devoted to promoting martial arts, which makes the martial arts spirit of Chu stronger year by year, and now it has entered its heyday. In the past, the Yuanfu realm of Chu was at its peak, and the Jiutian realm was legendary. However, now, even occasionally strong people of the Jiutian realm walk on the land of Chu. The various colleges in the imperial city have made a great contribution to the prosperity of Chu's martial arts, especially the Emperor Star College, which is strongly supported by King Chu Wuwei. It is rich in resources and has powerful skills and magical powers. It has cultivated many outstanding figures. Most of the top 10 strong people born in the annual King's Banquet come from the Emperor Star College. Moreover, the names of the top 10 beauties in the capital are often won by the disciples of the Emperor Star College. In addition to the king's efforts, the prosperity of Chu is naturally inseparable from the return of the outside world. Since the fall of the Jiutian Palace, the power of the great Xia dynasty that can directly control Chu is Qin Pavilion. Qin Pavilion did not stand behind the scenes like Jiutian Palace, but directly ruled the lands of 10 countries including Chu State and Zuian State, and merged them into Qin Empire. This Qin Empire was supported and controlled by Qin Pavilion behind the scenes. Therefore, the Chu State is now a vassal state of Qin Empire. There are martial arts exchanges and fierce competition among the 10 vassal states, which has promoted the prosperity of Chu State's martial arts. Although it is a vassal state of the empire, Chu State is still independent and has its long history. Occasionally, some historical celebrities will still become the topic of conversation among the people of Chu State, such as Qin Wentian and Chu Mang of the Golden Generation. Prince Chu Mang, ranked first among the 10 beauties in the capital, was unparalleled in strength. There was also Qin Wentian, who subverted the imperial power of Chu State with his own strength, dominated the situation of Chu State, and even decided the candidate for the king of Chu State. It can be said that it was because of Qin Wentian that Chu Wuwei became the king of Chu State. The imperial city of Chu State, this ancient capital has experienced the baptism of years and frost, and still stands here, with its unique history and stories. For Qin Wentian now, the imperial city of Chu is really small. Any corner of the royal Holy Land is larger than the imperial city of Chu. But when he stepped into the sky above the imperial city, he still felt an inexplicable emotion in his heart. It has been 10 years. He left Chu at the age of 18 to venture into Daxia. Now, 10 years have passed. When he returned to this homeland, all the grievances and grudges he had in the past were like passing clouds and smoke, dissipated. He had a faint warmth and memories in his heart, and a faint smile on his handsome face. Mo Qingchang was the same. For 10 years, how could she not miss her homeland, the place where she grew up, and the place where she and Qin Wentian fell in love? Remember that in that dark forest, I misunderstood you and Fanel. At that time, your back was really stubborn. Mo Qingchang looked at the dark forest in the distance and smiled softly, which made Qin Wentian recall the scene at that time. If there hadn't been that misunderstanding, I'm afraid you wouldn't remember me at all. Go to hell. Mo Qingchang rolled her eyes at Qin Wentian, which made Qin Wentian laugh. At that time, Mo Qingchang was the most beautiful woman in Chu State, and he was a person from the Qin mansion that the royal family wanted to deal with. Who would have thought that they would be able to get together in the end? That tree is still there. Do you still remember the snow that day? The two walked in the air, and Mo Qingchang pointed at an ancient tree and smiled. How can I forget that voice of idiot and a glance back, which hooked my soul away? At that time, my Qingchang was a little goblin. Qin Wentian said jokingly. Mo Qingchang's pretty face blushed slightly, and she pinched Qin Wentian hard. The two recalled the past, walked in the sky above Chu State, and remembered every little bit of the past. On the avenue of Chu State, someone looked up at the void, and his heart could not help but tremble violently. What a beautiful woman! Those figures looked at Mo Qingchang, and they felt that they could not look away. Compared with the woman in front of them, the most beautiful woman in Chu State now seemed so insignificant. However, at this moment, this fairy-like woman was smiling and holding a young man's hand with a happy smile on her face. She might not know how moving this was. However, no one dared to step into the void to disturb him, because the young man was also peerless, with his unruly temperament, fluttering long hair, and eyes like stars. He was definitely not an ordinary person. Shall we go to Xianyang City first? Mo Qingchang said softly. Qin Wentian's home was in Xianyang City. Since we are in the imperial city, we will naturally go to your home first. Qin Wentian said with a smile. Looking at Qin Wentian's eyes, Mo Qingchang smiled and nodded. She believed that with Qin Wentian's current mentality, he would not care about the past with her family at all. Qin Wentian certainly wouldn't care. He wasn't that petty. He loved the woman beside him, so he would naturally tolerate those past events. Let everything that had happened be buried in the wind. The Mo family was still one of the largest families in Chu. After Mr. Mo broke through the Xiangang realm, the status of the Mo family rose a lot. There were also rumors that the young lady of the Mo family, Mo Qingcheng, the most beautiful woman in Chu at that time, was accepted as a disciple by a big man of a transcendent force in the Great Xia dynasty. However, many people were skeptical. After all, they hadn't seen Mo Qingcheng come back in so many years. It was probably normal for such a beautiful woman to meet some bad guys outside. However, even without Mo Qingcheng, the status of the Mo family was extremely transcendent, with a large population, many guards, and a prosperous family. At this moment, outside the Mo family, many guards were guarding here. At this moment, they looked up and looked into the distance, and then they couldn't look away. What a handsome man and woman, peerless elegance, and these two people actually floated directly into the void in front of them. Who are you? The guard looked at the two and asked in confusion. Let's go in. Qin Wentian pulled Mo Qingcheng's hand and dropped it on the ground, then walked out. The guards felt their eyes blurred, and the figures of the two disappeared directly in front of them. Everyone was shocked and turned around and ran into the mansion. Entering the mansion, Mo Qingcheng walked around, looking at the grass and trees in the Mo mansion, showing a pure smile like a girl. Many people were stunned when they saw the two. Finally, an older housekeeper recognized Mo Qingcheng. He saw his body trembling in the wind, and then he hunched over and asked, "Is Miss Qingcheng home?" "Yes, I'm home." Mo Qingcheng nodded. The old housekeeper looked at Mo Qingcheng's smile and burst into tears. Then he turned and ran into the Mo mansion and shouted, "Miss is back, Miss Qingcheng is home." The guards who followed in were all trembling in their hearts when they heard the old housekeeper's shout. "Miss Qingcheng, Mo mansion, there's only one Miss Qingcheng, the most beautiful woman in Chu 10 years ago, Mo Qingcheng." The whole Mo family was shocked. In the Mo family, there has never been a more outstanding person than Mo Qingcheng in the younger generation. Even though she has been away from home for more than 10 years, people still occasionally mention this first beauty of Chu state. Not long after, many people appeared in front of Qin Wentian and Mo Qingcheng. They were all quite unfamiliar to Qin Wentian. He only knew Mo's father, Mo Xianlin. However, to Mo Qingcheng, these were all her relatives. The elders who watched Mo Qingcheng grow up were extremely shocked when they saw Mo Qingcheng again. She was more beautiful and her temperament was even better than before. She stood there casually, as if everything in the world was about to be eclipsed. The younger generations who grew up were all dazed. When they were young, they liked to be around Sister Qingcheng because she was so beautiful. Now they have grown up and see Mo Qingcheng again. Only then do they truly understand how moving Mo Qingcheng's beauty is. So many people looked at Qin Wentian holding Mo Qingcheng's hand with a hint of hostility, especially some young men. They didn't know who this person was. Was such a beautiful woman in their Mo family captured by him? Dad, Mom. Mo Qingcheng walked forward and threw herself into her parents' arms, hugging them tightly for a long time before they separated. Mo Xianlin looked at Qin Wentian, with endless sighs in his heart. This young man who was famous in Chu at the Junlin banquet seemed to have completed a gorgeous transformation. His eyes were so deep that people could not see through them. After so many years, he was able to hold Qingcheng's hand and take her home. 10 years, never lost. Uncle Mo. Qin Wentian called out. Yes. Mo Xianlin responded and nodded. I feel better seeing you two still together. Mo Xianlin actually liked Qin Wentian very much at first, but because of Hu Xianwen's appearance, the old man and he had different positions, so he could only listen to the old man. Well, this time when I return to Chu, I will marry Qingcheng. Uncle Mo, you should not object. Qin Wentian smiled gently. Everyone around him trembled when they heard his words and stared at Qin Wentian in a daze. Even Mo Xianlin was stunned for a moment, and looked at Mo Qingcheng. Seeing Mo Qingcheng walk to Qin Wentian and hold his hand, Mo Xianlin knew that even if he objected, it would not change anything. Besides, he would not object. He nodded and smiled and said, Qingcheng is willing, of course I have no objection. This time, everyone in the Mo mansion was shocked. Who is this person? Why did Mo Xianlin agree to him so easily? Just talking about Mo Qingcheng's beauty, how many outstanding people in the world would come to the Mo mansion to propose marriage? Even the princes of the Qingyuan Empire and even the outstanding figures of the Qingyuan Pavilion would be tempted. Xianlin. An elder of the Mo family called out, but Mo Xianlin interrupted and said, Let's go, don't stand here, let's go sit in the mansion. Yes. Qin Wentian and Mo Qingcheng nodded and came to the mansion to sit down. Mo Qingcheng was pulled away by her mother again. Many people surrounded Qin Wentian and looked at him. Some even asked Qin Wentian about his cultivation and family background. Qin Wentian just smiled and didn't answer, just drinking. At this moment, an old man came over. This old man was full of vigor and power. When he saw Qin Wentian, he was also stunned. "Father, this person came to propose to Qingcheng, saying that he wanted to marry Qingcheng." Someone reported that it was a brother of Mo Xianlin. Yes. At this moment, Mr. Mo's heart was actually in turmoil. Qin Wentian actually brought Mo Qingcheng back. He thought that he would never see the two again. The crowd saw Mr. Mo walk to Qin Wentian. When he saw Qin Wentian stand up, Mr. Mo hunched his body slightly and said to Qin Wentian politely, "Please sit down." Qin Wentian was stunned. He didn't expect Mr. Mo to be so polite to him. Mr. Mo. Qin Wentian wanted to speak, but saw Mr. Mo personally pour him a glass of wine and said to Qin Wentian, "I was confused about what happened back then. I'm sorry for you and Qingcheng. Now that I see you are back, I am satisfied. This time, your wedding must be well planned." Qin Wentian. Many people shuddered when they heard this name. It turned out to be him. No wonder he looked familiar. I saw him from a distance several times at the Zhenlin banquet that year. He was the young man who had caused a stir in the state of Chu. He and Mo Qingcheng fell in love back then. Now, they are still together and have never been separated. But, didn't Mr. Mo disagree back then? Why is he so polite to Qin Wentian now? How could they know that when Mr. Mo saw Qin Wentian's angry star soul blooming, he was shocked and trembled? Thinking carefully, he felt sorry for Mo Qingcheng. Later, he went out to explore and travel in the Great Xia dynasty. Until now, there is a piece of news that he has not fully digested. Qin Wentian, the top of the destiny list, dragged his sword for 100,000 miles, sacrificed his blood to the demon sword, turned into Big Rock, and slashed the Danwang Palace with his sword. The Danwang Palace is the overlord level force of the Great Xia dynasty. He slashed the Danwang Palace with his sword just for his beloved. Who is his beloved? Mo Qingcheng. No one knows how shocked Mr. Mo was when he heard the news back then. It was like a thunderbolt. Until now, he still remembers the excitement when the people of Great Xia talked about the legend of Qin Wentian. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.